every couple of seconds. But they don't know about Rose. BBL are setting.
Yo, welcome back to the live stream, guys. Kya
He knows the play.
Yeah, watch party, baby, watch party. Let's go.
That was a huge play, perhaps round winning. The BBL are going to have to find
something
else to fight with.
Can't keep up that fight. Means there's no longer going to be a flank. The paranoia is perfect, though. That's the advantage.
One tap.
Waiting in position. Kreven, however, catching. This is looking like a round set up for victory. But still, Khan and Chichu wait, but it's a missed shot. An uncharacteristic one at that.
Let's go. EDG for the win, guys.
Coming out of the side
EDG for the win.
They need one more attack side round and they'll finally
Poll
Yeah, it certainly wouldn't be the blowout victory that it looked like. A complete mismatch in that first half. But the same can be said.
EDG, let's go, EDG.
BBL, this is the chance to take it home. The attack side's being kind to them in that last overtime. It was LaRock having a fantastic round. Finding that showstopper online to close it out. It looks like they will put a lot of focus towards this left side of the map. 2 players outside B, maybe 3. We could see that door swing open and an immediate challenge at the C site.
Swap up.
Who will win?
Where we've seen Syme playing a nice shot from
BBL.
Nobody off rip, but they're still continuing the walk up, and Jenny's just waiting on the cross. All too easy for those initial openers, and losing 2 personnel off rip. You almost feel like it needs to be a mistake for somebody over on the EDG side if they're going to turn this round back.
Oh yeah, they'd have to trade out the mistakes made by BBL.
Oh,
1 HP, but
yeah, let's go. Jeet sakta hai. EDG, let's go.
And now Signed, waiting on the side, flash for him to swing as well. He doesn't.
WDG.
Plays it slow. Maybe that's a mistake. Nobody now dropped and Signed under pressure from that right side. The off of Lover's Rock. Now all eggs in that basket. Damage done, but
easy. Let's go.
14 to 14.
W.
Another overtime needed.
Another overtime, baby. Another overtime.
One of the entire tournament. It feels like we could be in for the long haul here.
Let's go.
I have to wonder though, how the hell did nobody get a kill?
Let's go.
3 players were looking at him. What the hell were they thinking? Then shift walking through. That was like 2 seconds later. Where do you think?
By 29th round chal raha hai.
Wasn't even him.
29th round.
They looked and they were like, oh, nobody's there.
Nobody's there.
14 to 14.
14 to 14. EDG ने comeback किया भाई. Crazy comeback.
Not been purchased up on the other side. Seeming like both teams have now found their rhythm, but only one can take this map over the line. The map choice of BBL. Definitely feeling a little bit more tentative than what we'd seen so far in this map. Less fast-paced rounds, patient stuff, and this has been a big point of contact. Kreven just spams into the smoke again. There seems to be a regular occurrence of just players picking a timing, spamming, and almost getting a kill.
Like करो chat, like करो. EDG को ये attacking निकालना पड़ेगा.
Still spread thin. The spike was alone outside B, but now it's regrouped. Okay, dangers averted, but the problem is
Zinking अगर एक पहला kill निकाल देता है फिर को.
Jump spots there from Loida.
नहीं, oh nice Zinking.
Paranoia, but instead
another fade.
Rose has to have a sensational
performance. बचा लिया.
At least for BBL, it's just a 1-man disadvantage, and they've got the rotates in just in time. Lover's Rock and Kreven are here to hold
nice
from LaRock, but Khan just keeps shreds. It's EDG with the lead again, and another chance to close this out.
He's just been getting better and better as the map goes on. Like we've been saying, it's
crazy round nikala bhai.
This is finding a player with a classic, walking into the site with an operator, finding another couple, and then closing it with a blade storm. The better this guy gets, the scarier things become. By the way, you remember when Chichu was like miles ahead of the top of the board? He's now third.
Khan was 15 and 15.
Yeah.
So he's had a little bit of an awakening.
भाई W खेल रहा है, 28 kill किए भाई ने.
And it is scary to be in BBL's camp right now. The attack side having to be mounted again. That spam was decent. The Rock tagged up. No more bullets fired. He'll survive that engagement. Oh my god. Lover's
Oh,
Rock is so
gaya.
fast. And he's got Chichu completely off
Bhai,
guard.
kya mara?
And
Arre?
another under Lover's Rock belt. How has he gotten away with it? Now pushing in for more. A third will be found. This one not quite caught off guard. And that makes it even more impressive. Con. Yeah,
Another
he has
OP.
had an awakening. But
Overtime,
this
another
might put him
overtime,
back to
bhai.
sleep. A 1v4 with an op. You gotta think he's got no chance.
Another overtime aa raha hai.
Yeah, I'd say so. Doesn't even have the shields to play with, so can't even take the additional little bit of tickle damage. Like, I think he's just waiting to say, okay, surely someone gets greedy. Someone starts looking and hunting.
Like
for an
karo
additional
chat, like
kill.
karo.
They do not. He's still going to get
Oh.
one. Again, it just seems so clean with it, but this is just stat padding at this
Oh,
point.
oh,
And eventually, Lovers
anti-ray,
will close out with
anti.
a 4K. It's almost identical to the last round. A duelist with a 4K closing out the round, and we are about to head into round number 31.
Oh
Map
yeah.
1.
भाई
The
पहला
entirety
राउंड
of the
पहला
tournament
मैप ही
going
इतना
the
लंबा चला
distance.
भाई क्रेजी
But eventually, or at least I hope, we do have to find a winner.
क्रेजी भाई.
You'd think so. Well, Tom, we've had some long games in our past. We've had some lengthy affairs.
Yeah, BBL were one of them.
Yes, they
Not
were.
this iteration of it, but it was BBL. I'm hoping they're not going to do that again, especially with Ascent coming up next. The opportunity for it to maybe even be even longer, but I'm going to see ourselves a timeout taken. A chance
Time out.
to talk through with the coaching staff once again. Of
Like
course,
karo chat,
King
like karo.
pretty much trying to stem the bleeding all the way through that comeback from EDG, and he failed to do so. It's now whether or not he can find that little piece of magic. We've seen a lot of the attack side rounds that sort of defaults into the pace he hits have been what has worked for either side.
Like karo.
And with both star duelists stepping up over the last couple of rounds, and we always talk about it, that the rest of regulation becomes irrelevant. It doesn't matter if you got 30 kills or you got 2. If you can win an OT round for your team, that's all that matters at this
30
stage.
round
And,
भाई.
well, thankfully, we don't have anybody in the server with 2 kills. It is a decent spread with both IGLs clearly having to work overtime.
सी जाना चाहिए मेरे ख्याल से सी जाएंगे.
Going
सी
into
जाएंगे.
OT.
या W.
He's bought a judge.
जज
And
नहीं.
he's going to find success with it as well. Now, if
Jenny
Jenny
भाई
hasn't
क्या
just
कर
hit
रहा है
his desk,
भाई?
I think that's what I heard. And I'll be very surprised. That's an upsetting way to have
Pro
the
कर रहा है भाई.
OT round kickoff right after the pause. EDG down a man. Attempting to take some space on site. Chichu has a nice paranoia lined up, but it hasn't caught Krev, and he's stood up on top.
Oh,
of the
nahi,
wall,
nahi,
and
nahi.
he's been
Oye,
spotted,
gaya.
but the
Arre,
blind was good
nahi.
in return. Krevin's found himself too. Signs so
Arre, nahi.
And BBL on 16.
Yeah,
Bhai,
I
throw
really
kar
I
rahe
think that
ye
might have
log.
actually been a coach adaptation. They've been walking into that smoke, tripping the wall. Sometimes
Jenny
you've
ने
had,
क्या मतलब
IGL Rose in that smoke,
भाई
waiting for them to
भाई
come through. They
क्या
go
खेला है
through.
क्रू है
This time
भाई
you just put
उनका.
Judge there. You walk into
उनका
the
भाई
smoke,
क्या
you'll
खेला
get
है
to rights,
BBL
and then
का.
they have the players ready and waiting. Solid paranoia coming through from Loiter as well to help out his teammate.
ये राउंड
And
निकालो भाई,
Kevin
डिफेंस
just landing
निकालो
the
भाई.
shots as he always does. 16 to 15, as said.
डिफेंस
We've
निकालना
seen these
पड़ेगा.
constant back and forths. In fact, we're creating a parallel timeline at the moment, but that means this time we need a defensive round from EDG to keep this one going.
Well, Concon's been the one to
क्या
find
lineup
success,
है
and
बे?
again, he's walking about, pushing up on B to start with the flash blinded, so he knows there's someone here. Instead of continuing,
come on.
he will wait. But
Oh.
this one, an uncharacteristic miss in a very
Oh, shit.
crucial round. He goes
दूसरा
in
भी.
for more,
अरे
and this is once
भाई.
more. This could be it. EDG have lost one big player, the top fragger on the server, down and out. Jenny tries to pull it back, but he's traded, and Lovers Rock finding sign seems to have sealed the deal. The A site.
गया भाई ये मैप गया. ADG के हद
And
से गया
nobody
ये
in
मैप.
Chichu, all that stands against them. Nobody's had a tough game, but he stepped up in the moments where it mattered. And Chichu, well, he was on a tear. When this team was down and out of this map, he pulled them back in so many
Yeah,
of those
map
rounds
there.
in regulation. Now they have to do it again.
This is still so tough to break in on.
कोई बात नहीं. दूसरा मैप है.
Flash ready and raring to go on the other side of things. The walk up at least, but it's been pinged. They have an idea that somebody could be going through. Never mind.
Nice.
Chichu Made it past.
अरे डगा
Loiter's position though.
drop है
Are they
drop
aware
है
that there could be a player over towards the box, trying to create a crossfire, trying to force someone into a peak, and that's what they've done. Cheat
हो
once
सकता है
again, his opponent TP.
yes let's go another overtime oh my overtime boys
well. That is insanity from the side of EDG. How have they pulled back that 2v4?
I said it.
Chico
And nobody's been there in the
boys,
crucial
how?
moments, and Chichu again and again, he is
भाई
digging
चीचू
deep
भाई
for
ओपी
this
रे
team. Everyone talks about Concon, and for good reason, but this guy's been the highlight. Look at him go. How
भाई
many-
Wyatt as well.
कोई
That's the
अलग ही
crazy thing.
अभी
He had like
वो
20
हो रहा है
kills,
भाई
17 kills in
साहब
the first half.
Yes.
Went missing for a bit and then goes, oh, you guys need me again. Cool.
It was like those last 5 rounds of the second half turned it up to another
भाई,
level to keep them
अन्ना
alive. And he's
33वां
done
राउंड
it
चल रहा है
again.
this is the real भाई
Map
this
point.
is the real
And up against BBL going into Ascent. God, that could be series.
W
But
मेरा वाला
now,
लाइनअप है मेरा वाला
EDG,
लाइनअप
they
है
get another chance at this attack
Death
side.
smart
Fight
nice
straight in to
nice
see they're wasting no time on this
Nice,
round.
nice.
Indeed, wasting bodies because Concon, he's found his first already. Rose catches
Oh, nice,
doesn't
nice.
catch the wraparound.
W,
Jenny's left on 7
W.
HP somehow.
Maybe it's Loiter's turn.
पता है उसको
Cheat
पता है
the man
उसको
up against
मत
him,
नहीं
looking
नहीं
for the
नहीं
fight.
nice
Movement
nice
Again, no doubt about
Oh.
it. It's left all onto Lovers Rock. This is
आराम
not
से
the gun you want
1v1
to have in
1v1
this
फाइट मत लो
scenario.
नहीं नहीं नहीं
Oh,
oh nice
nobody's there to
W
close it out. Swings and roundabouts once
W.
again. The back and forth of this game. Guess what? EDG have another at point.
I can't believe
Time out,
Jenny
time
just
out आएगा.
survived there.
Time out
Rose
आना
was
चाहिए.
on his tail. Jenny was blinded up, looking the wrong way. Took a few shots, not even knowing from
भाई
where.
जेनी 1 HP था
And ends up surviving on 7 HP. That's the face of a man who knows that should have been his kill, but also who knows this map is slipping away now. EDG 17 to 16. It's a matter
EDG.
of time
अभी attacking
before we
निकालना.
see 2 in a row.
AP picks
This
निकालना
is
पड़ेगा
overtime.
Is it?
I mean,
Is it?
30 and 31 technically, but they were different OTs. You know what I mean. And for EDG, this could be it. They dealt with Concon early last time. And this time, another missed shot. But that was a harder one.
आराम से मार भाई इतनी भी क्या जल्दी है इसको
Oh, already a much faster pace take, but it's a ruse. It's a bait. They're pushing them in towards Signed, who's ready and waiting, but already getting smoked off. Chichu also with paranoia, but I think they're past it. They are past
अरे
it. A
आराम
little
से
bit
भाई
further ahead than maybe he's expecting. One of the danger men gone. A post palm once more. But if you could lose a 2v4, you could definitely lose a 2v or 4v5.
nice
and
nice
let's
W
even things up once again.
That was what should have won them the round, leaving Lovers Rock behind Rubble, but nobody cleared it. Nobody checked for it, and now they can make their way
W,
back to the side. Hard
Kankan,
to find value with the
nice,
outbreaking
another,
through, but he finds it in the
nice,
choke
W.
points. With the rock down, it's Rose.
W, let's go.
Not for long. EDG.
EDG,
they
let's
dug
go.
deep and delivered map number 1.
It's insanity.
W
I don't think
comeback
I've
भाई
ever seen
W
anybody with an
comeback
operator
11-5
get
से
that
क्या
many
comeback किया
kills with that position. It makes no sense that Concon is just able to sit there like a turret from above. And for BBL, this is a brutal defeat.
भाई
It
क्या
was so
comeback
far
किया है
in the
भाई
lead.
W
Took
भाई
double pauses in the space of 3 rounds. That is crazy. Nonetheless, we're going back to Digon and the desk.
Thank you very much, Tom and Mitch. That was crazy to have that happen like that. Just insane. We're getting ourselves free VALORANT off the top. I know that we had the pause to kick things off, but we basically had half a game right off of that one. Welcome back to Des Digon here alongside Kukuka and Big Time. And it's just a great way to have our first round of VALORANT here at EWC.
I mean, welcome to the EWC, people. I mean, this tournament
W.
has come in with a bang.
W,
It's absolutely
bitch.
unbelievable. I think BBL are going to be so upset about how that game turned out. They had every advantage. Their map pick, 2 pistols, a
W.
bonus,
EDG
a ninja
W.
defuse for crying out loud.
भाई भरोसा रखो जो VCT लंदन जीत के आया है उसमें तुम डाउट्स करोगे
wanted to go face to face against Kangkang, and every single time that Kangkang was getting around
जो
for
EDG
EDG in an impressive manner,
जो comeback किया है
Lovers Rock was
भाई
like, I can do that too. I can do that too. I'm going to show you how. Crazy the fact that we got there onto the overtime, and also we were saying about EDG and playing in with a sub. I think that Tom and Mitch were doing a very good job highlighting some of the mistakes, but also the way they bounced back. Some of the players, like some of the individual plays that we have seen just during this first map of EWC, have been unreal.
Yeah, I mean, you got to talk about Kangkang. He is the guy for
Like
EDG.
karo, chat,
He
like
always
karo.
has been, and he has a very slow first half. You know, he's down there towards the bottom of the scoreboard. He's missing his shots.
Yeah.
You see the way he activates, and you see how the rest of the team come alive around that. I felt like their defensive side macro was so solid as well, and that's what got them back into the game. So also credit to Sign on he's on no anchor those sides.
Yep.
Not easy. I think no doubt they deserve that map.
Yeah, absolutely. It was towards the end of that first half where the score was heavily in favor of BBL. That Kankan was like, what if I grab the operator? I know that the economy, of course, when you're losing so many rounds, it's very difficult to even think of like a tool that is so expensive but so effective in so many maps that we have seen across the entirety of Valorant, having that attack and operator that actually I think mentally got to bounce back, because we were talking about the teams being here and the stage getting loud. I have never, and I am from EMEA, heard Loita scream the way that he was screaming at them. The rest we see sometimes here and there, but Loita's kind of like a good boy, you know?
Yeah, let's take a look at some of those highlights here, because again, the gameplay required the pop-offs that came out there, especially in overtime. EDG started getting loud, BBL started matching, and then every single round, especially that 2v4 later on, that was game-saving by EDG. And remember, this was BBL's map pick, and we talked about coming into it, the form of these two squads. Will BBL be able to stand up to EDG, who has been doing well lately? They come out on fire and just aren't able to close it on out as we take a look at some of the big moments.
I mean, we have to say it once again. ETG have a sub here. This isn't even their full strength roster, and they just won what seemed like an unwinnable map. The level of composure that they have is insane.
I also want to highlight Jenny. We were speaking about him going back on the duelist. Some of those showstoppers, I feel like we were seeing it every couple of rounds. Some of them were so impactful. The kills across the smokes, having those kind of preparations, they're so important right now. You know, you play the Phantom, you have to spawn the smokes, especially the way that BBL were playing. Honestly, the highlight for me was the entirety of the match. I know that it was very of the map. I know that it was very long, you know, but I feel like everybody had their moments to shine. Like that clutch where Kreven was in, where he was 1 kill away from getting like I think it was a 1v4. Well, absolutely insane rounds. And if the rest of the tournament is going to be like this, I mean, the bar is already incredibly high for the rest of the teams.
Yeah, I think one thing that jumps out at me is the pause that was used in overtime, the timeout that was used in overtime by BBL to make the adjustment on the push, where it's like, all right, we're going to sit back with the judge. You can see every single person, not just the players, the coaching staff as well, on point here, because it is so important in this group stage to work your way on out, get that first win.
Yeah, I can't believe this is map 1 of the tournament.
This is our first
you love
ever
Valorant when you get into it. The
watch
tactics
party
on both sides, the shooting, the individual brilliance of a lot of these players really just coming to shine. But I think now as we move towards Ascent, the question has to be for BBL. You have to find a way to reset here, because this should have been yours.
There is something very important that Tom was mentioning, and is the fact that, well, map 1 was long. If you are from EMEA, you know that Ascent and a Turkish team, it's a hell of a long map for that one. And especially considering that both Kankang and Lovers Rock are leaning so heavily into the operator. Really looking forward to see both approaches from the teams, because we did see BBL play in Ascent during the qualifiers, and we saw them playing with the Deadlock. I want to see if we're going to see that again. And most importantly, what is ETG going to be doing? Are we going to see something very vanilla, very boring? Probably because of the situation that they're in. Actually, that calls for both of them. What would you do? Because you have experience coaching. Okay, so what would you do? Would you go for? Sorry, would you go for? Okay, we're gonna play it simple because we're playing with a sub, or let's go with something spicy. They're not gonna expect
something spicy. I want to see them take risks here. This is game 1. You know, I think you have a little bit of time to experiment. It is that GSL format, and you're a map up, so you know, they can play that kind of pretty standard, boring comps. But I don't want to see that. The one thing I do want to see is Kankang on the jet. If he's on anything but the jet, I will storm that stage myself.
What if it's a chamber?
Oh, okay. You've convinced. I can see a chamber.
Would you be down? I know that it calls for a jet. It's Kankang. Like, also, like, he holds everything. What about cheeky Yoru?
No.
No? Okay.
Didn't we talk about it? The Yoru was one of the reasons why EDG started struggling a little bit. The meta moved away from that.
That's
Now-
exactly something that they're not going to expect, but you are right.
They won't expect it. We won't expect it.
Well, again, this is the fourth
Yeah,
most played map
yeah.
here for EDG on Ascent.
Like
I feel
करे,
for
like
BBL
करे,
because
chat,
they
like
had him
करे.
on the ropes, right? You were just a couple of rounds away. You had so many in the pocket. They tried to call it a timeout at 11-8 to be like, hey, let's settle down. EDG's warming up a little bit, but we have so many rounds in the pocket from the first half. We should be able to close it out. What's the mentality of a squad like that who had success early on in the league year and now are starting to struggle a little bit?
I mean, you got to find a way to not doubt yourself. We've seen the PRX players talk about this in the past. You got to have that short-term memory loss. You've got to have that goldfish memory. You got to be able to put these behind you because they know that they played well enough to win that game. It wasn't a question of the level of Valorant. It's a question of composure.
Right.
And we know, we've seen them have success over in EMEA. It's not like it's not like they're known to crumble. They just have to remind themselves that they are good enough. It doesn't matter who's on the other side of that stage. It doesn't matter that they're world champions. You're capable to win this game if you play the way you can.
I think that we can also think about how aggressive they were from the defense, especially here on
Like
Lotus,
Karajat,
and
like
how much are they going to learn about how that worked out? Because that aggression on the defense that gave them so much, like even when they got a pick, sometimes the overheating was there, and they need to learn to get composure in those kind of situations because also it translated to the attack, making a lot of unforced mistakes.
Yeah, well, we are underway here in Paris. The champions of China take the first map, but BBL
Like
will
करे,
battle
like
back
करे,
here on
chat,
Ascent.
like
Don't
करे.
go anywhere. You're watching EWC 2026.
Our 5 watch party is real, bye. Let's go.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower.
Yeah. W.
Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
We were there
Cool है भाई.
for every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest
Camera angle
events in
change करो.
gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best.
जरूरत है
Making
क्या?
history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
अब सही है. देखो. अब सही है ना? इतना तो चलता है भाई. लाइक करो चैट, लाइक करो. और कौन जीतेगा वो जरा बताना. बताओ कौन जीतेगा. वो विल बी विन. ईडीजी तो जीत गया भाई. मेरा वॉच जा रहा है ईडीजी. डब्ल्यू ईडीजी होगा. डब्ल्यू होना चाहिए भाई. लाइक करो चैट, लाइक करो. क्या कर रहे? वॉच पार्टी कर रहे तो पूरा वॉच पार्टी का माहौल बनाते हैं भाई. पॉपकॉर्न नहीं है सिर्फ. पॉपकॉर्न की कमी है सिर्फ. अगर थोड़ा
Everyone,
पॉपकॉर्न भी हो
welcome
जाता
back to
मजा आ जाता
EWC Valorant 2026. Digon here alongside Kukuka and Big Time. And yet again, we're back. It's EDG 1-0 over BBL. EDG,
Yeah.
the number 1 seed from China up against BBL, who started off on fire in EMEA. They qualified
Let's
on
go.
in
आ
as the
गए
final
दूसरा
seed.
राउंड
They
भी
lose their
EDG
map
जीतेगा
number 1. Now we
Let's
head to
go.
Ascent, Kuku.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be an interesting one. Also,
Like
because of
करो
the bar
chat.
that we were speaking about, that first
Do not
Lotus
forget to
set.
like, share and
But
subscribe.
also because I
अभी
think that they have
दिल्ली
to
अपन
calm down. I
आएंगे
know that the beginning was a little bit
Watch
difficult
party,
because we have to
Valorant
wait
की
and
होगी,
whatnot, and that
Warzone
might
होगा,
throw you off. They
PUBG
tried
रहेगा.
to stay on top of that, but it really looks like EDG has
6
adapted very, very
जुलाई से
quickly
लेके
to the way that they want to
23rd
play.
अगस्त
And it's
तक
because
अपने
they
को
have
वॉच
a lot
पार्टी
of
करने का
experience.
मौका
It is
मिला
very
है.
difficult to
So,
throw something at
आओ
EDG that they
अपने
haven't
दोस्तों के
seen
साथ शेयर
before.
करो,
The
ज्वाइन
aggression,
करो,
yes, is going to work
मजा आएगा,
because trust
काफी
me,
मजा
BBL
आएगा.
can
सच्ची
shoot,
बता रहा हूँ.
but eventually EDG will pick up.
Yeah,
Like
for
it,
sure.
like
They're
it.
so good at adapting. You see how they get themselves back into the game in this second half. Their defensive side especially was so solid over on Lotus, but now towards Ascent. So it's EDG's map pick,
Ascent
even
आएगा
though
अभी.
they've been banning it. But Ascent is a notoriously Turkish map. It's a map where the whole country seems to thrive through that, they have that pure aim, that firepower. You see it time and time
Turkey,
again. So
Turkey.
I think this becomes really hard to predict, and I do think that the idea of mental and composure is everything here.
Morgan, but this could be what we want. Okay, so
Okay,
Turkish
okay.
Valorant, right?
Yep, I'm there.
So they win Ascent, and then what do we get?
Sunset!
Exactly.
That's what we want to see,
There's a
people.
plan. You need to plan. You need to
Cute है रे, cute है.
All
about
right,
the sunset?
let's head on over on stage as they are getting ready for Agent Select. As again, before we toss into the match here, I want you both to pick one player to step up, right? It's all about earning things here. Nothing given, everything earned. Who's going to be the hero for each team?
Can we wait until we actually see the agent picks, because I want to know what is going to happen with the sub situation, and if they're going to playing in a different role.
That's true.
So for that, for the side of BBL, as I was saying, I think that I know that the one that didn't put up the numbers was Rose, but that's
Like
also
karo, chat, like
the
karo.
way that it is in EMEA, and he always says that he is just there to make everybody else shine, and with the players that he has, it's very easy to do something like that. To me, I kind of want to keep seeing the operator duel. I'm kind of really enjoying the Kang Lovers Rock, because none of them is scared of the other.
Oh, definitely
And I
not.
think Lovers Rock started so hot in that map one. He was consistently finding those openings down C with that operator, and you see it slowly come to a stop as Kang begins to activate. For me, on the side of BBL, if he's able to be consistent, he can do so much work for them, but he can't afford to fall off, or you start to see that composure, that experience from EDG. Ouch.
Composure, experience, and also the mental side of this. We always speak about how it's easier to
Let's go.
bounce back
Second map.
from a game where they just destroyed you, from a map where, as we said, they had everything in their favor, winning the 2 pistols, some
Chicho ने
crazy
stage
rounds,
लिया,
the ninja
Jamkan ने
defuse,
chamber
Ecos
लिया
and
है.
whatnot. So let's see where they are right now.
Yeah, I mean, we have the Agent Select coming through.
Oh,
but
chamber!
it's
Okay.
getting
Yeah.
spicy for
Yeah.
EDG.
And the
Kang on that chamber.
sage.
And I love the
Oh,
sage
I
here.
love this.
See, no, you asked me.
I love this
Do you
also.
want to see them
I
play standard,
love
or do you
this
want to
map.
see them get a little bit spicy with it? And they've done exactly that.
I
They're not
love
afraid.
this.
But on the side of
Chichon
BBL,
Sage, oh
Yeah.
god. Okay. Seriously,
सातों नहीं
I
खेल रहा,
want
नहीं,
this
सातों
to be
नहीं
an
खेल रहा.
absolute stump from EDG. I cannot believe that I am saying it.
अटैकिंग है
I
भाई
want them to
अपना
do this
EDG का.
for Roy right now with this composition. I want them to give them confidence to keep doing it throughout the tournament and to do it in China as well.
I will say it's going to be tough in this first half. They have to attack into Cypher deadlock without much to really be able to burst through. Not a lot, no verticality.
What's up, Anand मेरी जान? क्या हाल है? क्या हाल है?
So I think this first half is
देखा?
going to be crucial for that.
This
double
is
sense
the
of BBL to be
real
able to
things.
build up some numbers, put a real
एक दिन सपना देखा था वॉच पार्टी करना है लाइव स्ट्रीम अपनी चैनल पे, और आज देखो वो मौका आ चुका है. W कौन जीतेगा? कौन जीतेगा? वोट करे EDG या EDG W. भाई EDG ने क्या कमबैक मारा है अभी. मैं मैच देखता था कंपनी में, फटाक से ऑफिस से घर पे आया, सीधा स्ट्रीम करने बैठ गया. वो था कमबैक भाई. मेरे आते ही और 3
It's changing things up.
overtime
As you
हुए
said,
हैं.
it's been banned.
Just say,
Ascent has been
just say.
banned, and now showing up with something new that
लंबा stream जाएगा आज.
be prepared for it.
And it's also the change of
और
roles,
फिर
right?
अपन
Like we
kick पे
saw
live
Jenny
करेंगे
going in
VALORANT
the
का
race
gameplay.
on Lotus. Now
अपना
he's
rank
on the
push.
Omen, and it's going to be Signed, who's going to be going on that Phoenix. There's a lot of weight on his shoulders because we see that even though you have the chamber and whatnot, looking forward to what Cheech is going to be doing and how cheeky he's going to be getting with the Sage. Especially for them on the attack, will be to force the players from BBL outside of the site.
Like करो chat.
For that plan and then just play for the post ban. If you are EDG, you have a lot of tools to try and delay them. I want to know though, from that post ban, how aggressive.
आवाज सही है ना, सब कुछ सही है.
Here we go.
Quality सब कुछ सही है ना. Full quality पे मैं 2K display में देख रहा हूँ इसलिए आपको quality सही दिख रही होगी. 1-0-0. Sunset है इसके बाद. अभी EDG जीत जाएगा भाई, क्योंकि 7:30 बजे Paper X का मैच है.
It's time to get into this map number 2, Tom. If the first one was
Paper
anything
X का
to go
मैच है.
by, well, it was. I think we might be in for a long
Paper X और दूसरा
day.
कौन सा है?
But the Kuka said she wants to see a blowout for EDG, a one-sided affair from start to finish.
It's kind of mad that we have an EMEA traitor in the form of Big Time on the desk, and now
Paper X
and
and है अपना
conversion coming in, but we'll have to wait and
energy.
see. Obviously, I would still love to see a lot coming out, but it's Kankan already managing to get a couple of openers. Chichu finding another as well.
Paper X and energy का मैच है.
The entry
मजा आएगा.
in towards the site, but it seems like Kankan has them covered in the pistol.
Okay. Quality कैसे है? सही है ना?
Rock and Lloyd up with it all to
Okay.
do. Well, for anybody
जीत गया भाई ये
who does
राउंड.
want to see a blowout in
कम
favor
कम
of
पीछे
EDG,
जा रहा
this is the
है.
start we're looking for.
W पोजी
Kankan
W पोजी.
already sneaking up behind. It could
Yeah,
even be
yeah.
a knife kill being played it
Oman
up,
को
but
मारेगा पहले.
instead he's gonna
Yes,
grab
nice.
the easy one, confirm the kill, 3 under his belt already.
ये
And
अंदर
the
है.
Rock, with all to do, should be
W.
impossible and proves to
W
be
round, W round.
1-0 for EDG. And this pistol gives a lot of value to this EDG side. As you heard
one.
from
Like
Big
करें
Time
chat.
earlier on, this first half is going to be crucial for BBL, playing the
Yeah,
double sets.
EDG
You know,
गुस्सा है
we've
भाई.
seen over time, and things do change as different metas evolve, but I think especially with Deadlock, that double sentinel on the attack side isn't as weak as you would think. You're missing some pieces, sure, but when you do get onto the site, you can lock that down. You have a lot more flexibility in terms of the utility you have to stop floods, to stop early aggression
A
as well.
pick करेंगे, B
it
जाएंगे
definitely does
वापस
still
से.
have his benefit, but I do agree with him that this is the half where it has the most
Oh,
for most teams.
ये क्या है
I
भाई?
feel like that's going to be the case for both teams. It's like you're going to normally with a Phoenix, you'd expect it to be more attack-sided, but I think just having those contact flashes is really good. But then also you've got a
देख लिया
chamber and a Sage,
चैम्बर को,
but both of
चैम्बर को
which
देख
are
लिया. कंकर नहीं
always
देखा.
pretty deadly when it comes to that defensive side.
W पोजी है भाई. बोला था B जाएंगे. A फेक
Of
करेंगे.
course, this is an eco round. I can forgive it in an eco round. In fact, it might even be worth it happening now rather than any other time.
Oh,
Instead, he almost
W
gets a
भाई.
It's going to be a stronger weapon would have done the trick. Already though, getting towards
Yes,
that
yes.
tour de
Easy हो
force,
गया.
which is a pretty scary prospect, and another ult that's building up now is the
Mid से
running.
आएगा, mid से आ रहा है, mid से आ रहा है.
Of course, Concon is the one to make that play, a weaker weapon in play in the form of Marshall. A very clean
Nice.
round for EDG. But I
Nice.
understand, BBL in this round, you don't expect to see a player fishing for information like that because you're risking giving a weapon over, and often grouping up, taking that clump play is what works.
ये क्या मारा है भाई?
Concon
साइफर को
really sealed the deal without
1
any
pixel मारा है.
danger. Exposing his
1
teammates.
pixel
there.
मारा
Now,
भाई.
the formality out of the way. The first 2 rounds, a little bit more predictable, a little bit more standard, a little bit plain. But now the spice comes into the mix. A bye for both teams and a strong 3rd round for EDG. I mean, this is a bonus, sure, but they have credits and they've got pretty much a full bye here. McConcon already 5-0. A tour de force might not be far away. So for BBL, you need to be careful. That's a little over-aggressive, I thought, from Lover's Rock, but he does get out with 1.
Yeah, had the dash available. That's going to be enough to allow him to escape, and
कोई बात नहीं.
now the contact. I like the wall boost. It gives them an angle that you
Oh,
wouldn't normally have.
reload,
The spam
bhai.
damage has actually done a significant amount, and the Molotov's going to force Loiter into a move. Even still, though, both players still standing, and now
Stop
you
हो
have
गई है.
that barrier mesh put into play.
रोटेट करना चाहिए इनको.
Even still, though, a hefty amount of damage done onto those couple of players that definitely makes things a little bit
Rotate
more
करना चाहिए.
comfortable on that side of the map.
Oh, it's going to make this push a lot easier if BBL hadn't rotated so many players into position. That's the other problem. Now 4 standing by here with Rose covering the flank, and they will slowly walk away. They did make some noise. I think LaRock will have heard that. But often that's going to be a bait from the attack side to get you to push, to get you to peek, or to get you to rotate. Rose,
he has to get something.
There's 3 players on that catwalk. They're not even looking at him. It's
boy, sahab.
This has been a problem. He's been in good positions, but he's never been finding the kills, and because of that, they're going the other way. Now, the only danger is that they are a little low on time.
Nice,
they're going to get past all the utility before that's a problem, and also they've caught Loiter on the other side. This is an opportunity for a great start, especially with a lurking Kankan wrapping around the back, and the re-swing as well. A nice attempt from LaRock. But in the end, it doesn't even matter.
Great read from EDG. The second that they killed Rose, they realized, why would he be there?
Yeah.
It's because they've already rotated because we made so much noise. Instantly, they direct themselves towards B. What would have happened if he just stayed tucked, not even took a shot? They would have ran with 20 seconds left into a 4-man stack on a site that has a lot of choke points for those numbers to hold. That would have probably been a lost round for EDG, and a mistake there sends EDG miles into the lead. And a very low buy for BBL in this round. They're saving credits for the next. And a 4-0 for EDG is a terrifying prospect, especially with the second round being clean. They have a lot of credits built up, and if this is clean as well,
a lot of credits, no ultimates used yet because they didn't get to any of them, so now they're built up for this round, and there you go. Run it back just to try and send it through some of that utility. Early pick coming in. Oh dear, another opportunity, but not taken. Kreven's only going to get the 1, even still trading back into a slightly more even scenario. The they're just not checking. They're not checking. He lands a shot, but it barely does any damage, and the spams will be enough in the end. It's not clean. It's not pretty. It's not a round that to remember, but it is a round for EDG.
Yeah, I'm really glad they used that run it back to avoid any unnecessary damage taking place. Or, in other words, to avoid losing the round, because they didn't clear Kreven there. He should have even gotten more. And then Loida ends up landing a tag with the Bucky close range. This is very nearly a lost round, but hey, they had a lot of wiggle room to work with because they had a lot of credits built up. So the important thing for BBL there is, yes, they did damage. Yes, they kept the squad a bit more modest. But the downside is EDG don't really care. They can come into this round with a full buy. They can go into the next one with a full buy. They have a tour de force to work with as well. So not even investing into the operator, and still having that one-shot weapon on Concon.
Which one?
Exactly.
With him.
Sound दे दियो. Jenny ने sound दे दिया भाई.
LaRock, Annihilation is available, but it's picking a time to use it that will be more important. He's definitely slowed them down. I like the little aggression up the top, then use the Annihilation, tries to make it harder to break. Instead, he's spamming forward, and Rose will be the one to find the kill. Loiter in the corner has also done incredible work. And although it's taken them a little bit of time to get going, this one will be clean.
And you can see why this comp is so strong on the defensive side, or why Big Time was talking about how important this first half will be for BBL, or more so for EDG, because the second half will be a little easier, but pushing into this Senti comp should be tough. And here you see exactly why. You have a Cypher set up on B, you also have a push in B as well. And then that Deadlock utility not only helps on a main where they run out into a Sonic Sensor and get stunned, giving an easy tee up for Loida to slam dunk at home, and then on short as well, you have the net going through, the kill from the net, and then the ult, which also caught a player who was hit by the net. So when you're out of the ult, you can't move, and it's the easiest follow-up of their life.
B जाना
defense,
चाहिए.
you get that one, but a lot of that came off LaRock's setup, catching them off guard, and the ult being online.
Early bit of damage, but looking like
instant
a much more
ऐसे होना चाहिए
again, though.
Instant heal.
That sensor in an aggressive position and
मांगना पड़ेगा
executing onto it could cause an issue. Instead, they're going to try and utilize the Hunter's Fury to give them a little bit of extra space. The problem is, hasn't found anyone. They don't know what positions are cleared, and they do not clear LaRock. Another great start to the round. The net has actually caught 2 players as well, but he's just making sure they stay safe at this stage. A lot of early damage, and sure, there's a res available, but is there an opportunity to use it?
Look at where the bodies are. Not only are they behind the wall, but there's 3 players ready and waiting for that res to come through, or for another body to come through that
and
choke
mid
point.
is covered as well with the operator.
No risk of the rotate back, and then because they've got double Senti, not only do you have that Sentinel slowing you down on the A site, you have information for BBL. Nobody on the B site, but a camera and a trap waiting there. And yeah, it won't be ideal if EDG just walk in, break the trip and get a plant, but that's why they've got this man around. Lovers Rock realizes they have enough time now to have rotated, so he's set up and waiting for them.
Oh shish.
Hitting one here.
Lovers Rock को मारना पड़ेगा.
They also know that they're rotating this way. He still doesn't have any friends to play with at this point, but the TP to the back of site, he could just ignore it or at least try and wait out a little longer. His teammate in position, and he has done the work. A back-to-back flawless round from BBL. And this time, well, I'm a little happier to see that it was Lovers Rock on the other side of the map. No offense to Rose, but he's definitely been having some fairly devastating whiffs in this game so far. Lovers Rock, not so much. He's been having a
corners check नहीं कर रहे ना.
Like 20 rounds into the last map, Rose had only killed people who were looking the other way.
Corners check किए होते तो भाई हो
the
जाता.
other way, he still didn't get a kill.
I think it was about 50% conversion rate, so which includes going into the overtime. The run.
बोल रहा है भाई ये क्या कर रहा है भाई? Mid to B जाने का है या फिर B चले जाओ सीधा.
And sometimes he's hella clutch.
Sometimes the leaders call from behind.
नहीं, लेकिन ये लोग सुनते नहीं. ये जाने का है.
That's what he's up to for now. But we have seen it, like even going through the qualifier, Rose was dropping 20 like almost every map. It was definitely a standout for this squad, and that's the thing, right? BBL have a lot to fall back on.
अभी B का कॉल आएगा. Mid to B जाएंगे. A पे fake करेंगे.
All of these guys on the team are going to be in BCT, whether they qualify or whether they get picked up. We know it's going to happen. But people are like, oh, even if they make it, even if they get all the way through, Rose is going to be on the chopper block. He's old, he can't aim, and all these things. And then he showed us right away, even through that run, that wasn't what he was, that he had that extra gear to shift to. Yeah. Maybe we need to see that here today because it has been a slow day for him.
Yeah, I think as well. He's one of those people where a lot of people will focus on the IGL stats. I think if you're winning games, it's completely irrelevant. Like, the fact is, this squad has talked about being like a family.
का अल्टीमेट वर्जन ले लिया तूने. यस यस. उसका भी आएगा. उसका रील बनाना बाकी है.
The man who replaced quickly became a new member and adopted.
मैं जस्ट कल ही आया ट्रैवलिंग करके, तो उसका बनाना बाकी है.
Now a good couple of rounds, like not just okay. You're looking at scoreline 4-2.
Obviously, ultimate version में मेरे को मिल रहा है बहुत सारी skins.
And that sets you up.
अपन वही ले रहा है.
Rebuys, if you want the operator, you can have the operator. And I think for EDG, it's going to be fairly important that they break back quite quickly.
Standard edition में normal सा ही game है. Ultimate में बहुत सारे perks मिलते हैं.
On Con-Con's basically an extra rifle every round. Raz online for Chichu might bring Con-Con back, so that's an extra gun every round. And
so your strategy is basically pass the wheel.
B का कॉल है, देखा मैंने बोला भाई B का कॉल है.
Pass to.
Chamber mid से लड़क करेगा.
Okay.
Mid control लेगा मार्केट.
Okay. But I'm sure that is my
slow करेंगे. Reveal तोड़ना पड़ेगा.
Because it's not my strategy.
No, it's a
W.
It's a reference some people might get, some people might not.
I'm the latter of those.
Drone कर.
Can explain it to me for tomorrow.
अभी एक और एक है.
To start with, but there is a second one here, and this was the idea from Previn to.
हाँ, इंडियन में अल्टीमेट वर्जन वर्थित है क्योंकि इंडिया में सबसे चीप है. GTA 6 लोगों को स्टैंडर्ड वर्जन उतना का पड़ रहा जितना हमें अल्टीमेट. मतलब ओ भाई क्या मारा है भाई.
Oh my, okay, maybe the pistols are actually a benefit rather than
W बोला mid to B जाएंगे. Perfect call था मेरा.
The problem though is if they get
2v2
they can leave.
हो सकता है.
A res there, yeah, I was about to say that would just be sending that player into the wolves instead. Space is being taken. Kankan's retrieved the gun. The res is available, so maybe he could play a little bit more aggressively. He's been spotted rotating in towards that A side, but being
ultimate version is worth it यार.
Different story.
Standard version ठीक लगा मेरे को.
Plant to come through. Kankan goes down. Of course, you can't bring him right back. Yeah, they're split And all on the retake as well. Lovers Rock will take his time.
Exit track निकालने के लिए बैठा है भाई वो.
Hoping to catch an angle
Lovers Rock.
and find that shot with the op. His target right down below. It will be Con in hell that he's searching for. The barrel's being spotted. He knows now that there's one there. Kraven's trying to pull them out into the open, and he does a great job at that. Lovers Rock there for both of the final kills, but a big round from Kraven gave them this
बाकी
chance.
फॉरेन कंट्री में GT6 का स्टैंडर्ड वर्जन ही $80 का है, अराउंड 80K, और अल्टीमेट $100 अराउंड 10K. $90 का है और $70 का है स्टैंडर्ड. स्टैंडर्ड $70, अल्टीमेट $90. 80 क्या हो गया? सबसे चीप है साउथ कोरिया. सबसे ज्यादा चीप साउथ कोरिया में मिल रहा है भाई. साउथ कोरिया जाना चाहिए. इंडिया के लिए अल्टीमेट वर्जन इज द बेस्ट चॉइस. मेरे ख्याल से वही बेस्ट चॉइस है. अभी तक बहुत देर है. कितना है? 4 महीने अभी.
What we've seen so far is exactly as Big Time said. You know, I'm starting to think he might know a thing or two about Valorant, but I'm not too sure yet. He said
just
that
not about food.
Nothing
about food.
No, absolutely not. Although,
no.
Ask that man about a fruit platter, and he'll tell you a thing or two.
He is an expert. He is a big fan.
Intimately familiar with that.
Yes.
But he said that the double sentinel composition was going to be key for BBL. Key. Well, let's put it this way. It's the key for BBL, and it's the lock that EDG have to break. And when it comes to this defensive side, when it comes to the rounds BBL have put up, all 3 come off the back of that. Kraven, not so much with the utility. No more him popping off.
It's a bit of a stretch.
But him playing the anchor is the reason that he's over there. Even when there were numbers, even when they dealt with those first few players, he was still there.
What was the first blood of the round?
I don't remember.
It was one of the Sentinels getting caught out by their own utility and being shot in the head.
Oh, the wall.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's the other thing we got to talk about. You throw the wall there. Okay, maybe you're trying to clear there could be a guy in the corner. I mean, he's going to break.
Technical pause. बोलना है tech pause.
Give that away in a moment. He's not going to sit there for 40 seconds. Why did he go walkabouts? Why did you walk towards? That's like you throw the wall, rotate, and now we've got info for a bit. But that was a different approach up against an eco, and I honestly think he got exactly what he deserved.
Well, for now at least, EDG do still
like करें chat, जितने भी लोग देख रहे हैं like करें.
You're starting to see, as you sort of alluding to, the terrifying prospect of what this composition can do on the defense. The
क्या चिल मार के बैठा है भाई वो. कौन कुछ हुआ है नहीं, फर्क नहीं, ऐसे पड़ा है भाई.
Even just again, like seeing that impact from Lovers Rock, it makes me quite happy, because I think we talk about the pressure put onto players to perform immediately.
ये लोग मेरी स्टाइल कॉपी कर रहे हैं भाई.
He had to sort of reinvent himself a little bit. He was one of the
best,
definitely within EMEA, maybe even the world, on that agent, and it became almost his character. Like, he had to keep going in that direction, and when it got nerfed to the point where it didn't have that same effect, he's had to change, and that has definitely taken some time. We saw some vulnerable performances when it came to the EMEA stage, but he started to get better towards the end, and I think we're seeing that leaning even more so into the operator, and especially on the defensive side, I think he's a force to be reckoned with.
Nice little angle as we saw the boys get ready to get back into the game. EDG setting their seats up, gave that same aura as like the Space Marines suiting up. And this could be a big battle for EDG. It's been a struggle up against this defensive side the last 3 rounds. A lot. Oh my goodness. A lot of control for BBL in the passive plays. They've walked out with the operator. Lovers Rock finds one, and he's scot-free out of there. If he goes now, that's a beautiful start to this round when so much of it has been about sitting back and waiting.
No smokes.
Now they take it to them.
Okay, they got smokes again.
Yeah.
Rez baited out, but no control gain. Normally you might send a player in, they get traded.
W.
Res them, you have an advantage. In this case, no advantage whatsoever, other than the fact that you really need your smokes. And more so far, been a rough map for Gianni. He was looking very good in the previous. Oh, but this is a different task. And Lloyd has gone walkabouts as well. This is almost becoming disrespectful. Walking up behind. Lovers Rock also then finds another pick. The remaining 2 are in some serious trouble. I think the net finishing his prey.
A very different face after that timeout, the breather that we had a moment ago. Of course, it wasn't a strategic conversation with the coaches. But this is the read the players had.
भाई दो ले लिया
A
वो
little bit more aggressive.
लोइटा
Get back to how we like to play
दो
the
ले
game.
लिया
And as I said, after finding
टाइम आउट
3 rounds in a row,
दूसरा टाइम आउट ले लिया भाई अटैकिंग में
I
ही
don't
दूसरा
think
टाइम आउट
EDG saw that one coming. And after the first bit of aggression, I don't think they saw that second one
चिल्ला रहा
coming.
होगा कि भाई बोल रहा हूँ कि मिड टू बी जाना है मिड पे फेक करना है ठीक है मिड पे
They did
कंट्रोल
take
लो
one in overtime.
Okay.
I
बी जाओ
believe
बी पे
it
फेक्स
could
निकालो
have been because
इजी
they get them back in OT, so it could have been BBL again.
Yeah,
You're right.
I think we
I'm
didn't
not
see that
certain.
one. We definitely saw like 2 from the BBL side. But
During
even when they were
regulation,
very
we saw
far
2,
down,
yeah.
I don't think EDG took a single one. But after losing 4 rounds in a row, I think it's also just the manner which they're losing.
Logitech
Right?
का mouse
Losing
है भाई।
picks to the
20,000
operator,
का mouse।
irritating, using a res to get it back,
$200
irritating,
का।
and then being full flanked, like a player managing to push all the way up A. That's a problem. And it seems like what's happening right now from the BBL side is they're doing a good job of disrupting whatever play the attackers want to make. Like, okay, you have a plan to do this, well, now you've lost a player, and you're trying to react to me rather than going in with your own plan. So we'll see if they're going to manage to fix that. Of course, again, weaponry is going to be a bit more of an issue in this round, and they don't have any ultimates to play with, bar if they can get an extra orb for signed.
This is a nice spot.
बीबी मिड टू बी लेकिन कंकन को जाना चाहिए था
Barriers
मिड
up again
कोई
after the
बात
timeout. Round number 9. Someone that to take
गलत
the
है
lead. Lovers Rock not going to hit the shot to start with. It going back in. Flash. Well
नाइस
done for
नाइस
Sign
He's
to at
going
least get
again.
them around that corner.
W.
But this Madman is going in.
W.
for 4.
Too much.
Yeah, a little bit too much.
It's
He's
an eco,
punished
bro.
massively. This is
बोला मिड
against
कंट्रोल लो
it's against pistols.
W मेरा कॉल सुन रहे ये लोग
Close rows if you're a madman. They
अरे
flank again. What is happening in this game? BBL need to tighten up the gameplay. They've done pushing on
W
short
नाइस नाइस
against an eco. They're making every cardinal sin, every mistake in the book. 3 versus 5 now. Weapons recovered for EDG. Run it back online, and Jenny's probably about to just.
ओह
To bad. Never mind.
कोई बात
He's at
नहीं
least
कोई बात नहीं
going to
कोई
be
बात
dealt
हो
with, but
जाएगा
still the advantage for the defense when they shouldn't have had anything to say about this round.
Oh dear.
W
And that leaves Creven on this site alone, under serious pressure, being rounded on by the ultimate, and he goes for the play
ये
behind,
हो
hoping
गया
that maybe the
हो गया
second fades.
क्लच है
I don't
क्लच है
mind his target selection, but I do mind just about everything else in the round.
अब
I think
ब्रेक
he even
करने आया है
realized I'm going to get traded here no matter what.
I
So
might as well
I might as well
kill
kill
a
a guy
guy.
that won't come back.
Ooh,
Like,
ooh,
it makes
ooh.
sense. It's the right call. But yeah, this, I think just call
W.
timeout if you're BDL.
टाइम आउट आएगा
What the hell
या
was that?
बीबीएल का टाइम आउट आएगा जी हाँ
Triple,
बीबीएल
I
का टाइम
can't
आउट
believe a triple peak.
Well, also
three players,
the third
but
one,
3 peaks back to back.
if okay, I still don't like it.
भाई
but
क्या
if he
राउंड
was
निकला है
full HP and
Yes.
he goes for the third one, I'm like, that was silly.
But he had his dash on, so he was like, screw it.
he had 45 HP, I
Yeah.
think, when he goes for that swing. I'm like, hey, you get body shot out of the round. Like that's crazy.
To
To
do
try and
that,
attempt
Crazy
it.
to
भाई
then push short as a response after to also leave the
अभी
space
BBL
during
का आ
the
रहा
fight
है
for a mid flank to then push short. It's actually the short push is probably just the right play in response to everything else. He just
ओ
lost
ओ
the fight.
पता है उसको
Did he see the scope? I know he did.
अरे 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 अरे
Okay, well,
Yeah.
that looked like a really cool play.
W.
It hasn't worked.
He got the
Trading.
kill.
Jenny's just traded himself.
बच जाएगा बच जाएगा बच
Not so
जाएगा
much, but he pulled back from
ये
what would have been the dead. In a 3 versus 2 setup. That was a crazy opening from BBL to go aggressive like that in B main. The cloudburst blocking the op, and yet they find nothing for it except a disadvantage in the end. This time, early aggression favoring EDG.
मिड कंट्रोल लो
And now
गलती
EDG
मत
just
करो
sitting
सेम
back.
गलती दोबारा नहीं
They
करने का
have the advantage. They have the spike.
Always mid
There's
control,
no
bhai.
need for them to overthink this. And as time ticks on, the chances of them walking into an open site or 3v1 continue to increase.
Plenty of time to play with. Like this. Creven, though. The odds of you winning a 3v1 on the site, very low. Maybe not for him, but very low. Whereas, grouping up and playing it together, that makes things at least a little bit more interesting. Steps will be heard.
यही जा सकते हैं
Rose at
लोग
the back of the site. Teammate just
मरा
eating for the push, and it seems like nobody was watching it, but do they still expect Rose to be here? They absolutely do not! And that's
बोला
where the
भाई, ये
ATL
जाना
can strike
चाहिए था
again.
यार।
We talk about him getting kills when the players' backs are turned, but hey, he has to put himself in those positions.
Exactly. He keeps getting his way behind them, so you can't really fault the guy for it. A wild attempt here. just doesn't work out, at least to start with, because BBL want B main aggression for 2 reasons. One, to kill them, to fight them. And 2, if they're not there, if they're close by, if they're in mid, they'll go scurry into the A site when they hear all that noise, and they'll go into not just your Cypher setup, but your Deadlock setup as well. They had both Sentinels positioned there with full utility online.
Let's play.
Instead, EDG met them on the push. Found success.
अरे भाई साहब क्या combo है भाई.
Rose. You'll love to see it. And the Phoenix down and out already. This is the only duelist that EDG have. We talked about their inability to get up and over some of these traps to get by them, and now your ability to fight through them massively nerfed.
निकाल दे जी कंकन निकाल ले भाई.
The tour de force available. EP just going towards the switch, but almost used as a bit of a bait. A lot of players are known to be here at this point. And it's the jump across. I like the attempt. Not quite quick enough.
Nobody
over the top. The wall has definitely been seen. They know that they're trying to play peekaboo around the window, but Pichu hasn't dropped off. He is still waiting just to see if he can find a pick.
A जाना चाहिए.
Brock's just walled short.
Mid control लेके A जा.
Walk up on
Mid control लेके A जाना चाहिए.
The wall's there, and Konkon's going to go exploring it.
Pichu goes again. It's like the 5th pick over the top of the wall, and Loito was just sat there looking at the window like the
अरे
whole
A
round.
जाना
I
चाहिए
know
था
you're up
भाई.
there.
Oh, they've turned away at the wrong moment. Lloyd has been caught with his knife out. The smoke up for Rose. If he walks through this, the timing would be crucial.
Close.
Konkon's being so patient. The trap thrown down. It's Rose's time to go, and there we go. Striking from behind again. Rose just keeps on doing it.
बोला ये चले जाता भाई. जेनी के पास अल्ट था.
Like that was just well played. He hears the trap. He goes, okay, well, no one's going to be looking at this now, so I'm going to run through. But even if he died, there was enough time that his teammate would be able to deny the spike anyway.
It's the fact that he waited because he knows it has an activation time. So when you throw it down, you're often going to wait a second to be like, does anyone push? No, okay, I can go. And then he comes out just as it's activated. It started to tag him, and he stepped through the smoke and took his kill just in time. Great play by Rose. Smart player. And that's the thing. See him hit these heights quite often. For BBL, early aggression on A main. The drone's going to be broken by the first man, and now the op just posts on the angle. It should be good night and sweet dreams to Konkon, and that it will be.
He's been the major danger. Teacher's gone a bit quiet. And a 7-5 half looking.
ये round big 7-5 guys.
4-0 down. This has been an impressive recovery. But as
ये लोग से ये नहीं हो पाएगा.
Struggled on the attack side of this map. It definitely won't be a death sentence by any stretch of the imagination.
A weak ADG का.
Maybe just a little bit. If he had lost that fight, I might have left.
बोला 7-5.
Nobody. Well, we saw a 1v5 earlier today. Unfortunately, he is on the attack. And he has 45 seconds.
बोला भाई मिड कंट्रोल लेके बी जाने का. Always mid control लेने का.
Note to any here, not really going to be beneficial to save at this point. You know, you keep the gun, you keep the credits, but
keep
then
the KD.
KD, yeah. Swap halves and it.
दो लोग बैठे up or down करके. Streak पे
carries on. Well, his slow pace has avoided the net at least, but there are 4 players between Nobody and the A side. And there will still be 4 players when he falls. 7-5 at the half. A big recovery from
Comeback करना पड़ेगा अभी फिर
But
से.
this is why when we saw those first, like the 3rd round especially, go the way of EDG, we're like, this is a danger. Because they've already built up a lot of runway, and with just a little bit more chiseling away, they've ended up in a pretty reasonable position. I think this half overall, at least from their camp, is going to be looked at in a positive light.
Yeah, I think it's more just the mana. Like, if you go, okay, you're going to get 5 rounds on your attack side with this composition, they go, yeah, all right, that's not too bad. I'll take it. If you go, you're going to win the first 4, and then from then onwards only get 1.
बाकी सारे हारे
maybe not so much. I think I'd be a little bit disappointed that they didn't at least level up at the half, but I think for the side
उनका mid to B हो रहा
this
था.
is the
B
bare
control
minimum,
ले
but
रहे
I've
थे.
never really been convinced by their attack
फिर
side.
पता
Look
नहीं
at them
उनको
when
क्या
they're,
सोचा भाई A पे जा रहा है, A पे जा रहा है.
versus Na'Vi. A 9-3 defensive half. They then lose the attack.
A पे क्यों जाना है भाई? Mid control लो, pizza control लो. B घुसो ना जिराफ से.
Heretics. You get a 9-3 defensive side half, and then you lose the next half 3-9, lose in overtime. So their attack sides in recent form have been weak on this map.
Corner set नहीं
up
किए भाई हम लोगों
against
ने.
the Sage and the Chamber of Kankan, who is hitting, it's going to be much harder going into the second.
बाहर से क्यों रिवील डालना है? पता है ऑपरेटर रहेगा. ऊपर से डाल लेता
This is
फिर.
where EDG find a whole lot more of an upside. For BBL, like we said, a 7-5, sure, it's a strong position.
क्रेजी मारा लेकिन BBL ने क्रेजी कमबैक किया बे.
BBL have their drawbacks.
4-0 से कमबैक किया सीधा 7-5 पे का भाई गेम.
So when we get into that second half, going to keep your eye out.
और फिर ये देखो ये जो मरा है साइन
He's been having so far.
गलत है
Chance on
भाई.
the attack side to slip behind them perhaps a little bit more than we saw here. Although that is hard to imagine. I very much enjoyed seeing him on this map, especially contrasted to the previous.
I think now though that you go into
अभी
this
comeback
attack
करना
side
पड़ेगा
and Lovers Rock
EDG को.
becomes a pinnacle part for the side of BBL.
Kankan
because he
को
needs to be
मारना
getting
पड़ेगा.
the sort of entries in towards the site. Like they don't have a lot really to set him up. Post plant, beautiful stuff. Like they've got so much available to them in post plant.
ये लोग यही
It
जा
is
रहे
quite
हैं.
difficult, almost like the old school Jet, where it's like dash in, throw a smoke, try and kill someone. If not, hopefully get traded. That's the plan.
भाई ये लोग होल्ड करके बैठे भाई.
Defensive side, not holding any sight. Instead, looking for a mid battle. Yeah, in the same boat, but showing a lot of patience. So much so that EDG will have to reset hold extremities. Of course, they're allowed to do this.
ये भी
because
मेरी
there's a
control ले
sage
रहे हैं.
wall inside B main and a chamber trap covering A main. So if this was a quick push on the extremities, they'd have the info and they could instantly get behind them.
अरे क्यों पिक ले?
Pick up though by Lovers Rock.
Yeah, that was an
By
attempt from
Kankan.
Kankan to avoid the drone. He avoided the drone, but got shot in the face by the player expecting him to do
ड्रोन already किया पूरा.
it. Or timing is going to be everything.
And
It's a quick trade.
एक
I
पिक
think for
निकला.
BBL,
Nice
that's
nice.
okay. Keep the man advantage alive.
3v
And now
बनता है, एक
they
पिक
head
निकला
into the
उसने.
site of Gianni.
जेनी निकल सकता है.
That he is.
ओ गया.
Paranoia, that's great. Too caught by it, but of course it's a narrow laneway. The Rock just spams away, taking it with ease, finding the plant, leaving nobody in Chichu. Other side of the map, miles away. And they're going to be delayed even further. If they decide to come in through heaven, there's a wall waiting for them there. You just saw LaRock throw that up. They shift contact
दो
up.
पिक्स निकाल देना हो जाएगा.
Clock is going to bleed quicker.
भाई लारोक क्या खेलता है लेकिन डेडलॉक.
This is the problem. Like, even in a pistol round where
उसकी
you
जो
don't
टाइमिंग
normally have
रहती है
all the
भाई
utility,
क्रेजी टाइमिंग रहती है.
it's just so much time bought. The
ये
net
देखो.
is going to do the same. They have to take the
भाई
time to
crazy
remove it.
timing बंदे
Paranoia
की.
then does the same. And it is just easy pickings in the post plant. An opportunity maybe, but no. It is LaRock who's going to be able to get 4 kills.
भाई
And
LaRock
that's so much
खेलता है
more
भाई.
important than you might realize, because one of the few real entry tactics they have
भाई
is
अकेला
the
खेलता है
annihilation.
भाई इनमें
That
से.
ultimate is so
Crazy.
irritating to play against, because say you're a sentinel, say you're playing a passive position, there are so many, especially because you can bounce it, you can bounce around the Jenny, maybe clear another spot at the same time, and if you get someone, it's going to be very awkward to try and fight to get them safe.
But it's
उसका
just so
timing
much
crazy
better
रहता
on
है
the
लारोक
attack,
का.
I feel like. At least
Yeah.
thinking of all the times we've seen it used. If you use it on the defense, what are the chances that guy's alone? It's so rare. Always there's someone there to shoot it. And yeah,
Yeah.
you can follow up on the kill afterwards, of course. That's a different thing entirely. But when you come to this half, who's going to be with you? Maybe one guy. And while you're breaking them out, everyone's rushing you. So it is a really good tip of the spear.
Crazy, crazy.
They've lost the duel to a classic, which isn't a great start, but that was one of the pistols, of which there is another.
ओए भाई साहब crazy भाई.
He definitely didn't expect it to be stood in the open.
ओपन में ढके थ्रोन कर रहा था भाई वो.
Shocked her when he saw him. He saw him and then went, "Hold on, I can get this."
No
guy."
बड़े भाई जो बचा है.
Old-fashioned medieval style. What the hell?
No बड़ी जो
Well, that's
बचा है
not
भाई
worked out, has
साहब.
it?
Crazy
As
भाई.
well, nobody went from 10 HP
You know what
and
that
dead
is?
to
Rose is a man of honor.
If they lose this round, man.
I will not
If
kill him
nobody
while
gets
he's
a
in my drone.
4K and wins this
He
round.
got healed as well, so he's not
Yeah.
even low anymore. That's tickled me. That's tickled me a lot.
नहीं
Jenny's now going to get rid of Loiter. LaRock still going strong. Spams through, doing a lot of damage.
Oh,
But
भाई, क्या
nobody's still
बचा है?
standing. Another shock time.
Double.
He gets Rose.
Enemy kill.
Oh, the free kill. Not so free.
बी जाएंगे
There
बी
is
जाएंगे
15
पक्के बी जाएंगे टाइम नहीं है लेकिन
Can they make it? 12 from market, maybe just about 10. Yeah. They're good.
yes
Down to the second, but it works. Nice cross
They're
coverage
both
by
low as
Lover's
well.
Rock. Yeah, that's why he needs that kill. And even getting aggressive. I don't mind it that much, but the timing is awful. Nobody had just slipped past the angle. The Rock
साथ में जाओ
this is
भाई
still
साथ में जाओ
winnable. This is still doable. But he's so low. 50 HP effective. Doesn't take a tag there at least. Still not going to pop that over. But here it is. Sonic Sensor finds one. There's one eaten by the ultimate and the spray.
let's go
20 HP left unsigned, but it's enough.
let him die. Just let him die.
We good. We good.
You should have died earlier, bro. Like, come on. You're looking to be alive. I need to defeat.
3 बार बचा है भाई वो
He had so much time.
Don't show the rose one, please. Please don't show the rose one. I just don't. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
ये मार बचा सकता था भाई nobody को
See you later, bro. He's giving him the orb. Give him the orb. Giving him the orb.
guns मिल जाते भाई
Yeah, look, and because of that,
nobody's 2 away.
Two away.
Could have given
Good orb management.
Yes. Phenomenal.
Could have had a gun, but
yeah, the credits are a bit
और
low,
मिल जाता
actually.
है हाँ रे मरता है और मिलता है
Rose. I hate that you also spoke it into existence. He didn't quite get. I think you said 4K. He ended up with 3, but nobody was definitely the difference maker.
W
Very nice. Okay, a molly kill early on. And
W
but
बोल रहा हूँ लारो क्या मार रहा है भाई
He's still hitting on this attack side half.
Those are weapons recovered now. 2 rifles in the hands of these attackers. And a push up into window. Lover's Rock. It's a little long on the first, but he's left
Again,
nobody desperately low. 1 away from a Hunter's Fury. Heal at least can come through in a while. Now it's needed by
W.
Chichu's just swung out. 58 HP and a heal. Priming in his back pocket. But he didn't care. He took the risk, and well, it's almost
Nobody
paid
को
off.
देना चाहिए.
One more man to deal with. Look at this from Nobody and Chichu.
nice.
Backing out. The flank here could have been deadly, but instead, they're the ones with the surprise position. LaRock might think that they've fully left, but they are standing close by, ready to pounce. Soon as he tries to plant, seems like LaRock is just... In fact, he's taken so long that they now second guess whether he's even...
Oh shush
That's just changed.
They'll hear him. They'll know.
nobody
He's
को
giving
मिल
himself
गया
a little
W
bit more of an opportunity. The net is going to land as well, so slows them down at least a little bit. Gives him additional information. Looking to try and wrap back round behind. Nobody's aware. Doesn't quite connect the shots.
1
He's
oh
managed to get rid of another. Leaves it down to 1 versus 1. Him versus nobody. And he finds the shot
भाई
again.
साहब क्या मारा है भाई
Fire as it stands. And he is dragging BBL through these rounds.
Yeah, he started that with a sheriff. 2 players pushing him in a smoke. And he finds both blinded as well.
भाई 4K निकाला है बंदे ने
My first one hadn't got a clue. Just saw the kill feed light up. To win this out in the end as well. Yeah, Chichu was quite low and probably shouldn't have ran there without his teammate.
4K
It was a
निकाला है भाई
mistake, a
लारो
silly
कुछ
one.
भी भाई साहब
But especially with LaRock, 14 HP.
Rose 22 and 8.
Expect that to be how it went. Now, BBL stepping inch by inch closer to a map 3. Would have been a 2-0 that they're encroaching on. For a round away.
अबे करो भाई क्या कर रहे हो
Facing off against pistols, this should be double digits. Had it for BBL on the last map, and they won round that just as dangerous when they have pistols. Say the same thing for EDG, and with a run it back in Hunter's Fury. Nowhere to run! Right away. Oh my... Nobody's picked up 2. The Hunter's Fury down through A main. Sent BBL now to a 3 versus 5. The rifles dealt with, and it's going to be a late push up by the defense to recover those weapons. Ult through for LaRock. Hasn't found a target just yet, and when he does, it is the ult that's caught. So if they can break him out, great. If not, he's going to come back, but look who's sitting, patiently waiting. Beautiful play for LaRock.
Managing to do so much for this team. As said, dragging them, kicking and screaming and going for the ace! Back to back! That is 9 kills in 2 rounds. This guy was spoken about so much in his tier 2 come up. But now, he is dominating in this server.
Especially considering it started with a Hunter's Fury picking off 2, leaving weapons to be recovered as well. LaRock catches it with the ultimate, steps in, kills the teammate, waits for the ult, and finishes out with all 5. A generational play from this man. 15 is the highest kills on the server, except for him, who's on 27 on the deadlock. Not someone you expect to see drop in the 30. He is someone, but not an agent that you expect to see drop in the 30.
Nice.
Although, maybe he won't. Lovers Rock and Kraven already down. That's a big start for EDG. Remember, the last round was an eco. And a res online as well. There's plenty of safety nets for this defense.
To be honest, though, I'm looking at... Oh, Rose getting one. But also, LaRock still standing. Rose okay, maybe an unexpected hero in this round. He's been having a bit of a rough game. To bring it back, even once again, re-aggressing with his teammate. Rose has been spotted, looking to almost beat the hero on his own in this round.
W4K. Genie net 4K nikala bhai.
For him now, it seems like we're just creating a highlight montage.
Yeah, it very much does. Whose turn is it next? What a play by Jenny. As you said, he had been a little quieter compared to that previous map, but
yeah.
Oh, that's one way to wake up. You think about last map, nobody found a clutch, and all of a sudden he was playing the game again, found his rhythm. It'll be the same for Jenny. 3 rounds behind. But on the defensive side, you know, finding your footing. We saw it from BBL, 4-0 down, and then they dominate. Once they crack the code. This is dangerous, but a TP at least available to get out of there. Never mind. Goncon's been deleted right away. Overstayed is welcome.
Yeah, I'm surprised. It's almost like the opposite of what we're talking about with kind of expect him to struggle a little bit more on the attack. I expect to see a lot more.
Rotation देखो भाई.
From Kankan on this defense, but let's be real, he's been missing.
Wyatt here, he'll be brought back into the round, given a second chance, a second lease of life. The B site, I was going to say given up. Jenny has taken the TP from the shadows straight to the B site. Sat on the back, he's going to be caught immediately. He was shot, caught by a drone, hit by an ult as well from LaRock.
Yeah.
Couldn't even make it into the cocoon because they took him out so quickly. A 5 versus 4 now, and the retake needed for EDG.
Crazy ho raha hai bhai.
Sit them right back down. After a big round from Gianni already, the swing coming back through, clearing back, but Loiter adds another to the pile. Nobody's at least done well. Bladestorm and the Judge are definitely going to be difficult to break through, but that time has been ticking now.
Time nahi hai.
Still 4 players within this site, and maybe EDG can make this a very costly round by locking them in, but I don't think BBL are really going to care that much. They've got some spare credits they could still purchase, and it's actually more damning if the defense were to lose all their weapons instead, though. Nobody cleaning up alongside Loiter for the other side. And an 11th round now for BBL, and everybody goes down on EDG. I'll be honest, I don't think that was worth it.
No, maybe not. I mean, it looked damn close to being a clean and clinical closeout. They could have had all 3 players left alive with nobody having that quick 3K. But Loiter just did a little bit too much at the end. Kept Phoenix in position, stopped that rotate through market, so he's got to go through main, and instead, because he doesn't have the time, he's caught by the spike. Big damage done. G struggling now. A couple orbs found. Nobody, still 3 away from the Hunter's Fury, and there's not really any positive to write home about for this defense. Yes, the AWP and Concon's hands, but he's been slow. He's not been hitting the way that we know he can.
To see that super.
Oh, भाई miss कैसे हो गया?
Moved and shot at the same time there. Very uncharacteristic.
Oh. Trying to slow them down on the other side. Khan has to escape. Nobody's getting shock darted into oblivion. He's almost dead off that. And now Chichu under pressure. And well, he's at least had a teammate save him. Healed back up at least a little bit. Loiter's done well once again. Khan's found absolutely nothing, and Chichu becomes the man who has to deal the damage, and it is only the one. A flash here, not going to hold any value with still being walled off. With a long rotation coming back. Look at the gun Jenny has as well. That is not the gun you want in a retake.
Well, unless you break that door and catch a guy up close, completely unaware. Kraven is here, patiently waiting. And now he's been spotted. This is a little bit dangerous. Dodges the flash up close, though. Great work, and Loida comes through to help out. LaRock as well. Yeah, they realized Kraven's in danger, and they came to his aid.
Third map is loading.
Did that flash
Third map is loading, guys.
I'm thinking now that I see the screen get slightly blinded. It might have went behind him, or it might have stayed in the smoke. I think it might have stayed in the smoke.
Yeah, that was my thought process as well, because I'm not sure Loiter did touch that at all. I
thought he stepped close enough that it went behind him, but yeah, now seeing it again, I don't think he even got blinded temporarily.
No.
Or partially.
And
so.
I do think that Signed did get blinded, which seems impossible. Unless it was still in the smoke. But, you know, only partially blinded. I think you could still see as he came out. Lover's Rock, though.
Oh.
This map has delivered on the side of BBL. We said that they might struggle when it comes to this attack side. It's been anything but. LaRock is having one of those performances once again. This is a man that, if you are a fan of BBL, you're probably a fan of LaRock. And if you don't like BBL, you probably hate LaRock because he is horrible to play against. Well, already waiting, even just taking the flash.
Nice,
this one did land.
Oh, he's under pressure.
Oh, nice.
He's delivering the super sub for 2. They've got a 5-round lead, though. You can see BBL are feeling
they
a
definitely
little
didn't
too
choke one
confident.
of those in the last map.
Yeah, it's not like EDG have been streaking around, so why not? Give them one. See what happens. Make it interesting for the viewers at home. Now, it's a little brazen for sure, especially against the low buy. I mean, just straight up a mistake, but wanted to close it with style. And now, hard work, sweat and tears to get them across this line in round 20.
EP potentially being set up. Wall has gone down, and that leaves already getting caught up. Of course, has the heal, but it's not going to save him too much. He's also been pinged. Well, that makes it a lot easier. An opener into the site. Loiter taking some close ground, and with the weaponry still in favor of this attack side, they're going to re-aggress alongside the ultimate. It is a slam dunk for BBL, who will take map number 2. Both teams winning their map choice.
Yeah, we got to say...
opponents, I should say.
We got to say sorry to anybody out there who was hoping to see a blowout in favor of EDG. All of the traders put in their place from EMEA. And now, BBL have a chance to take this 2-1. They've got another opportunity, but this is almost tragic, Tom. Sunset feels like a strong position for EDG, and when you consider how things went in map 1, this could have been over already. But now, it's all the way to the 3rd map, isn't it, Degon?
That's right, it is, Mitch, as BBL find their form at the right time, battle back, and as Tom said, it has been wins on the opponent's map choice, which has been so fascinating here, given how much form EDG had coming on into the current map rotation, as we bring back our analyst, Kukuka, and Big Time. And y'all, you talked about it. This is a Turkish-made map here on Ascent. BBL held up to that expectation.
Yeah, I mean, we had questions, right? EDG picking a map that they've previously been banning. So whenever a team does that, you have to ask the question, are you actually that well prepared on this map where you just kind of scrim demons a little bit? And this is what it felt like. They come in with this kind of interesting looking comp, you have to say. It's something new and something different, but I don't think they were really fully prepared for what BBL were doing, and it felt like they were always behind the 8-ball a little bit.
I also think that for this side of EDG, if you think that you're playing in with a sub, you are not very sure of your chances, that can also be a way to prepare yourself for when you try. Now, Ascent is a very important map and is the kind of one that you want to get some reps on. In this kind of situations, do happen often.
No,
Yeah.
They definitely do not. As, again, a huge victory here for BBL, the third qualifying team out of the EMEA region, taking down the most recent third-place finisher at Masters London. And when we think about the gameplay here for EDG, we talked so much, and you always have to, with EDG, about Kung Kung, who started off hot here, but then cooled off.
Yeah, I think it was 7 kills in the first 3 rounds and then slowed down dramatically. I mean, I think when you look at this first half in general, it was 7-5, but that's not counting the fact that EDG got a pistol and a bonus. Yeah. Really, they were massively outplayed on this half. They found it hard to attack into that double sentinel, especially without a jet or a raise, something to help break past these lines of defense.
Third map is loading.
Stuck static.
Third map is loading, guys.
Wants to be doing.
Yeah.
I love to see also that LaRock is always putting himself in a situation where he might not be fully comfortable, and I like to see him play in the deadlock, but you also need to think about the comfort of the rest of the players. You see the Rose with the Sova and the impact that he can have in scouting those plays, especially something that we saw in the attack in that second half. But the same goes for Kreven. When he's on the defense and he's with the Cypher, he's in his comfort zone. So as we said, yes, it started off with a 4-0 deficit for them, but they bounced back immediately, 7-5 at the end of the half, and then closing the map like that.
Yeah, let's take a look at the highlights from that last descent. That brought us to 1-1. As they've all said, it was a hot start here for EDG. BBL battled back, pushed it to 7-5, and really never felt like EDG got their footing in the second half.
Yeah, starting off, as we're saying, super strong. Kankan, as you were saying, Morgan getting this first kills. Honestly, props to Signed as well. Like, playing a Phoenix in this map against people that shoot this hard must not be easy at all. But to me, again, I have to keep highlighting LaRock. This is such a risky thing that they do, because in so many occasions, it is at the cost of how incredibly good he is. It is good to see that he can have a performance where he can put a 29-11 because you are LaRock. He's done it with so many agents in so many other maps, but at some point, it ends up taking a toll, because only one person can be proficient with every agent, and that player is in Paper X. For now.
Hopefully, but I mean, I think for me, this game really is just a story of EDG overcooking a little bit. You know, I respect trying to be able to pick your permaban. It gives you tremendous flexibility. So I think BBL would have been very surprised to have to play this Ascent, but ultimately, to me, I just didn't feel like EDG were well prepared enough for everything that BBL were able to bring. And in that second half especially, BBL should struggle on attack a little more with that Cypher deadlock.
You think so, yeah?
It's, you know, it can be good in that post plant, but it's hard to get into them against a team that in theory should be able to stop you. They should have the chamber on a line, they should have Sage Slows in your face, and EDG just weren't able to find the answer.
Do you remember I was telling you about, Rose in map 1 not putting in the numbers, and this is something that happens a lot. Think about the mid-round calls that we were seeing throughout that attack, the rotations, the change of plans right in the middle of the round to have the effect on your opponents. All of those, most of those must be coming in from Rose. We hear here a lot of screaming coming in from BBL, and you can tell that they're giving their everything.
Yeah, like that last round where you get 2 picks early on for EDG. It's a 5v3. BBL able to execute their way around that one, and that's part of it. I think not only were the calls great, as we see the picks that Signed was able to pick up there, but it was also just the guns were online, and EDG kind of fell asleep a little bit more. You love this from the youngest team here at EWC at 19 years and 10 months average. BBL showing the resilience, and this is what I wanted to see from them coming into the tournament. Be fearless. Don't worry about the stakes. The more that you're just like, hey, this is just a game, we're just loading in the lobby, doesn't matter who's on the opposite side, the better they've been throughout the year, and they show it yet again here in their opponent's map pick as well. It's just a short memory, and then you're back on in as the competitors as they are.
Now, I said it at the start of this match, I want to see them be disrespectful to EDG, because that's when they're at their best. They're at their best when they truly don't care who they have to play against. This is a young, exciting squad, and they believe they can be the best in the world. And I think they showed it in this map too. And it's also, we have to say, great composure, bouncing back after a map 1 that really was theirs. They had everything they need to win it, but they couldn't. Those games are often the most tilting, especially for a young squad. So respect for the bounce back, and who knows what's going to happen on Sunset.
I'm never scared about them like feeling the pressure because they're playing against bigger opponents, because that has been been their entire year. They knew that the moment that they made it into Tier 1, they were going to go up against all the big names in EMEA, making it to the first global event as well at the beginning of the year. That is something that they're already over. I want to see if now that can translate into getting some wins.
Well, we'll find out here in our third map. We're going to Sunset, everyone. Don't go anywhere.
While.
You are watching EWC 2026.
Third map Sunset by.
Play is in our DNA.
Like करो.
Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower.
Like करो जितने भी लोग देख रहे.
Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
लाइक शेयर सब्सक्राइब करो गाइस.
We were
ऐसे
there.
अपन अभी वॉच पार्टी चलेगी जब तक EWC चलता है.
Every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming.
Main partner है
shoulder to
लेने वाली.
shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion.
मौका मिले तो अपन भी फ्यूचर में खेल सकते हैं. प्रे करेंगे कि अपने को भी मौका मिले भाई. मेरे को लेने वाला लीजन का ही है मेरे पास 2K डिस्प्ले. सऊदीया एक स्पॉन्सर मिल जाता तो बढ़िया रहता भाई. एक बढ़िया था स्पॉन्सर. क्या कहते लाइक करो यार. एक स्पॉन्सरशिप की कमी है सिर्फ.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Paris for EWC 2026 Valorant. Our first series is going all 3 maps. It's the champions of China against the EMEA winners of Kickoff, BBL, and EDG. Digon here alongside Kukuka and Big Time. And we're going to Sunset. This was something we were talking about in our prep of like, Sunset? Like, it's back in the pool? Is this for real? And here in the first series, we're going to it in the decider.
It's exciting to see this map back in the pool, and it's always interesting at how it affects these teams, right? A lot of teams like to play veto chicken with it, where
अरे क्यूटी को देखो भाई.
leave it to flow through the veto, and then someone has to second phase ban it. That's how it normally goes. You'll see that a lot as we move throughout this tournament. But I love both of them really played chicken all the way to the end, leaving it for this map 3, maybe not even thinking it would have to go here. And now we have to see what they've got prepared so early on in this tournament.
Bear in mind, right? EDG chose to be Team B, right? So they had ultimately the decision to choose if it was going to be whichever the last map was or Sunset. They decided to go for Sunset. Now, for BBL, when they were BBL Pacific, they were very successful with this in this map once they turned into the double duelist, which is something that they brought into the region. And, you know, it was a perfect time to be super good with double duelist. So great for them. Now, the question is, of course, compositions, because Sunset is a map where, for example, we saw a lot of Breach. Yeah. And we are not seeing Breach anymore, almost anywhere, by, you know, but maybe some team here
Breach
and there.
ले सकते हैं,
So
EDG ले
I wonder what
सकता है
compositions
Breach.
we're going to find. Also, with the new Sentinels added into the game, with all the changes that we have seen.
Veto, Breach, Raze.
That's true. I think, you know, the likes of Vice, maybe in a
Cypher
veto
रहेगा
could be
शायद.
very effective on this map.
Flow
I think
रहेगा,
that
flow.
There's a lot of different ways you can take this. I'd like to see a Neon and a Raze. I want to see aggressive double duelist. These are aggressive
to see
teams.
Neon, yeah.
I want to see them really embrace their own character and their own style of Valorant. Both of them here are able to play that double duelist very, very efficiently.
Teacher was playing Sage on Ascent.
I like Sage on Sunset.
Me too.
I'd be down for that a little bit. I can't lie.
क्या लिया
just
क्या
a
लिया क्या
couple
लिया.
of stats here. These are some of the least played maps, obviously, for these squads since it's been out of the pool. I think it's only
Forever.
the teams.
I think it's the maps that has been out the most.
Right. It's only in the teens played here for BBL this year. They've got a 56% win rate. On the opposite side, EDG has played in the 30s. I believe it's like 36 times. And they've got a pretty nice 69% win rate here so far on the map. So although it hasn't been played as much, it has been proficient here for EDG as we see the players back on stage after the team talks, trying to shake off the cobwebs and get into that decider victory here, because you want to kick off this tournament with a victory, given the fact that it's GSL. You've got two other teams in your group. Starting off with a win, get you on out.
Yeah, one thing I want to highlight for this map 3 is in situations like this, it really falls down a lot to the IGLs. You can't have any prep going into this. This is a new map. Neither of these teams have shown it since it was last in the pool, of course. So now it's all about how can you adapt in that game. You know, I think the IGLs take
like करो chat, like करो, क्या कर रहे? Like करो.
Committee, you need your duelist. He's the one in front. You have to know how are they
Like
adapting
करो.
these setups. This is all about a test of how are you moving on the fly as a team here.
I was going to disagree with you because I was going to say you should know that for your IGL is going to be hard enough as it is to try and interpret all those things. So what you have to focus on is doing your job as good as you can.
क्या लिया EDG ने?
Pops out not
Phoenix.
only the deadlock again, but some
What?
Viper and EDG decides to double down on the same composition we just
Same
saw
team,
in the set.
bhai. Same
That's a little
team.
bit crazy. Like, okay, I see the logic. I see how the maps can be similar. But they
It's
are
very similar for both of them if you look at the interpretations. Yes, like Kreven is not going to be on the Cypher, but technically Viper is a Sentinel. It
That's
will
true.
allow them to have way more control, especially over the mid part of the map.
Crazy
And
होने
I
वाला
worry a
है.
little bit for EDG here because they struggled to attack into the kind of double sentinel hard stop there the BBL had, and now it's going to be hard yet again.
And also, think about all the orbs and all the ultimates that we've been seeing. BBL have to be on top of that starting from the defense.
All right, here we go. Decider map of our first series of EWC 2026.
Third map.
BBL and EDG both getting one win, but looking to close it on out. To call it, let's send it on over to Mitch and Tom.
Thank you very much, D-Gon. Yes, it's time to get our third and final map underway. BBL and EDG trading out each other's maps, and now we're all the way to Sunset, Tom. This will be the end of the series. The ideas that they're bringing, I love what I'm seeing on EDG. Again, very similar, as the desk was saying, to what we had on the last map, but this is a very unique composition when it comes to this map. Over on BBL, a little bit more standard, I guess, with the kind of double sentinel having that Viper there, quasi. But exactly as I think D-Gon said.
Dorsey.
The host guy.
Oh, that guy.
The one who was talking a bit more than he should
seems
be.
nice.
That guy was talking about, and I'm not sure if it's right, but that it was hard for this defensive side. It was hard for EDG against this defensive side, against, albeit a little bit more of a stopping power comp, and a lot of it was LaRock on the deadlock, which they're keeping here, which I'm very happy about.
LaRock by deadlock liya, crazy nerf होने वाला
Let's
है
see if EDG
deadlock.
can crack the code already, picking up the pace towards this B site. All 5 players in main.
Sensor waiting for them on the other side. Net thrown out, but after taking the orb, they have ground to a halt. Of course, with a snake bite down, you don't really have a choice, but there are already multiple players here walling off the cross, but LaRock, he hasn't stopped.
Wow, bhai,
He's
3.
still rocking around the clock with everything. He's got 3 players, nearly a 4th through the smoke as well.
Ace आने वाला है इसका.
2 HP remaining and a chance
Ace.
to maybe even ace the pistol round. He will do it. 2
भाई
aces
साहब,
already.
दूसरा ace
And
मारा है
we're
भाई ने.
in the first series.
If this tournament was a blank
ये
space, he's
आज
come
के
in to
दिन में
write his
3 मैप
name.
में भाई
The
भाई ने
ink is
तीसरा मैप.
permanent. Unbelievable stuff from LaRock. Perhaps the deadlock main from now on out. He looks unbelievably
भाई
comfortable.
deadlock
And
खेलना
here,
पड़ेगा
the
लगता है.
utility to slow. I like that they threw the net with the snake bite. Sometimes you'll stagger those just to delay, but the idea was catch them and they instantly have to pull it out, or the snake bite's going to take them out of the round. And then you can spam in. Didn't catch anyone, but it delayed. And as soon as the snake bite fades, LaRock finds everything. 5 kills under his belt. Stepping towards that ultimate in the very early stages of the round could be very impactful for this squad. But the start from EDG is kind of what you'd expect. Slow as they play for the extremity control and fight for those orbs, as Kukuka said. This is a big part of BBL's defense, will be denying those orbs from finding their way into the hands of EDG when this composition has so many powerful ultimates.
Oh.
Already seen them manage to do an immense amount of damage.
भाई रॉकी टीम है,
So,
रॉकी है,
careful. However, this
रॉकी है
time,
टीम.
Lovers Rock, Rose. The Rock even
एक्सपीरियंस
with an
नहीं,
extra
लेकिन
little
फिर
bit
भी
of
अच्छा
spam.
खेल रही है अपनी EDG.
He's now 1 away from his ultimate, and Rose is on the climb to get
Andy,
towards
Andy.
his. BBL 2-0 comfortably.
कोई बात नहीं, कमबैक है, कमबैक है.
Now we wait to see what EDG have got prepared on their attack.
Well, this is definitely where things are set up decently for EDG. They found a few orbs onto Signed already. You can see he has 2 deaths, yet 4 orbs, which means he's been finding some around the map in each round. Now you move to the next one. If you can just find those orbs again, or get one and get the kill in the opening, there is an opportunity for that run it back
कोई बात
on
नहीं,
post
आ रहा है,
or
आ रहा
pre.
है. मिड कंट्रोल लेंगे,
Reminder of
डोर से जाएंगे.
score of the previous map, 13-7 is where we ended. It's not the score right now because we wouldn't be playing anymore, so keep that in mind.
What? 13-7?
He is telling the future. Probably not.
Telling the
Kanka
future.
already. Managing to
वाह, गलत डाल दिया
He's
भाई.
into a decent position already, though. Lovers Rock being set up with an operator might not necessarily be
गलत
expected
ओवर ने
in this
डाल
round.
दिया लगता
Kreven
है.
gonna put himself into the corner. That's as easy a kill as Kreven will
अरे
get
अभी भी
all
13.
day. However, for Lovers Rock, this becomes a bit more troublesome. His reposition, though, might just be sublime. Oh, the timing not quite working out for him. But he goes out for a little bit more. Kanka with a 4K. Not quite the ace of his opponent just moments ago, but it will still bring them the round no matter what.
अरे क्या
Listen,
अगले
at the end of the
जगह.
day, a round is a round for EDG, and Concom being online early on is exactly what we want to see. He said it in the last map. There were moments where he was a little
क्या
quicker.
अगली
You think back to
चाहिए?
the first map. Second half, he was a demon. In the first half, he was good. I mean, it's funny because you'd almost say he was quiet in the first. It was 15-15. He was doing his job. He was helping out in the push.
Right.
But for him, that's
Yeah.
awful. That's dreadful. That's the worst day he's ever going to have. The guy's got such a high ceiling that seeing him anywhere near the floor, and his floor is still bang average. The ceiling is so much higher.
अरे अरे अरे. BBL
Don't
round
worry,
win.
BBL haven't had this one just yet.
Premonition.
The future.
We do it backwards.
It's
we
the
tell you
fair
who's
बड़े
gonna win
भाई.
the round and
It's
then
the
we
गलत हो रहा है इन लोगों के साथ.
Even though in the last round it was wrong. But, you know, you can't always get premonitions right, you know?
That's
You go
true.
to a Mystic Meg and sometimes they'll say, you know, are you missing someone with the first letter of their name being
Yeah.
M and then maybe the second being M, and you go, no, unfortunately he's still here. You didn't see where that was
No,
going,
I
did you?
didn't. I
Thanks,
I
Mitchell
really
McBride.
Well,
बड़ा
Tom's
overlay
just
निकाल
bodied me to
दिया
start
भाई
out this
लोगों ने.
round. That's fantastic. First pick, first blood, me. As we move towards the A side, a little bit of a split here from Chichu. Spike's went back in the other direction, but it's Chichu cutting off the rotations. No one's challenging him from the left side as well, but Kreven's got the angle on lockdown. Now moving towards A.
Pichu.
These players have lost the second leg of their attack. The smoke that went down on short for a moment kept that player back, but now we see him walking forward, looking for the battle.
There they are.
Running out of time.
Uh-oh.
So many angles left, unclear. One of them is still that backside. They're doing well to fight this back, though. Nobody doing a fantastic job, but there is still the judge in the darkness, sitting, waiting,
दूर से
biding
मैं
his
जब
time.
जज मारता हूँ
Lovers
भाई,
Rock is
मेरी
gonna
नहीं
clean
लगती.
things up. A costly round, and there you go. See, I told you.
That's
Premonition.
This is the problem. Sometimes, Tom, when I'm rubbing your crystal ball, I see the future. I get visions, of course, but it's like silhouettes in the fog.
Which is better, mine or Clinton?
I haven't. I'll have to do some more research on that.
Due diligence.
More groundwork there, and we'll get down to the nitty gritty of it a little bit
Loiter
later
is
on.
rapid with the comms. He's definitely getting into this one, of course. We know that this group's going to be tough. EDG have already shown that you give them even just a little bit, and they're able to start coming back. And Lovers Rock, he just loves to stick around just a little bit too long. Maybe that's what the name actually means, because he loves to
Like
be
करें
a rock,
जिन्हें मतलब
stay in the
देखने
same
like करें.
place.
It could be, yeah.
गया भाई.
I would say it's almost
Attacking
definitely
नहीं हो
what it
पा
means,
रहा
Tom.
इनसे.
Good.
Where it's come
I'm
from.
glad we're in agreement.
भाई.
Let's never ask him.
लाड़ो की पोजी देखो.
Way to go about this. Drone destroyed. They haven't seen LaRock in that close corner still. Paranoia has gone out, but still they're not pressuring him. He's behind the wall. Now the vision comes back and he's ready to fight. Finds himself one.
Oh, भाई
In the
साहब.
end, this guy, unbelievable performance all series long, and he's done it again, man. You just
क्या
can't
खेल
doubt
रहा है
him.
ये
They
बंदा?
hit that paranoia to deal with him, but the Viper Wall gave him enough room to just wait it out.
It's just he's got some of the
भाई
shakiest
क्या
aim,
spray
but, like, it's
control
so
है
accurate
इसका?
in the way
क्या
he does
मार
it.
रहा है
It
बंदा?
doesn't make any sense to me.
Insanely
But
high sense. it
most
must
of the
be.
stuff he does, 9-1. As I said, we're in the first series of the entire tournament, and this man already has 2 aces. So I think it kind of tells you the form that he's come in. One of the brightest sparks in Turkish Valorant. Still incredibly
Crazy खेल रहा है
young.
भाई.
There is a massive
लारो
career ahead of LaRock, no doubt.
लड़क.
Ahead of this whole team. Well, most of them.
Wow, that's just brutal. wow. There was
Hey,
no
Angel
need.
lasted a long time, actually, to be
Yeah,
fair.
there's no need.
Rose can probably go to at least 40.
Rose is like 23. Like,
Ancient, man. He's up there with you now.
oh yeah, no, we're definitely the same age. I'm not like 8 years older than him.
What you're not knowing at home is Tom did just shed an actual tear. I've just seen it hit the table.
Yeah. No, that's sweat from the bald head.
We'll polish it in between the series. Well, EDG picking up pace towards the B site. Run it back is online. Need to break that wall first, and then Phoenix is going to come sprinting through. Delayed the play, though. It's delayed them way too much, so the guys in market, they get isolated, dealt with, deleted, and now Sign doesn't stand a chance. The Hunter's Fury honed in on him. Another round for BBL.
Yeah, they were taking so much damage. I think it was genuinely through their own problems, because they put a wall down to section off the angle they could get caught from. Then they just get absolutely owned by the snakebite, holding them into the corner, and then they start getting spammed out and obliterated by Rose. 5-1. This defensive side looking impeccable thus far from the side of BBL. And we're yet to see some of those superstars on the other side really wake up to the table. Chichu was one of the major reasons they were able to get through
mid fight लेके
map
A
number
जाना
1 with a
चाहिए.
victory. He's yet to get a kill.
Mid fight नहीं ले रहे ये लोग. अगर mid fight लेते हैं तो easy A मिल जाएगा
in a
इनको.
big way.
On map 1.
I have to hope that it's the same story here and not a more tragic ending. A little bit of damage traded out. This isn't a strong round for EDG, so of course you're going to send your headhunter to try to find some picks. Chichu's got the rifle as well. She said slower game for him, but
हिल ले सकता था ना
I
भाई
still
वो.
believe after what they saw in the first map especially. Second. But the problem is they're pushing in. Still a minute on the clock, but they have to get past Loida. Paranoia is going to buy time. Smokes are online as well. That Paranoia was almost way too late. In fact, it was. Jenny managed to slip past. Luckily, though, Rose is finding 4 people in A main. Big picks across the board. And Chichu,
really?
I really didn't think he'd put the rest through, but now it looks like a great idea. He's tagged Lover's Rock to 28.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of desperation, but if they can make it work, they can make it work.
पीछे से आ रहा है, लाड़ो खा रहा है.
They've only got 25 seconds of the flank coming through from LaRock. He does go down eventually. Chichu with no friends left to play with. And the cross is definitely not going to be easy. He's got 15 seconds. If they just tuck in the corner and don't just wait for him to plant, there really is nothing he can do from this scenario, and that's exactly what Kraven does. It is another round onto the board, a little bit shakier in the middle. But again, we're seeing the step up of the IGO. We mentioned it. He has a couple of bad maps, and then you see what this man could do. An impactful 4K. And I believe that, I don't know if it does or it gets him very close. He might be on the same kills at this point as LaRock.
Yeah, there you go. 10-3 from Rose. And you look at the first map, even the second, the guy was only killing people from behind. Yep. He was struggling even then, missing a lot of shots, like it looked messy. And we talk about the value he brings even when that's the case. Oh, that's brutal. Kong looked like he was far enough forward. Great sidestep coming through from Loida. And he's made the team P up top, Lover's Rock, finding one in mid, and Loida's even re-smoking this. They're not going to expect him to be here. That's not an ideal fight for Lover's Rock. They've just gotten the man advantage back into neutral territory. B-side certainly looks under threat. Kraven's trapped. He's been taken by the Collector.
It's back. leave it even. Rose once again strikes LaRock in the corner. They're walking backwards into his angles as if he needs the help. And nobody... Oh, he's got to try and sidestep, and he will. Plant available, but look how fast the flank is. I don't even think he's going to have any idea that someone could be here so soon. And, well, not quite the cleanest, but he had so much time to find that kill. 7-1 from a very close first map that could have easily gone BBL's way to what is looking like a dominant finish. 7-1 in the lead. And I'm yet to really see anything that makes me believe EDG are going to turn this around.
Well, that's the crazy thing. Again, we talked about EDG with the stand-in. That definitely knocks them down a peg. But for BBL, in my mind, you're looking at the first map slipping away like that. I think it's already over. They bounce back to a relatively dominant map, too. Like 13-7 is nothing to turn your nose at, especially not against EDG, especially not on their map pick. And now they come into this one, and it looks like Rose has got some performance enhancements. Like, I don't know how he's bounced back this quickly, map to map. Same stage, same setup, but a different man, it seems. 7-1 now for BBL. EG struggling to get off the starting point.
Yeah, I'm wondering if the next game we see them, if they might go back to the comp from the first map. Obviously, that was clearly based on being a stronger map for them, but we're yet to see the Phoenix show too much. But also, it's more so the other players. Like Chichu was great when playing Omen, has struggled elsewhere. Gianni as well. Haven't really seen too much from him on the Omen. Maybe a swap will have to happen, and well, it seems like speak into existence. Chichu's gone again. Lover's Rock. Okay. He has been caught. His mid pushes haven't had too much success. A little bit hit and miss. Dead though. You look at the ultimates that are online, and they've got to be careful they don't end up walking into LaRock.
Crazy.
Finding his way behind A, hoping to catch this player on the right side of mid, but there's no one there. It's a very passive play from LaRock, the sensor. They could have walked past it, but they didn't want to risk taking a fight with it online, but it does give the indication that maybe there's a bit of trouble brewing for Loida. So he goes running up, takes that space, and now regroups with his teammate. A nice adaptation to being surrounded like that. And now they can pincer from both sides on the retake. That's very early.
I think it's just to have it primed and ready. Oh, it's not pretty. He's caught the ult. That's not ideal. I like that from nobody. He's even going to break it free.
Oh,
Instead, no lighter strikes. It's a quick, well, double technically. But it's more so just the impact that it had. Another resurgence in a round that looked like it could have gone the way of EDG, and instead they survived with 3 players.
That looked like a really good idea from EDG. The openings were there. The TP for the flank up, the split through mid. I understand why they break the sensor, because again, if that player peeks and you're stood there, you fire one shot, you are dead. Both of you get stunned up and gunned up right after. And so instead they break it to run through. But that's when immediately Loida goes, oh, they're behind me. Well, I can't just stand here and wait. I can't even go spawn to retreat. Gotta go forward. And, well, it worked wonders. 8-1. I'm going to scrub my eyes to even believe what I'm seeing. BBL winning this series was on my cards. It was possible, but not like this on a third map as well. Yeah. Still plenty more rounds to play with, but EDG need to find their footing extremely quickly because they are slipping, and it's a long way down.
Denied by the early utility once again. Weaponry is not great in this round. They have some rifles to play with. They've found some space for Kankan in mid, and definitely risky, but a risk that pays off. No trade for him just yet. He's still in this smoke. They still need to clear him. And surely they're not expecting him to be anywhere near this close. Instead, he goes swinging a second kill in a spot that looked like a death sentence. And now the operator honed in on the angle. Gianni with a 1v3 clutch, and he stands no chance. Continue their run. And it's looking like it's going to go all the way to the finish line.
I can't believe this. Every round I say it, and every round I find myself back here again. How is LaRock getting this much impact? He seems unkillable in the first few fights. Everything's working for BBL. Rose has entered another gear, even with LaRock showing up. He's still just one behind him. And for EDG, everyone's gone missing. Chinchu is putting out belters, 4Ks, everything you want. Concon's had more than a few rounds where he was dominating. And yet, this attack side has been quiet. Even as hopeful as I was about the comp, they've lost two through the wall. And there's no stopping BBL. The push continues and pushing up to 10.
That round took about 15 seconds. That was one of the fastest rounds I think I've ever seen. That was just a full all-in fight. And they dominate it. The initial from Loiter, and then they just continue their aggression. And this has always been the most terrifying thing with BBL is the moment they're confident, it's not like they then go, okay, now maybe we play a bit passive. No, they keep running and gunning. They keep taking riskier and riskier plays. And they all pay off 8 rounds in a row, looking for an 11-1 defensive side half. And unfortunately, it feels like EDG might have used all that energy in map number 1.
Hunter's Fury sent through here from EDG. A desperate attempt to open the round. Blind fire. Nothing found. And the judge is still in the corner. The smoke up from Loida. He's seen two. He knows there's danger. That's a risky res with the judge still in play. And they'll find themselves more than a few. 3 versus 2. After that initial fight, the ult at least sidestepped. LaRock won't be finding one, but he will box them in with that wall.
They at least know he's behind, but looks like him and Kraven are almost setting up the join. Lovers Rock ult popped, but I think finally deciding it wasn't worth the risk. Know exactly where their opponents are, and even having to just drone to try and clear some of these closer angles. The problem is the second player is ready for the contact, ready for the swing, and in the end it is utter domination. A singular round. It was only their bonus round that they lost. Every other round in the half has gone the way of BBL.
Hard to really believe the series we've had so far. For BBL, Ascent, like we said, EDG picking it seemed like a mistake. You're coming up against the Turkish team. It could have been what sent this 2-0. And honestly, looking back, maybe EDG would have preferred that. Lose the overtime and save yourself the embarrassment here on a final map known to be good for them in the past. Obviously, it's not been around for a while. And it looks like a lot has changed. The Viper wall is so annoying towards B main. It's burning utility or burning the clock as you take main control. The deadlock seems to always be in the right place at the right time. And then Rose and LaRock, I don't know if we need to check their PCs, if we've given them access to the internet in between these games, because they have shown up on another level.
Well, yeah, I think there's been nothing missing from this BBL performance. Got players popping off across the board. You've got utility perfectly placed to just create disruption. I think we've had a load of paranoia assists, flanks have been perfect. I think all of the Viper utility as well. Like, okay, maybe not the most kills Kreven's ever going to have, but every single time they try and do a faster execute in towards the B site, his snakebite just delays, and then they have the operator there. Like, think about the kills that Lovers Rock has had. It is, okay, my teammates have held ages on this side of the map. I'm now here with an operator just to end it. He has been just as annoying as everybody else, and unfortunately, it just feels like there's nothing to break through all of that utility on the other side. There has been no player that can dive in. The Phoenix hasn't worked. The later lurks, even though we have seen aggressive rounds, at times, they can walk into Concon's angle and seemingly eliminate him. It has been uncharacteristic, and yeah, sure, we've got the caveats. We know that this is a squad that has weaknesses, but I don't think we ever expected it to just be this dominant.
Not at all. On any map, to be honest. Like, coming here to Sunset, it felt like even with the stand-in, we're going to have a fairly even to favored fight for EDG. That timeline is utterly ridiculous. 11-1.
Yeah.
LaRock 17-5. Rose, more importantly, 16-4.
Well, look at Loiter. 12, 5, and 16 assists. Yeah. And a lot of those are paranoia, by the way. It's not like, oh, they want to...
He's got a few of those, but it was a lot of paranoias, yeah.
A lot of paranoias in the early setup of the round. Now all they need is this pistol. That's it. Pistol round.
LaRock का एस था पिस्तौल राउंड तभी का पता चल गया था ये हो गया खत्म
they are going to force, but yeah, no matter what, and they will need a flawless defensive side
Oh, they're certainly not in a rush. Towards Concon now. The slide forces him back. See the confidence, not quite there to stick around, and as Rose takes one, the sneak up by Signed at least evens the playing field somewhat, if not for the fact that Rose was in a known position, right? He closed the door. They know that he's here, but this fight could change the game. It could bring them back towards B. He won't win it at least to start. It's a staggered fight. As you can see Chinchu just running away. Rose in the back lines, but no one left on the site now. The plank can be found, and now look at the whole team trying to deal with Chinchu. They've crunched him to leave Signed alone, and guess what? They know where he is, or at least where he was.
Unfair ask, but it's a necessary one. He needs to clutch this. He's at least managed to get the first. Looking to try and maybe just defuse this behind the box, or at least bait them into thinking that he is. Already, though, it's being watched, waited for. Next one goes his way as well. A chance for the stand into the clutch, and Signed will keep them in the map. The coaching staff pulls off a massive 1v3 and gets EDG their second round.
Well, I'm sure he's had a lot of game plans to contribute to victories, but that one right there, that's got to be the highest impact he's had. Crazy round from Signed, the super sub sneaking up inside B main and taking a 1v3 across the line. And yes, there were mistakes there from BBL. They got lost in the sauce a little bit.
Nice one,
but still,
nice one.
For Signed to capitalize on those opportunities, he set himself up as the top fragger now for EDG, but one good round's more than enough for anyone to do that.
वो तो है.
I don't know.
It's the smallest of lifelines, but nonetheless, it is a lifeline. It's something to play around. It's a hope that they can maybe do something in this game. But realistically,
ये वाला round निकालना पड़ेगा.
It's going to have to be quite the streak of rounds from here onwards. Of course, for BBL, no reason to overinvest or put too much into this round. You have such a mammoth lead. A chance, maybe, to put some pressure onto Sign.
Up the one, they're still ready to fight up close. And in return, they've landed one of their own. RockinRishi, the ones to come out ahead. The pistols not dead in the water just yet, it seems. And a very late lurk from Rose outside the spawn. Gonna be a crunch, but it's Concon that you're up against. And he's found the first. Rose a little ahead of the pack. This wraparound, I don't think has been heard just yet, but
they figured
know it's a possibility.
Yeah, no, they've cleared every other angle that it could possibly be, so they know exactly where they're going. Gianni's already going to drop the spike, and now the only last man standing is Kreven. He's still going to make this even more costly. Still, to win this is going to be difficult, but an isolated fight, time ticking down, and Gianni will save the day. It's not a round they should have needed a savior, but they did.
They need many more as this game goes on, if it goes on. Feels like a matter of time for BBL, and look at how much they were able to do here with just pistols in their hands. It's a scary prospect for EDG to struggle this much, to be down by this much. We don't just need to see them win up against this full buy, where, by the way, they're coming in with a lot of disadvantages. We want to see them dominate. They're putting credits on the line. 3 players unable to rebuy in the next. The problem is looking at the map. It seems he's on the wrong side. And if they can bait that out,
that
was dangerous. Concon's left on 5.
I'll at least get the heal.
dinner करके आ सकते हैं fast.
I mean, he gets to
dinner
live to fight another day. Nobody trying to just jump spot, but do look like they're going to try and split back towards this B site again. It is being watched by Gianni, and might give the game away, but Paranoia leaves him in an awkward spot. Counter to try and slow down the attack, as he does have a teammate in tow, but Kreven's aggressive positioning is going to make this problematic. In fact, it's going to end the round in his tracks.
That was the main way back through for EDG. They were bringing Signed into position so he could play in the spawn and pop that ultimate, run back through, lead the charge for the team. He gets popped like that by Kreven, threading the needle through market, and it's done.
13-4.
You would think because they invested so much. And still with the Phoenix ult, it's a 2v4. You're not winning this round. And thankfully, they're walking away. I got very scared seeing them closer and closer to that B side, but a save needed.
Like at this stage, you're 11-3 down. I wouldn't have even blamed them that much for just throwing into the wind. And like they won a 2v4 in I think it was on Lotus. Like they're so far out of this map that I feel like even just letting them get to 12 feels like a death sentence. And
the problem here, Tom, is that like I agree with you. I agree with you entirely. Like I could have seen a world where they do that, and I wouldn't damn them for it. But when you call the save, you can't go looking for picks. What use is a pick for you now? Oh, they've got a little less money. They can buy so many times. You can't. Why would you do that? Anyways, that's a big mistake. And EDG now have one rifle carried forward for a round they didn't even try to win.
Guardian save किया है. उसके पास Vandal थी भाई. Vandal save कर लेता.
Standing has an ult and a rifle. Kankan, I think, will be forced to play just a headhunter into this round.
सब मार रहा है. Rose मार रहा है, Larok मार रहा है, Loita मार रहा है, Cleven मार रहा है, Lovers Rock मार रहा है, सब खेल रहे हैं भाई.
For EDG, and wow, just look at the paciness of this early move. Kankan, he needs to win this battle, and he does. That's a gun upgrade, but I was going to say an immediate trade, a labored trade, but it does the job nonetheless.
First part is he instinctively jumps to dodge the spray, but it meant he couldn't TP, so he ends up getting caught trying to hunt down that
13-3. बोला तो सही 13-3.
So we go 4v4 for BBL. Those are the rounds that they've done extremely well in, and it's been threading the needle. It's been sneaking up like that. Rose, the one to do it this time. He's caught nobody. He's trying to embed in a nice spot. They're going to do the same on the other side of the map. Chichu's walking up. He doesn't expect LaRock to be crouched on that corner. That is a scummy play. The ult for Sign will at least find one, but they're on the wrong side of the map.
3v2.
Yeah, they're going to find him. That's the problem.
3v1.
He's going to take him right back to where he was, and now Jenny is all that remains. He's just going to put a guy on the other side, and because of that, he's going to start rotating towards the B site. But as of right now, Spike is going back the other way. He doesn't even know that he's currently been played. Maybe that's one for free. That at least gives him the knowledge. That's a lot of value found. What was a 1v3 to maybe break the wall before it's truly formed, but it will eventually forced to go down. With two players waiting on the other side with traps set ahead of him. He's giving them information with every step he takes, every move that he makes, and eventually LaRock is waiting. 13-3, a dominant final map for BBL, and one that will take them further in that upper bracket.
After how close that first map was, Tom, I didn't know what to expect going to Ascent, knowing that it's a home ground for every Turkish player and certainly every Turkish team out there. We knew there was a chance for BBL to win. When they took it dominantly, I didn't even think that that would carry over to this map because we're leaving Ascent, we're going to Sunset, we're going to Comfort for the old EDG, and now they were decimated. BBL warming up into this series and looking red hot in the end. Isn't that right, Dagon?
Absolutely a huge upset victory here by BBL, the youngest squad at EWC. Pull off an upset against the 2024 champs, against the third place finisher over in London. A fantastic result here as a big one here for EMEA, and the woes for China here at EWC carry over from last year. It is a 2-1 victory. BBL. Welcome back Dion here alongside Kakuka and Big Time.
Energy papers.
This third map was a shellacking. It was not close. BBL came out wondering what would be set up here in Sunset, and it just didn't seem like there was a lot that got going here for EDG, whereas BBL came prepared.
It was very difficult for them to attack, right? With just the Phoenix, you're going up against the Viper, against the Deadlock, especially a Deadlock. There's LaRock, and he's playing like he was playing today. I was saying about taking a toll, but if he's going to be playing like this every single time that he plays Deadlock, then so be it.
Yeah, he was fantastic today. I feel like the game plan was rock solid from BBL, where it wasn't from EDG. I think the composition lacks a lot of punch and a lot of ways to break those angles. It's great if you can get into the post plan, but they couldn't. BBL understood what they had to do.
है ना. आई एम बैक विथ डिनर गाइस. फटाक से आता हूँ आधा घंटे में.
I kind of like that one. But I think that for BBL, for LaRock, for Lovers Rock, for Loita, the aggressive positions that we were taking. Morgan, you were speaking about disrespecting. No, you spoke what we got from the entirety of the match. And this is the BBL that I want to keep seeing for the rest of the tournament. Let's make it semi-final, grand final, all EMEA, 4 teams, 4 EMEA teams in top 8 and top 4. Sorry, I'm Delulu.
Well, we'll be back. Now is Ginny with one of the members of BBL.
And I'm joined with Rose. Congratulations. That was a 13-3, by the way. A bit of a rough start, but all in all, you guys should be very proud of yourselves. Could you talk us through being able to grab back that momentum after you lost that first map?
I mean, like, forcing Crazy Guy and Xfero to fall back. They
Alright,
have to save
welcome
these
back.
weapons. This is not
हम आ
winnable
चुके
for them. 2v5. They need to buy around these
After
guns,
dinner.
of course, because now 100 Thieves is going to be on match point with this. And man, if I was RQ, I'd be sweating right now because it's looking so hard. They don't have any idea of how to stop this kind of force
Dinner
push by
करके आ
100
चुका
Thieves.
हूँ
They're just running it down at
जल्दी
some
select
point.
करो क्या
Still
करो
doing it with conviction, still doing it with strategy. They're not just holding W all willy-nilly, but they're able to get those picks. They're able to just trade off of each other so well. It feels like they're able to speed up no matter what.
Yeah, I mean, that setup is just a bit of a domino effect. I didn't even mind it. I think the op was
PRX
something that
पता
100
नहीं
Thieves running a bit of a slower round were not
ये
necessarily
इसका
ready
खत्म
for,
होने
but
के
Jem
बाद
had
होगा
just
ये एक
goes
लेट
looking
स्टार्ट
for
हुआ ना
information in the mid round a
100
little bit
थैल्स
too
वाला
early there and gets caught on the timing. If he
तो
finds an op that
PRX भी
dashes
लेट
away there,
स्टार्ट
that could be
होगा
a completely different story. Especially with the overdrive
As
and the
I
Hunter Fury
know.
coming in on the retake, which was kind of just used in desperation after that. That is what Cryo does best, though. Just an instant headshot, even onto someone holding an op line, and 100 Thieves now on series point. This has been a very convincing day from them. Breeze in particular, I mean, you could see why they picked this map into this series.
Oh, 100%. They've been performing on a map like Breeze. But Timotino
जल्दी से
going
like
for
करो
that
जल्दी
initial pick, demolishing Jemkin, absolutely destroying him. And now 4v5 just like that. RRQ are struggling, so they're trying to take that map
पेपर
control
इसका
back.
थोड़ी
They're
ना हो
trying
रहा
to
है अभी
equalize these numbers, getting the information with that drone. They're going to spot out Asuna here. But Zan unable to do anything with that. The drone coming in answer, and they have all this
Vitality
information.
का हो रहा है
Just
ना
holding for 100 Thieves. They don't need to overpeak anywhere.
Yeah, it's very telegraphed from RRQ, and 100 Thieves are all
Like
over
करो
it. Great
chat, like
patience.
करो,
Timotino
like
diving
करो.
into the site, flushes Crazy Guy into Cryo's angle. Hunter's Fury really zoning the rest of the rotators away.
जीत
Blows
गया
up
भाई
Rishi on double
100
doors.
थैल्स जीत गया
And Timotino up close as the Harbor ult comes through. We'll catch at least Zan on 5 HP. Out comes the shorty, and Xfero is tapping away. That is ridiculous, but Cryo will finally put an end to it. 13-5 for 100 Thieves. They absolutely demolished RRQ.
That makes sense why this is their map pick. They've been
भैया आधा घंटा लेगा तो फिर
on maps
GG है
like
भाई
these, just taking their fights. But I think today they've shown that they have all this really good understanding of how they want to play together. The synergy, the way that they're coming up with these strats, and the mid-rounding from Vora, of course, has been phenomenal. Feels like they haven't been punished for a lot of those plays other than a couple of trap setups. And once it hasn't worked, they've still had an answer in the middle of the round of how to recuperate.
Yeah, I felt like for the majority of that series, 100 Thieves, definitely the better team. RRQ, once again, a little bit sleepy, a little bit slow at an international event, given that they are still betting in Zan very recently, picking up this player heading into this event. But I definitely know, especially all of the Pacific fans know that RRQ can play a little bit better than that, and in the lower bracket, they'll only have one more chance to do so.
Makes a lot of sense. I think also coming off of that Masters run as well, they're still a little bit tired, but I still think I see a lot of faith, especially the way that Xfero was playing. Man, he was a beast today on that veto, playing really, really well, constantly getting those picks on the Viper. His lurk timings were really good, just holding, making sure that the team always has a plan B to fall back
Break
into.
आएगा अभी
And then also on his defense, just getting so many of those picks. He's been playing phenomenally. Definitely a player to keep our eyes on for the rest of the tournament.
एक तो ये पूरा लेट स्टार्ट हुआ ना दिक्कत वहां पे हुई
Look, Xfero is a bit of a Pacific MVP, but he needs a little bit of help from the rest of the boys on RRQ for sure. So we'll see if they can pick up their performance heading forward into that lower bracket. They got a lot of work to do. 100 Thieves, I think that's a good vibe though, having got
ये लेट स्टार्ट नहीं होता तो
in that opening game, Puckett. You know, I'm sure you're happy to see that win for the boys.
Very happy. Very unexpected 2-0 victory. RRQ going to fall down, and they're doing it pretty swiftly. I have to give a big shout out though, Xfero. If you're going to lose a game, get a 3-piece like that on the way out. Clicking heads, feeling good as you're going into your next matchup. But honestly, this was a grueler. Both of these teams sat out here for a while. They were iced. They were able to get back into the game. And I think ultimately maybe you got to revisit the Phoenix. Is it a mistake not to use the best agent in the game, Pilsky?
Yeah, I mean, if you don't have players who can play it, then that makes it hard.
How do you not play Phoenix?
Players that can play it.
Oh, Kushi can play
It
it.
was part of the beta, bro. How are you not able to play Phoenix at this point in Valorant?
It's going to take a while to explain that because we're going to have to shuffle like 4 players' roles to fit it in the comp. The Info Enit player has to play Phoenix. Then Crazy Guy has to play Info Enit.
Right,
then who plays Omen? Who plays Omen, Puckett? Who plays Omen?
Yeah, Puckett.
Zan can't do both?
He can play. Zan can play Omen. That's true.
Right.
Okay, they play solo duelist. All right, you solved it.
Did I just solve the problem?
Thanks,
RRQ, if you need a coach, I work on COD most of the time. Happy to come on over. We got to take a look at our highlights. It's simple stuff, ladies and gentlemen. Tactical shooters can be simplified. When you make moves like this, the headshots are going to pave the way.
Stato का energy versus PRX.
The pistol round.
बहुत लेट था. हाँ यार क्या कर सकते हैं?
Again.
Yeah.
Are they the best pistol team here in Group A?
No.
क्या करे अभी?
Are 100 Thieves the worst pistol team in Group A?
No, they went 2 for 2.
They won
did
there.
okay
They
for
won there
themselves.
too. I think you're baiting us a little bit.
Okay, it's not working.
You're trying to see
What
if
we are gonna do.
All right, we're looking at some of the highlights here.
Yeah.
Asuna is having the pop-off performance towards the end. The neon's shown quite a bit here on the map. Walk me through what you saw with Athena.
I mean, this was insane. It feels like there were so many 3Ks that happened over and over again. Xfero, obviously one of the players that we were talking about. This by Jemkin was absolutely nasty, absolutely shutting it down. I think we were talking about this Molly combo from Vora and from Asuna. This crossfire just showing how well 100 Thieves were playing together again. RQ kind of having the right idea, getting a lot of those picks, but just having either the timing or the trading off almost every single time.
I mean, yeah, I just don't think that they necessarily were showing their best face here. I don't think that they had the right read on 100 Thieves, who I felt like had better fragging and better macro. They were just bigger, faster, stronger today, and RQ didn't show up to play as well as they needed to. As I mentioned before, which is often a problem in some of these international events. In Pacific, they are a very good team.
किसका
But they're
संदर्भ है
having
ये?
a little bit of a struggle at the moment. That's why you saw the roster change come through. And yeah, well, hopefully they can pick it up in the lowers.
Who is the best sentinel?
Stream चल रहा है, stream चल रहा है. मेरे का भाई कुछ तो आया.
He's a gamer.
I mean,
maybe best sentinel in Pacific.
Cryo's done a good job. He's done a good job. He's done his job every single time. He's switched up his setups, but Xfero's just been fragging out the whole time,
And then on the other side, who was the most impressive duelist? We had 2 stages going. You guys missed the action from Edward Gaming, but I saw quite a few highlights on Stage A. What was the best player or player camera to watch on Stage B?
I think Timotino today.
Timotino was
or
really good.
Asuna.
He really impressed me with the op. I think the way he was kind of maneuvering around, he really helped their setups as well a lot of the time, on a sense. So I was loving Timotino. I don't know if he's got it over Kung Kung, though. Like, I don't think anyone has it over Kung Kung,
no.
honestly.
He's a beast.
All right, Audio, we are going to be getting into an interview here shortly. I just got the thumbs up from Ginny. She's ready to rock. And it's not Timotino. It's his better half. He goes by the name of Asuna, and he was here since the beginning of the Thieves. Let's go to the main stage.
Thank you, guys. Asuna, congratulations on that win that you got here today. A quick 2-0, just another day in the office. Starting off this year pretty strong for EWC.
Yeah, happy to have a quick win, especially against a tough opponent, I would say. You know, any team from APAC will always give you a run for your money, and it's the first win for Timotino. So always good to have a clean win, especially for the international stage, to build some momentum and hopefully top our group.
All right, I'm looking forward to that, but I want to talk about your individual performance as well on the Phoenix, especially. Like, it was pretty good, so talk us through the preparation specifically that came into coming to the tournament.
Not a lot of preparation in the sense of focusing on the other team, mostly on ourselves. So just working on our individual game, and we did a small boot camp. Thank you to Gentlemates for lending their gaming house to us. And yeah, we were able to practice for a week in Paris, which led us to have a really good, comfortable showing.
Right.
We're taking this event very seriously and hoping to win.
So when you're talking about the expectations, you're saying topping your group, hoping to win. In general, when it comes to the expectations for this event, of course, it is still the trophy, but are there any other nuances that come with that?
No, I mean, obviously get experience. I think that's the biggest thing, but winning this event will be everything.
All right, and when it comes to your next opponent, it's BBL. I do want to say on that last map against EDG, they won 13-3. So are you nervous at all?
No, hopefully, it doesn't come back to bite me, but have to be confident.
All right, well, thank you so much. I'm going to let you go. Appreciate it. And we're going to be heading back over to the desk.
Nailed it. I thought she was going to leave him hanging. I'm not going to lie. Athena, I'm told that you got to go. We're going to be swapping Avril onto the desk for the next match. Before you go, though, what do I need to know about Paper Rex? They're about to take this stage, and everyone says they're in the S tier.
Oh my God, Paper Rex, they're a phenomenal team. I feel like every single player on that roster has a really good understanding of their role, and the way that they're playing at Masters was insane. They did come second place in Masters, but I still feel like they're going to be up there, and when it comes comes to Paper X versus NRG. Listen, I'm an America's girly at heart, but I think Paper X is going to take that one.
They could be the clear winners in our next group. Stay tuned. It's EWC 2026. We're coming back with more Valorant live from Paris.
Let's go. Like करे chat, like करे. कैसा लग रहा है? इधर कुछ सेट नहीं किया मैं.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now,
कुछ judgment करने का
the
नहीं,
proud
अपनी
founding
जगह
partner of
सही है.
EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Like करो chat, like करो. और एक लंबा ब्रेक भाई.
In last year's finals, we were in a tough situation. I think a lot of different words were said, different tactics to wake up, maybe some harsh, maybe some inspirational.
I think all it took was winning that third map to give us that big amount of belief in ourselves that we can do it.
Even though it was so bad, we still inside believe that it's possible. Can't stop believing, because if you stop believing, then that's it.
That's it.
On 78 HP, he did the ultimate, but so is Crushy.
अरे भाई.
Trophy felt unusual. I mean, it was my first Valorant trophy. I think for all of us as well, especially, you know, thinking like 2 hours ago we were in the worst position possible. It felt amazing. It felt like a moment of finally.
I think I kind of knew in my head that we would win it just because it's really hard for them to be mentally strong, being 2-0 up and then going to 2-2. Like, there was no way in my head that we were going to lose that last map just based on knowing what mental state they're in and what mental state we're in.
Yeah, I mean...
Like करो chat, like करो. क्या कर रहे हो? Sound गया. Sound गया. Nice. और यही तो बाकी रह गया. 10 मिनट का प्रेस किया. W guys.
I think it's crazy. Our fan base is like really huge in France. I think most of the people like already saw some events we did. So I'm pretty happy to be here. We missed out on Champs Paris last year. It's good for us to have an international event that we can play in front of our crowd, you know. I don't know if it's stress, but it's like, it's a good pressure that we have. We of course want to represent the country of our org. Also, like, I grew up in Paris, like it's a special city for me, so there is a lot of story about it.
We're extremely excited. We cannot wait for this opportunity. Obviously, we need to get out of groups first, but that's like even extra motivation for us to meet them all. It's our organization home country, home city, you know, so that's one of the biggest goals for us for sure.
Feels good to play here.
Nominate.
French org, and we're in France now, so it will be really fun to get into playoffs and share the stage with some of the
क्या करेगा पर nominate?
That will be cool for everyone, one of us and stuff, and for me it will be especially, like, I am playing the French org. For me, like, it's a really exciting tournament. I think.
I moved to Paris when I was 7 years old, and growing up in Paris, like I think has been a chance for me because
मैं एक
I don't
बार
think
भी
I would be
पेरिस
there
नहीं गया.
today if I didn't if my mom didn't move to France. And as I say that, like yeah, I'm grateful for everything, you know. Like I'm trying to stay humble, like work hard, prove by what I'm doing every day.
Our group is definitely the strongest, but
मेरे को
I feel
जाना है
like it's
पेरिस
also
घूमने.
probably the most exciting to watch.
By
We have a lot
sponsor
of
वो.
fans here and stuff, so again, will be cool to play in front of them and just
कोई
feel
तो
the sport
sponsor कर लो
in
भाई.
person too. French fans, especially when I'm watching like different esports and stuff, the crowd
कोई
is
तो
usually like
sponsor हो
really
जाए.
good. Game by game, we have first case and then we'll see like who will play next. It will just be fun to see it.
I wish it would have been like with the crowds. Unfortunately, the first game there's no crowds, but I wish there was a crowd because there's gonna be Vitality fans against KC fans. It would have been so good, but it's fine. Still, it's gonna be an amazing match.
9 बजे स्टार्ट होगा भाई साहब. कब स्टार्ट होगा कब खत्म होगा भाई पता नहीं. वॉच पार्टी इतना क्रेजी है. लाइक करो चैट, लाइक करो, लाइक करो, लाइक करो. गिफ्ट अनेबल नहीं था भाई. Oh my god. दस तो मैंने स्पॉन्सर किए 12 मेंबर्स में से. कोई बात नहीं. अभी मैं गिफ्ट कर सकता हूँ ना. You have 10 gift membership left to send this month. Alright. नया पोल डाल देते हैं. वो will win. TRX and RG. आजा भाई. आगे यही है ना, एनर्जी वर्सेस PRX ही है ना भाई. देख लेने दो मेरे को. एनर्जी पेपर एक्स 9:30 बजे. हाय 9:30 बजे स्टार्ट हुआ. कब तक? पेपर एक्स. लेट्स गो पेपर एक्स. उतर का दिखा दो. लॉल नाम की भी चीज रहती है भाई लोग. जस्ट से अपने को जो देखना है वही देखेंगे भाई. लंबा टाइम जाएगा भाई. VAD जीत रही है. इतना लेटेंसी काई को आ रहा है? मैंने लो लेटेंसी लगा है. हाँ. लो लेटेंसी पे फिर भी काई को ऐसा हो रहा है बे. लाइक करो चैट, लाइक करो. चार्जिंग में रख देता हूँ मैं फोन. VAD क्या खेल रही है? अरे बोल. ओ ओए ओए. अच्छा खेल रही है VAD. मेरे को कुछ चेक करने का था, मैं भूल गया बे. हाँ, याद आ गया. याद आ गया भाई. कुछ चेक करने का था, भूल गया था. फिर से याद आ गया. Yeah. पेपर एक्स का आ गया भाई.
Welcome back. It's the Esports World Cup. I'm your host, Chris Puckett, alongside two beautiful casters. The first comes from New Zealand. The other one, next door neighbor in Australia. We've got the fantastic dynamic duo. There it is. It's Avril alongside Pilski.
What's up?
Avril, you have been buzzing all day. When everyone's energy was dropping low, you were there to bring us back up. Why have you been so excited about this match since you woke up today?
First of all, I'm very caffeinated. Second of all, guys, I mean, this is a match that is worthy of the grand finals.
Oh, Gibbs आ चुके. W Gibbs.
Probably match of the day for the entire opening round. There's no better game than this.
Yeah, totally agree. Honestly, we saw them both play each other in Santiago earlier in the year. It went one apiece. Paper X knocked them out of the tournament, very deep into the tournament, and then went into the grand finals over there. So, I mean, not quite a grand final. I agree with you. It definitely could be a grand final, but a lower final nonetheless. And these are two of the very finest teams for their regions.
And we got adjusted groups. Now, reminder, 2 teams are going to move out of every group. You need 2 wins to do so. 100 Thieves were able to do it. We saw over on the other stage, it was BBL taking it in our opening round. 2 new winners here in our second set of matches, and I gotta get your opening thoughts. Pilski, who is the leader in this match when it comes to the predictions. Do you think Paper X has a big lead?
Yeah. I think so, especially fan base wide. They've been so consistent at
Namaste for 2 jewels.
have been making it to the
Let's
internationals at least, but
go.
unfortunately just not making it as deep, even though, as we all saw at the end of last year over at Champs,
मेरे को भी
the core
देखने
of
का
this
है.
squad at least very good enough, very much good enough to be able to win the very biggest
Let's
events
go.
in Valorant. So we'll see how good their form is coming here
सबसे
into the
खासे ले
Esports
लेता
World
हूँ
Cup
मैं.
2026, and I think that starts right from the get-go. They don't
अच्छा
have
है
an
रे.
easy game to start things out. They are playing a world beater right out of the gate.
So Paper X, of course, are our Pacific champions from Stage 1. Over on the other side, we've got NRG, who are the top team to come out of America's qualifiers. But first, let's take a look at the boys rocking the blue and pink. Paper X, Silver Surfers this year, yet to lift the trophy. Can they get it done at EWC? If so, it'll come with a $600,000
Like
paycheck.
करो
If you're
जे.
looking for stars on this squad, who do your eyes go to first, Pilski?
Everyone. Literally every player.
I need one. Simplify it for the new guy.
I could take something here. I mean, he's been
This is
phenomenal.
what I
We
get.
are in a jet meta as well, so
Yes.
he is really just running around doing a lot of damage. Jing if you get a raise map, but I think something is the player that really does kind of tantalize the viewer.
And now we can take a look at a ferocious squad rocking the black tee of comfort. Avril, this squad
Yeah,
doesn't
please.
need a jersey to make a statement. Are you going with the mullet man? Mullet man number 2. Who is your star to watch on this squad?
There's many mullets on this team. No, I think Brock still is a guy that you have to look out for. Guy is known for the Odin, kind of pioneering that. Ethan as well, former world champion. And
50
double,
रुपए
actually, now,
मिल रहे तो
he's,
ले
you
लेता
know,
भाई.
the IGL on NRG, and I think this is a team led by Ethan that really wants to get back in that form. They've had some good results this year. A couple of third places. You talk about PRX maybe being the bridesmaid second place slot. Well, NRG have kind of had that third place too many times for them, and they're looking to get back to number 1.
No bronzes. They want gold here as well. Of course, both are hoping just to survive the group. If you can win today, that is a huge step forward, knowing the rest of the competition statistically should be easier. Let's take a look, though, at how they should face off here in the best of 3. Last time around, it was in Santiago. That was months ago. So do we have new maps in this map pool that you can expect either team to maybe pull from?
Yeah, I think Pearl was a really important map for NRG, and that's gone from the pool now. So that's going to be very interesting as a map that I think Paper X otherwise probably wouldn't have wanted to play very often. And the fact that we've sort of moved away from that, Sunset being added back in is a bit of an unknown. Obviously, a map that was really famously played by PRX last year as well when they sort of won in Toronto. So looking forward to see how that all sort of shapes out.
Pilski, what about the strengths?
The strengths?
Yeah, what maps could they really just flex like we just saw 100 Thieves do?
I don't think necessarily that, like, both of these teams are so strong that I don't think it's going to be like a slam dunk veto for either of them. And I think both of them have a history playing Sunset with that map coming back into the pool. PRX are famous for playing that wonky comp with the Sage Gecko on that map. They played it many times.
Geckos could be back in the lobby tonight?
Maybe. We'll see. Because Paper X, especially lately, have been the kind of team that's like, I'm not going to change my comp too much, or especially when they haven't had time to prep, they'll just run the same comp. We saw that over on Ascent. For NRG, they did also love to play the Sunset back in the day. I think that was the 5th and final map of the Champs Grand Final that they won. It was very impressive to watch them do so. So I think both of these teams know their way around Sunset. They'd be happy to probably take it there. But I'd imagine a bit of a handshake veto will be going down here. I really wouldn't be surprised to see like a map that's super strong for one team or the other, really.
I would like to see Fracture. I think that was one of the most dominant maps. You saw that in the Grand Finals versus Lev. Paper X dominated on that one. They might want to run that one back and say, look, we have a lot of confidence on this map. We can get a good start here. Get that early 1-0 in the BO3. See where we go from there.
Do you guys feel like giants on this desk?
Like करो chat, like
really
करो.
big right now. Having a great time.
Gonna be big for a big match.
Yeah,
I think.
I just looked behind us, and we've brought in the biggest of our referee bouncers. We have up to 6 referees on the stage right now, and the engineer in charge of the PCs. Everything's looking ready to go. We're just making sure the players are comfortable, and then we'll begin this match.
Let me check.
I just wanted to take a moment and kind of reflect where we're at. This is a brand new building. They are building around us as we are in week 0. We haven't even kicked off the EWC. And shout out to the people behind the scenes who decided this year we're not only going to add $750,000 to the prize pool, we're also going to make sure everything is a best of 3. This is a treat for the fans. You guys are about to be showing it. And the question I have is, who is going to be the flashiest? Like, if I'm new to Valorant and I'm about to watch the best players, what do I need to be looking out for, Pilski?
Paper X. If you talk about flashiness, that's Paper X in a nutshell. If you want to talk about what this matchup is, this is the flashy, like, aggressive team versus the team that likes to think a lot, likes to make a lot of decisions, likes to kind of play the macro and things like that. So
So we hate NRG, we love PaperX if you're ADHD.
I mean, I'm from Pacific, you're from Americas. I think that's about as simple as it gets.
I mean, PaperX, Pilsky wasn't wrong when he said earlier, who's the best on PaperX? Who's the one to look out for? Every single player on this roster has been absolute lights out. But I think NRG have a lot to show here as well. Again, former world champs, something PaperX is still chasing. PaperX themselves been second a number of times. NRG have done it already. They're trying to climb back into that one, and I still have pretty high expectations for this team. We're in the post-SOM era of NRG now as well, so trying to navigate what this team looks like with Kiko. I mean, you could say similar things about PaperX, having Emmy coming in over Batman, so both players making some roster adjustments compared to where we had them last year. PaperX obviously had a much better result than NRG, and that NRG that we got in 2025 EWC was kind of like the first version of this newly formed with Suba lineup that ended up winning the World Champs at the end of that year.
As you take a look back on the stage, I just noticed the team photographers are still out there. Is that good news for the chat? No, it is not. Why? The referees made sure that the stage has to be clear before all the players can begin. Wow. As long as you see a photographer out there, Pilsky, we're not anywhere close to this map kicking off here. So can you give me a little bit of history? I know you've been in the sport for about 10 years. Have you ever had a crane over your camera?
I have not. This is new stuff for me.
He's 22 feet in the air.
Honestly,
I want to give him a camera.
You might be to hear it as well.
I feel like I want to be in a cherry picker casting the game in like a coliseum or something like that, down to the people, like maybe from a balcony and like a theatrical kind of thing. That would be peak.
Would you want like the whole crowd to jump and then like your cherry pickers bouncing a little bit? You good with that?
The whole crowd to jump. I feel like we're getting confused with like a Insane Clown Posse concert and like a theater. Like we're going in two different directions.
Let's just combine them. Let's get them to do halftime. Lots of options for us here in Paris. Everyone wants to come through to one of the world's favorite cities. Of course, we've been eating good, drinking good. What has been the best part of your trip, Avril?
Being in France for the first time. This is the furthest I've traveled. I think the same for you as well. I mean, we come from the opposite side of the planet, literally. So this is about as far as you can go, unless you go like all the way to the UK. So enjoying Paris just in general for me so far, but it's been nice food.
Pilsky, I heard you brought your partner out here. We're making it a family affair. What are we thinking about Paris? We loving the city of love?
Yeah, it's nice. It's nice, but I'm here for business. I stand on business pocket, and I'm here for the games. So I'm not even thinking about that right now. Full focus.
Who do you want to chat about over there? Because he's staring you down. I got eyes on you, young man.
Okay.
लेंस निकालने पड़ेंगे मेरे को लग रहा है.
What's up, Invi? He's having a good time. He's having a good time.
We're all vibing.
Is this how you make friends in the modern day and age?
You just gotta smile at
people. You just make eyes across the room.
You, me, hanging out later. Let's do it. Esports, baby. Yeah, you gotta keep the relationships for a long time. Photographers have been pushed out of the main center of the stage towards the exit. That is another good sign that this match will be getting soon. When it does, what do you want to talk about for our opening round? Who is Team A? Who's going to get the advantage of picking our first map?
That's a great question. I'll have a little bit of a look at the video.
We're going to check that one real quick.
Usually would be.
I know we throw softball questions. I asked you about Paris. You didn't want to talk about food, so we're going to talk a little about the game. Who's this Team A?
We're eating good right now, Pucker. I don't know what you're talking about.
I mean, I'm sure we'll have a veto graphic, but the team that did get to pick the first map was PaperX.
Okay.
I think that's great. I mean, they could kind of set the tone in the series. I don't want to spoil the veto. I'm not sure if we have the graphic or not, and we could talk about it at some point. But
I will have no idea for you either. Sorry.
I don't know how. And then NRG's got to pick a map after that. That's how vetoes work, Pocket.
True.
Just for the layman, I know that I need to kind of, explain things out.
How does it work again? Could you walk me through from the beginning?
I've never heard anyone give the play-by-play of like the stage movements. I honestly applaud you for that. That's a big talent of yours.
You find things and you see things, and what do you see? What do you not see?
People be moving off.
What do you not see? No clickety clacking. No
Alex
fashion.
गुस्सा हो रहा
We're
होगा.
about to begin, ladies and gentlemen, which means that veto graphic might come up.
It might come up.
And we might also see the agent selections. So can we go there next? You mentioned Gecko might be seen.
Let's go.
If we get Sunset, it'll be seen. I'd be surprised if we got Sunset, though. I think both of these teams, it's a low-risk kind of veto. We're very early on in the tournament. It's the first time they're playing each other for quite a while, even though there's a little bit
Let's
of
go, boys. Let's go.
That's mostly gone the way of PaperX, but it's always very competitive. I'd expect a bit of a handshake veto. I'd expect 3 maps. If we get the graphic, or if we don't, maybe I should just say what it is now. All right. All right, so PaperX, banning Haven, NRG's ban Split, and then we're going to go Fracture, Lotus, and then Breeze is the decider. So
Fracture, Lotus.
That's the thing. Yeah, I think there's no surprise there, right? You have the Fracture coming out straight away. That was one of their best maps coming when we looked at them in London as well. Absolutely dominate Lev on that one. Split being taken out is probably no surprise. I think NRG have not been the biggest fans of that one. It's been one of their kind of perma bans, I guess.
There we go.
So looking at it now, we actually legitimately have the graphics. So
Yes, shout
time
out to
get into it.
production. We've got the bans in. So the first one was Haven, removing the 3-lane fun zone. We've got bans on Split, and now you got the picks. So Fracture was one you wanted to see, Avril. You mentioned why. Who's your player to watch, or what gets you excited about this?
I just think this was, you know, a dominant map from PaperX, and I think they pick it straight out of confidence. They want to get
Clean
off to a
strats.
rolling start, get that 1-0 locked in, put the fear into NRG.
W, guys. W. Like
on Stream B. How do we feel about this map pick for NRG?
I feel good about it. I think at the same time, though, PaperX are very famous for their Lotus. It's a map that they play quite a lot for the last little bit. I think the same can be said for NRG on Fracture as well. I don't think that they're necessarily poor on this map by any stretch of the imagination, and most of the games that they lose are very, very close games. So I think with that and Breeze being the decider, I don't think, as I said before, either one of these teams has necessarily got a massive advantage in the veto. PaperX has been up and down on Breeze. They've been inconsistent on the map, but if they decide to turn it on here, then they should have a pretty good day at the office.
Breeze.
Yeah, I think Breeze is a nice finisher here. I mean, obviously,
दो मैप में ही खत्म हो जाएगा ये
handily in the grand finals, but
Trust
pushed a little bit from Lev. But as it's decided, I think overall,
Fracture PaperX जीतेगा, Lotus में PaperX comeback करेगा. Easy.
Should be pretty happy with it.
I think so. I think both of these teams
Easy
are
prediction.
relatively happy with the veto. I think it's just going to be a low-risk veto in a best-of-3 where you kind of want to play it out as cleanly as possible. Like, I think this could be a very, very close series. I think these two teams know each other stylistically very, very well at this point. So I think it's good to just have kind of a clean, fair 3 maps to see who's going to be the deserving victor in this best-of-3 and move on to this qualification game.
Would you be willing to put on a wager for your region that PaperX will win this?
Yes, I will. And I'll tell you as well, Puckett, I'll be very sad if I have to come in here tomorrow and Americas have beaten Pacific 2 series in a row and I've had to live through that. That will be very sad.
Because I don't know if you knew this, but this is a pretty good year for USA.
You guys say that every year.
Doing all right in the US in the World Cup. We're looking live in
चलो मैं बहुत बात कर ली इन लोगों ने भाई.
You know the only team
कौन याद कर रहा है मेरे को?
in the World Cup?
No.
Australia. Yep.
Let's go.
All champions or potential champions still here at the desk. How about our friends on the stage? Not ready. Let's keep chatting about football. So this has been... We're going to go to the ads, guys. We're going to take a short break, figure out what is going down with our Fifth Man's PC. Once that is up and running, I promise you, we're kicking off this match. I can't wait for its PaperX taking on your favorite friends, NRG. We'll be right back.
भी वेट कर रहा है अभी भी वेट करा रहे हैं भाई ये लोग.
Play is in our DNA.
Lovely.
Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower.
Like करो.
Imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City.
11 बजे तक खत्म हो जाना चाहिए भाई. मेरे को खेलना है फिर वैलोरेंट. किक पे लाइव करेंगे.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
It's the biggest event in esports. Welcome back to the Esports World Cup 2026. We're here in week 0. The event hasn't even kicked off, but we're in the group stages already. And we're on to our second match. We've got a team that has been in multiple grand finals this season, looking for another run. It's Paper Rex. On the other side, one of America's favorites, NRG, the top team to come out of the America's qualifier, has already taken the stage. We have two fantastic casters for this one. We got Pilsky alongside Avril. Avril, they just brought us some fans out. We are nice and comfortable. We're ready to rock. It looks like all the players are at their desk with the coaches ready to go. How are you feeling coming into this?
Yeah, fantastic. And do note, fans, we're talking about the actual fans blowing air. We'll get the real fans in, the crowd coming in for the playoffs next week.
Once
but right
we're done
now,
building and you don't have to wear a hard hat.
Exactly. I'm sure the fans, if they were in the venue for this game, though, they'd be going absolutely insane, particularly,
To be honest, like, this is the game where there would be crazy fans for APAC and things like that.
Yeah,
But
you
given
wanna
that
see
we're in
that.
Paris, honestly, the game on the A stream is where the fans would be at right now. Carmine Core taking on Vitality right now is a bit of a crazy French derby
change
going on.
Do you know if we have any updates over there on the
Two
match?
limited.
It looked like it was close the last time I checked.
Two.
I can
They're still
have a little
all
bit of a
hands
look
are
here.
on mice, so I think they're still in game late
probably still in
rounds.
game. Let's have a look.
Spike went
Looks
down.
like it's close. It's very close in the first map. No one's won it yet.
We got a lot going on here. On our main stage, I just checked out here. NRG, all smiles. Hands are up. Everyone's staying off the keyboards, keeping it grease-free.
Yeah.
What is it like in the moments right before the game? Why is everyone in preacher mode?
I feel like, I mean, the thing is,
It's on both sides.
A lot of these teams, they've kind of gotten to the point where they have like performance coaches, or they have like experts who teach the players breathing exercises, who help the players kind of get into the right mindset. You know, different players kind of have different mindsets getting into some of these games. Some people are too excited. They need to calm down a little bit. Some people need to get themselves G'd up a little bit.
I'm looking for the players that are like, lying back, getting a little bit of a nap in there, bit of a snooze in there, like Vora from last game.
We
so.
see you,
I
A
see you.
streamers.
Hey, streamers.
They're trying to be sneaky.
They're too tall for that.
I find it amusing that we could see Kakuka trying to squeeze past, but big time, he is 5 foot, so he was able to make a pass safely.
It was.
we didn't see big time.
We did not see him. It's a bit of an
There's
ironic
two people
name
there.
pocket.
Wild. Let's take a look here at your agents as we are locking in. Will I actually see a raise in this time of day?
Yes,
sir.
Absolutely you will. I mean, Paper X, Jing, this is the man you want to be watching on this map in particular. But as we mentioned before, Paper X very well rounded on Fracture. For NRG, having a little bit of a look at a Phoenix comp. They've gone a completely different direction with the Phoenix Waylay. It is still, similar flavors from both of these teams running the double duelist, but not in agreement about how they want to be doing it.
Yeah, I think both teams are just going to be sticking to their guns here. Obviously, like
grow.
Too far from what they've already
story
shown so far. Versus Sky into the mix there as well. One of the few maps you're going to end up seeing something move over to the Brimstone from his usual jet position, which I'm sure for the rest of the BO3, he'll be comfortably moving back on towards the jet. But yeah, you called this one, man. Jing on the Rays, probably one of the few players that you have to be really careful about.
Yeah, for sure. Totally agree. I think for NRG, it's going to be interesting to see how they navigate this one. Fracture is not a map that they've had heavily repped in the last 3 months. You know, they've only had a couple of officials on it, a few of those over in Americas, one in the Swiss stage of Santiago, which is a very, very tight game versus Foot, whereas Paper X...
Let's go. Like karo chat. Like karo.
And they've had some pretty good runs on it as of recently. You talked about their game over in Santiago that went quite well for them. We won't talk about the rest of the final. That's not really relevant, Kev. What's relevant is they need this opening group stage win here against NRG here at EWC.
All right, well, we have PRX on the defensive side, NRG on the attacking side.
Abhi
Looking
pura
towards the top
focus.
so far on Arcade. First up will be Jing.
W.
Shot onto Kiko and a follow from Divide as well.
Nice.
That Jing does trade his own life. 4 versus 2 in the opening pistol.
Yeah, broken scuba. Got a contact there.
Yeah, 4 seconds.
And pushes them away nicely. You had the Sky Smoke invested there for something. Just no opportunities given
One
for
HP,
NRG to
one
be able to
HP,
get back
easy.
into that round.
Should be a pretty tough one here, Scuba. Let's see if he gets something for his money to end this round with, but we're looking over to a PRX first round victory. Low HP here for Scuba as well.
Yep. Tapping away with the bandit. See if he can farm himself up and neural.
WPRX W देखा मैं बोला भाई जल्दी खत्म होएगा मैच जल्दी मैच खत्म करने का अपने को वो लोग गुस्से में इतना लेट चालू करते हो
A team that we expect to go very far in this tournament, had a decent placing last EWC, but in terms of the Masters so far this year, 2 second places NRG themselves really competitive from North America.
जिंको मार दिया भाई जिंको
Didn't quite do as well in last year's EWC. I'd like to make sure they hit the top 4 minimum this time, if not taking it all the way.
Sonico here for NRG. Looking to work towards Dish. Paper X on the other side of things have taken a main control. Trailblazer all the way through the south side of the map. They know exactly what's happening on bottom side, and Timmy the Turret has got Dish on lock.
Laser उनके पास. Panax.
Taking it slow, but waiting to explode here for NRG. Being stalled out by some of the utility coming through from Divide. Grenade from Jing as well. Oh, big damage. Actually, to Ethan put out to 8 HP, but they got to commit to this one. Flash is coming on through. Device swings into
W Device.
Rock the only one that actually gets the kill, and PRX handling this anti-eco near perfection.
ऐसा खेलना.
Cleared out all the bottom side. They had double nanos on Dish. They dropped the nade on
Ethan बैठा है बीच में.
It felt like they were all over.
Ethan जो जीता था last
VALORANT
थी.
Exactly where NRG were coming from. They had the perfect utility in the perfect position.
Fnatic जितना चाहिए था, लेकिन somehow
just a handful of pistols. They've handed 4 more towards the lockdown of Divide going forward, and now Paper X into what looks like a pretty clean bonus round. They've definitely got some punching power here.
Yeah, Divide definitely getting ahead in terms of the kill department. 5 and 1, 3 away from the lockdown. Let's see what kind of timing we get here first. Round of rifles coming through NRG. Going back over towards the B side. A little bit of information there from Forsaken. A big stack though from PRX.
Yeah, progression smoke for NRG over on Arcade. That'll be given to them. They're looking for the lurk here of Scuba as the cam is dealt with. Forsaken looking to push the issue but cannot find the Cypher. It's a complete disengage over on the other side of the site. Envy inside of this Arcade smoke doesn't go well for him. Something's found one on the site, picks up the Phantom, and Forsaken's got him covered nicely from stairs side. What a nice in from Paper X. This bonus round looks like it's theirs on a silver platter.
Yeah, I mean, even that Envy was going to get something that he gets found.
PRX है भाई, PRX
ready to be able to trade. And so, you know, a little bit more in terms of damage being done, but mostly while they got up 2 players still alive. You take that bonus 3-0 NRG after a bit of a rough one.
Ethan का height छोटा है
It's
लेकिन
never ideal
crazy
to be in this
दिखता है.
position. Having a loss versus the bonus. Paper X, you can see already looking pretty locked in. Smiles on the faces. This is exactly how you want the opening of this game to go on your map pick. Defy getting close to a lockdown as we head towards the first gun round. Same for a showstopper. All of these big impact ults are very much well within the wheelhouse if they can get towards round 5 here for Paper X.
He got one away as well, but unfortunately just doesn't quite have the equipment and he'll earn the ultimate not to be able to use in this particular round.
W.
That one. Not expecting too much. This is nothing. Forsaken earns his ultimate, and we're just prepped for the next round as well. Ethan taking whatever he can out of this map.
Jing flying around as he's often liable to do, and that's quite a dink in from Ethan. That is a
close
eco for Paper X. They are really running away with this game with a bit of a landslide to kick things off, but can only imagine NRG will only wait so long before they actually start to crack through with a gun round.
Yeah, NRG don't want to suffer the same fate Lev did against PRX on this particular map. For that to happen, we'll need to start seeing some real life come through from NRG soon.
See what they put together. You did mention they earned the runner back at the end of that last eco round. That can really be one of these ults that helps you simplify.
Open line as well. Martin done here. You have to really get anything on board.
He will be holding that stairs line. Does seem like Paper X.
W.
Sky smoke.
W. भाई जिंग ने क्या मारा है?
At least able to take Jing with him, but it's a good start for Paper X nonetheless. And now they're trying to read the position of the rest of the attackers with these Seekers.
Now, Seekers will reveal the bottom side of the map pretty comfortably so far. Scuba kind of gets away though. He wasn't one of the players that actually got revealed by the Seekers. Still 3 players alive for NRG, so work to be done here. They can get on site pretty comfortably for now, as most of these PRX players have fallen off somewhat, minus something which is in play. And he's unbelievable spray
something by Sahab का खेल रहा है.
No issues there for PRX. 5-0 and something unreal.
बोला जल्दी खत्म होने वाला है. मेरे को लगता है कि 10:30 बजे खत्म है ये.
Despite being at a man advantage, NRG not quite able to get comfortable. And they will take a timeout as a result. This has been a bit of a battery to kick off this game of Fracture from Paper X, a map that they're very familiar with, and it seems like they're going to run away with another landslide victory over an America's team, unless you start to get some quick adjustments here from NRG.
Oh, wow. Something like a Mara,
and that side in this particular game right now, 0-5 is the scoreline, but what a way for PRX to handle the aggression that we saw from potentially Mara setting up a bit of a line there. Trying to catch a player up from PRX, and the instant util coming through, the stun, Jing wanted to get in, the showstopper, completely blowing up that setup from NRG.
See what the adaptations start to come through from NRG. You've seen them mostly lean towards that arcade side of the map. And mostly hitting one side. Hasn't really been working out too well for them. I feel like Paper X have often been quite happy to stack that side of the map and play a little bit more retake towards A.
We saw that one round where they had an eco 5-man up dish, completely slowed down by all the utility coming through, particularly from Divine, Nano Swarms, everything else. There we go. Again, a lot required here from NRG. Still want to run it back, which needs to be an important ultimate here, but Nightfall also earned by Ethan.
Towards the dish early on here for Paper X. Once again, it's the guiding light over the top of Arcade. That's only really there to condition NRG, who are starting to walk their way into A main and take some map control.
Yeah, first time we're really seeing anything through halls. Let's see what we can sort of find here as PRX make sure they retain control of Rogue's information found, and okay, decent kills. Mana and Kiko finding their mark here. This is 5 versus 3. The first big opportunity for NRG, I would say so far in this entire half.
Fault line, a jump spot from Envy.
कर सकता था वो पिक निकाल सकता था
this aggression in the mid round from Paper X puts them at a pretty massive advantage. Spike will be scooped up there by Brock to join up with the rest of NRG to have taken this A main control earlier. But Forsaken are already on this A side of the map, and Device on the rotate.
Envy एक पिक निकालेगा.
So it does still have plenty util to relay
फिर
back
4 सेकंड निकालेगा.
Nightfall coming on in, taking no risks here. Envy will be spotted. Flash as well. He's got no chance, but a better flash potentially against NRG.
बोला था एक पिक निकालेगा. उसके बाद उसको पिक लेना था. 4 सेकंड को.
Still left over towards B. Was not going to get a single shot in there. Scuba will find his head right out the smoke.
Yeah, nice adaptation from NRG. Punish all of that mid-round aggression and then just keep things simple. Pivoting back to where they took that A main control earlier on in this round. So a successful timeout. That will help them steady their economy going forward, because they're going to have to make their way to a lot of gun rounds against Paper X, who have had a bit of a blinding start here to Fracture.
Smokes there also cutting off a couple of players from PRX, making sure that the breach of Envy was going to be isolated, despite a pretty good flash coming through from them against basically all 5 from NRG, who some around on that board. Nightfall the only ultimate spent as well, so pretty cheap in that ult economy side, you'll say, is... Let's see what we get done from NRG. Back over towards Arcade.
Yep. Taken on over here, trying to disrupt this one as the runner back comes in. Gonna throw out his guiding light, but Kiko is all over it as see the dash in from Marta. In comes the orbital from NRG, just trying to zone them away. But in the meantime, you've seen Envy be able to at least pick up one and deal with the runner back as something is pressuring the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, okay, what can Scuba do here though? 2 players in front of him. With PRX really off-site, should be a free plant. Scuba, oh, he needed to hit that. Cage should keep him alive for the time being for a little while. No support here for Scuba, so he just needs to be able to hold this on his own.
W.
From something though.
W.
Does not feel particularly good for an NRG, who are now getting ulti dumped on the side. Out comes both the breach ult and the Brimlock. Kiko's been able to find
nice.
A nice flash to set up something. Talk inside a tower. Very low here. The lion's share of the work has to be done by Kiko as the Brim Molly tries to delay the plan for a little longer.
Workable. 2 versus 2 now. Operator have a divide. Maybe not the best in terms of weaponry for this. First tap on the spike. All fades. Device looking for targets. Something on the Brock. It's just Kiko left alive.
WPRX, let's go.
Doesn't even matter that he's not on a duelist. He'll find the aim. He's
जी
got the sharpness
यही
of
तो
it.
चाहिए
Smart
भाई,
shot that
यही तो
works.
चाहिए.
Up against Scuba, he'll
जल्दी
make
से
sure
लाइक करो. और
finish up
गाइस
the last two
आप
players
गिफ्ट भी
of
कर
NRG,
सकते हो.
despite being
रूबी का
planted
ऑप्शन
there.
आ
No
चुका है
dice for the round.
गिफ्टिंग का, तो आप जाओ जल्दी से गिफ्ट भी करो. आपको दिखेगा गिफ्ट का ऑप्शन, वहां पे जाओ. फ्री का मिल रहा है, एक 95 रुपीज फ्री का मिल रहा है गिफ्टिंग. जाओ वहां से रिडीम करो और गिफ्ट करो गाइस, गिफ्ट करो. वो सुपर जेट के बाजू में दिख रहा होगा लेफ्ट साइड में गिफ्टिंग का ऑप्शन. और इसके बाद पेपरएक्स के बाद अपन करेंगे किक पे लाइव स्ट्रीम. W.
Just going to fire a couple of shots into holes, but here come the rest.
Oh, combo हो सकता था भाई.
No theft now from Scuba to reveal the rest of the members. The rest of the members are coming in nice and quick for PRX.
Combo हो सकता था.
NRG fighting hard in towards Sandside, and they punished the flood so nicely. Read it with the neural theft, and they knew that Paper X really wanted to try to get in and take that fight before the spike even went down. It's all down to something, and he wasn't ready for Scuba to have slipped through already onto the A site. A second round for NRG.
Seems like the 2 rounds NRG have gone so far have come through from the fact that they can find some punish early, particularly over towards, that's A side of the map. Find those early picks, handle the flood coming in through from PRX, and sort of twice in a row for the 2 successful rounds. That seemed to work out for them. B, on the other hand, has been a bit more of a worrisome part of the map. But they've recovered 2 here. They can at least get 4 to 5. You'll say it's an okay half for them, but otherwise PRX looking for that 7 to finish up our first half to make sure they're in the lead.
Be a big round for NRG. Money is starting to get a little bit dry for Paper X after their landslide of victories to open up this half. Starting to run out of cash here. Op picked up by Marta. Hasn't really had a chance to get involved in this game. He's often just been dashing in and refracting in on the entry. Ethan's taking dish here. A lot of moves being made on the map by an NRG, who is just waiting for a reaction from Paper X. Forsaken looking for information with the Trailblazer.
We'll see just the one. Kiko, not really too much information there so far. A lot more movements starting to flow over from both of the teams, you'd say. Well, Forsaken wanted to make that play happen. As time starts to run out, that smoke comes down just as Marta had the line of the op.
Jing v Scuba on the bottom of the map does not go well for the Rays, unfortunately. Scuba really keeping that A main push in check, and I dare say that this is going to prompt a little bit more aggression for a Paper X, who just don't really have any info on what's happening on the map. They've got the A info line, but that's about it.
I mean, that's his huge kill, because now PRX have to commit a little bit more over to the A side, something waiting. But as time starts to dwindle, it looks like NRG will be finishing over towards A, just something to slow this one down. Rest of PRX wanting to stack over towards B. And there's the first spot. Okay, Molly to slow it down. Haunt will spot him, and they already knew he was going to be there. Conversion pass, you shouldn't expect too much from something here. A little bit more aggression though from NRG, because they got to get the spike down. Time is running out here, and Forsaken's causing problems. The Vi's still there as well. Stops the problem. That just isn't enough.
Yeah, Kiko.
हाइड हो जाता, हमें टाइम नहीं था.
Lockdown invested there from the Vi just to be able to keep things interesting, and if he was able to win enough of those tools, could have really created some magic for Paper X. But as it stands, unfortunately, NRG capitalizing on that nice opening advantage that they had, grouping up together, and even with the clock running down, they've thrown the kitchen sink at that round. They understand just how battered and bruised Paper X's economy was. And winning that round is phenomenal for them to start to make a bit more of a resurgence into this first half.
Barely any time left, and they have to get that last kill. And Devi falls just in the nick of time here. So still trying to rescue the scoreline a little bit is going to be NRG. And first time we're going to see PRX really in the eco. Haven't really seen their money run dry just yet, as they want to get aggressive over towards the bottom side of the map. 3 players stacked up so far, and NRG walking to the turret.
Yeah, just Devi here. Doesn't have too much help. Mollied out of position. Not much for him to do. Over on the bottom side of the map, though, that's a nice opener from something. Trips now down. Rifle looking to be picked up. Guiding Light will enable that, and Paint Shells even to push Ethan away. NRG set up on the side, but haven't got the spike down just yet.
Okay, well, here it comes now. One go to Jane. Guess what? That's ultimate ready to go. Be sure that that could be a big one for this round as well. Something's also one away, but might even be playing for exits here if they're going to play this one slowly.
Soaking up on the line, tapping away. He knows kind of where Kiko is, but not quite able to deal with him. The C's is going to slow him down. Paper X not really making too many moves elsewhere. Aggressive play punished. They're very much keeping NRG pinned into this side. In goes the showstopper. Molly on the spike from the attackers, just trying to buy time and time Paper X out of this round. Showstopper invested. Invi is on the defuse. Something up inside of the smoke. Wrap around there from Ethan, and Marta closes it out with 2 outlaw shots. Spike goes off. How many NRG players will survive at the end of that round? I couldn't tell you. But that definitely would have gotten expensive for them.
Showstopper kind of gave away false info there as well, because I think Jing thought he had cleared tower, but not to be the case. Throw that one in there. Dealt a bunch of damage, but no kill actually coming on through. You can see how slowly PRX ended up playing that round. The fact that they were even in position to actually make a play for the defuse, though, that's got to show that they have the capability. 4 now found for NRG.
Very patient there. Money, not fantastic for NRG. But they've definitely made a big dent in this round deficit that they accrued early on. So Dings down on towards the bottom side. Once again, Ethan trying to create a little bit of pressure towards Dish on his lonesome.
Divide back on A. Helped a little bit by Forsaken. Both teams not wanting to make any early moves. Last 2 rounds of this half as well. NRG looking to scoop them both if possible. Still plenty of decent ultimates on the side of NRG. First bit of information now finally coming through. Does Marta have the patience to get the shot?
Now comes the Seeker's going to layer in a guiding light there and recognize that there's at least a couple of players over here. Saturate goes on in. Very tight line for Forsaken. Gets legged out by the op as the Prowler pushes in back.
Okay, Nightfall coming on through. He'll catch maybe one player, not quite perhaps Forsaken, but he managed to dodge that one out in time. And the rest of PRX now slowly moving on in. First duel, Forsaken wins it. Scuba down. Onto site now, Divide trying to hold this one. Brock on as well. That's a spike on the floor, by the way. Does end up going down to Marta. Some damage come through from the Orbital, and NRG is still pulling through a decent number of kills. 2 versus 2. The runner back is gone.
Careful here.
Ethan needs to scoop up the spike here. 20 seconds on the clock. Molly going down. Kiko with the late wrap over through onto Sand. Deals with something. It's just Jing by himself. He knows the spike hasn't gone down. It's an awkward exchange here for NRG, who are investing all of the Phoenix util just to be able to cross. Jing up close to the Blaze Wall here. Satchel trying to cancel the plan. Not quite able to do it. That's going to go down for NRG. Now they're just playing this crossfire off of Ethan.
Yeah, this is going to be so hard to do. 1 versus 2 through the wall. Double swing, and Jing doesn't even get a shot off. Dangerous situation, and we sort of remember the round where Devi ends up going down just before the time runs out, and Jing has to be very careful we're not just delivering his own life away before the plant comes on through. But a difficult 1v2, but yeah, we're really getting into the weeds of NRG's comeback on this first half now, because they were down by quite a few rounds.
Yeah. Look at that, 4 in a row. Very good resurgence after the tactical timeout. Got to give a lot of credit to NRG there. Paper X now really being made to sweat here on Fracture. Keiko has got the Outlaw. Juggling that with the Vandal. Maybe kind of rethought his purchase there as they're really trying to isolate. Scooper on top side. He's made it out of dodge though. Investing the cage, and now you're seeing NRG speeding up on the other side of the map.
Yeah, Scooper's going to get crunched on, and NRG will make some moves now after hearing all of that noise. Still, look at Forsaken. He wants to go for the chase. Scooper's about to make his way onto B, but the spike and the rest of NRG looking over towards A. A big flank though from both Jing and Forsaken that NRG have to be a little bit careful about. First up, Marta versus something. Smoke starting to fade.
Nice.
Get that shot in first.
Kumar अच्छा मारा बे.
It's very tense here. Forsaken's found another one. It's a bit of a landslide of frags for Paper X coming back in on this retake. Still alive inside the side. Gonna drop the orbital. Hits 2 players from Paper X, but unfortunately Divide with the last
W in the chat हो जाएगा guys. W in the chat. अच्छा राउंड निकला भाई.
Yeah, well, unfortunate.
7-5. Good up, good up, good up.
Too quick on the trigger finger. As we close out the half there.
अच्छा राउंड निकला भाई.
Still be PRX.
Yeah, doing quite well for themselves, but you've got to give a lot of credit to NRG. I mean, that's what we know them for. Got great leadership, great coaching staff, so post-attack timeout, after they made the adjustments that were necessary, is a much more competitive half from there. They are not scared of
7-5 is too good.
They're quite happy to leave it in the veto.
6-6 नहीं था ये था मेरे को.
Handling the aggression well as well in terms of knowing that
Last वाला round निकाला बढ़िया निकाला भाई. दवाई ने जो मारा है.
Paper X wanting to explore the map, wanting to take some angles, wanting to sort of fight for positions on the map, and NRG all too happy to receive that and punish.
I think NRG is the kind of team that stylistically we see a lot of the times when they play each other. They often force
इनको जो मारा भाई मजा आ गया.
sometimes. Quite happy to just sit back, hold some of the angles and wait for Paper Rex to make the move in the early to mid round that they're looking to punish. I think you saw a lot of that from NRG. Scuba given a lot of space to kind of work on his lonesome. Marta with the offensive operator.
Would love to have seen a little bit more out of that op. Unfortunately, you sort of mentioned that, but Marta didn't quite have as much impact on that first half as we would have liked. Particularly on the op side of things. I mean, the first round that we saw the op, he instantly got util pushed out.
Yeah. That's just attacking side waylay things, though. You know, you're not really going to be the fragging duelist on the waylay often when you're playing. You know, Phoenix is definitely the one to be doing the majority of the fragging, to often be following up what is a dash refract a lot of the time offensively. Definitely want Keiko in this comp to be the heavy hitter, the one farming up all of the run-it-backs. But NRG, I think they're quite happy with what they've done, especially given the start in that opening half.
Yeah.
Kind of halted the momentum of Paper Rex as they head into their defensive half now.
Curiosity.
Hopefully a bit better showing from America's team against PRX on this particular map. NRG the confidence to move forward and start to get the lead in the second half if possible. That should be underway fairly soon.
Let's see what we're going to get here.
लंबा चला भाई half time इनका.
Expecting a lot of waylay getting on this info line. Wouldn't be surprised if they start to mix in the op yet again.
मेरे को लगा लंबा चला भाई. इतना लंबा मैं बोला इतना लंबा तो मत चलाओ. लाइक करो चैट, क्या कर रहे हो? लाइक
Breach on the other side of things as Marta on the line with the Sheriff Refract active.
B जाए.
It's going to jiggle away. Does at least spot out Devi, and there's Marta.
Oh!
Such a shot from Devi to get the opener.
Yeah, we've seen that from Devi before.
What a sword, man.
5 versus 4 early on, calling over Ethan, also Brock.
Stomping away.
पड़ा. W.
Smoke to try and slow things down.
Nice.
Starting to cause a couple of problems. When do we get the explode? Finally comes.
Order.
Just into the meat grinder. Both Ethan and Scooping all the kills. Brock
I throw
likes
gaya.
Dink into the kill as well. Not just Devi. He has the capability to get those kills. He got the first one.
Ui.
Oh
my.
As well, Devi versus Kiko, and Devi's got the hot hands. And I'm not talking about Phoenix here. Kiko's the one playing that. Has he got the capability?
Like hasn't been tapped yet. Kiko knows he could take his time with this one. He's looking like a little bit of a raid boss with the bandit and armor. He's got a lot of util to work with as well. Curveball and a molly. Divine really waiting for a mistake, but he's the one who has to make the first move here. Turret's back up. I think that's what he must have been waiting for.
30 seconds left.
30 seconds. Spike will be easy here. He doesn't know it, but he doesn't quite know where Kiko is standing and waiting. Kiko just waiting for plant at this stage. Turret will be the one spotting him out first.
Spike planted.
As the molly comes on through.
Oh, bhai sahab.
Instant headshot. He started out with that one on Tomato.
Bhai, ye kya hai bhai?
Another pistol for PRX.
Yeah, you're kicking yourselves as NRG.
भाई पिस्तौल राउंड निकल गया मतलब कि भाई मैच निकल गया.
On Tomato inside of A main. They were ready for Paper X's execute. They had a big crossfire on the side, but Devi very sneakily able to construct himself a 1v3 on that A side. He opens up the round for Paper X and he gets it done by himself.
Scuba ने जो spam मारा है भाई.
The meat grinder, Scuba and Ethan just doing work, but Devi coming on through and just diffusing the scenario. We get another early pick. It's Marta down again. Unfortunately, something is just going to make.
पड़ा. Heavy पड़ा.
Let's get the all the way. That's all that
इथन को पड़ा भाई.
Trailblazer. Was at least find the buy onto Scuba. 2 players
from
that B side of the map. So you're going to get the pivot back across. Something quite happy to sit in dish side. The rest of Paper X relocating to the bottom side. They meet up with Kiko.
He's going to have to hide there, and that should be a little bit of info, but do they know it's the exact corner? They absolutely do. They see the hands. This will be easy. Yeah, shouldn't even lose a single player to Kiko despite the wonky shots from Jing. Now the crunch over on towards A. Brock to try and hold on to this one, but Pistol not
like karo Jack, like karo.
Easy 9th round here for PRX, 5 versus 2.
One enemy remaining.
Might not even
W.
Indeed, they don't. 5 rifles brought through into the bonus is a very, very good position to be in. As Paper X. NRG once again going to have to play the opening part of this half from behind. So we'll have a look at how their first defensive gun round does look. But I mean, they were quite resilient in the first half, so have to give them the benefit of the doubt for sure.
The real worrying thing was like the PRX did convert the bonus, which is, and then that ended up being 5 rounds in a row for PRX in that first half. And for NRG, wouldn't want that to be the case again. An opportunity to drop one gun down. But honestly, when you just have the classics there, it's a little tough. See what the bonus looks like for PRX this time around. NRG really wants
उसके लिए 50 ग्राम का माउस चाहिए 150 ग्राम के माउस में नहीं होता उतना फास्ट.
One player hanging around outside of A main. That's a Molly being prepped for tower. I do think that they're just going to try to drop off Jing up there with the Trailblazer. Keiko under a lot of pressure, pushed out by the utility, and that's an open inside of A main. He's punished the push from NRG on the other side of the map when the pressure was coming through into tower, and now NRG are reeling in their first gun round here.
PRX, they can just abandon B at this time as well if they want to go towards A, but they'll slow things down. They'll say, let's recommit. Force the rotations from NRG first. Divide can even go for a little bit more, but on the other side
W.
Yeah, they've just completely dominated. So we're seeing
सेव करेगा ये इसके पते पड़िए सेव करेगा सुमड़ी में सेव करेगा ये.
I mean, they were well aware that there was a player hanging around outside of A, confirmed by the Prowler, but Devi has just been on one. He's having one of these games. Been in some excellent form as of late. And when he takes over a game for Paper X, there's just really not much he can do. Brock last alive, trying to hold onto his rifle. Not spotted out by the guiding light.
Just wants to save, my man. Just wants to stay alive.
Oh,
he's been spotted. Devi, he's going to go for a little bit more. And, well, just saw the back of the player. Shuts him down. Devi's got locked down either way. He'll be having to convert another kill.
Yeah, don't feed him an orbital.
ये खुद हंड हो रहे.
At this point, if he's able to get one more kill, he'll have it. And I think his respect has been earned here as Paper X hitting double digits. Not able to bring as many guns out of that round, but when you win the bonus, I don't think you really care too much.
Yeah, I mean, you got so many rounds in the bank at the moment in terms of where this lead is going. You got Ultimate Stun to come online as well. You got Devi winning a 1v2. Oh my god, that just cannot happen if you are NRG. Would love to see if we can get a POV of that one, but NRG taking their second timeout now.
All right. Yes,
they need it.
Yeah. And see what they're going to construct here around this singular save Phantom.
W.
Got to be some level of investment here for NRG to try to keep things interesting. They did manage to take some guns away from Paper X. They'd love to do some more economic damage, if not give themselves an outside shot of winning this round. But if things go the way they're expected, Paper X will be up 11-5 here on Fracture, and it's going to be a difficult position to come back from if you're NRG, given just how strong Paper X have been looking on this map lately.
And there's the PRX
out
of the starting gates and into the immediate sprint. We saw them take in London in the grand finals, just dominating on the opening map. This one is definitely more competitive, but at the same time as well.
Lenovo Legion का sponsorship, brand partnership, एक brand collaboration हो जाए तो मजा ही जाए. Impossible को possible करने का यही एक तरीका है.
Can't have a slow start for either one of these teams. You would be honestly a little bit upset that this is the opening game of EWC. It's a very stacked tournament, of course, but Paper X and NRG would probably be a game we'd be expecting pretty deep into the playoff bracket.
Well, half buys coming on through. Obviously, Brock did save over that one rifle. See if he can be the hero for this particular round.
Main taken again by NRG.
Okay.
Lockdown being invested on this B side of the map. Paper X playing it very slowly. Not quite rushing into B by any stretch of the imagination. Showstopper now picked up by Jing.
We'll see what they still have to clear.
और ये A जाएंगे तो भाई.
Concluded. Obviously, we can see that NRG are going to be late to the party here a little bit as Jing wants to start that party. He'll go down. And he wants the Showstopper again. It's Marta and Ethan getting on the board here. PRX are left hurting. They're the ones with the guns. And still NRG coming out ahead on that one. Not Scuba though.
Low है निकाल सकते हैं.
They isolated him nicely. Utility invested. In comes the Nightfall though. from NRG, trying to complete this retake in from Gen side. Envy disrupting. He's got a nice crossfire in with Divide, but that player on the side has gone down. Divide.
भाई 1-1 HP है, निकाल सकते हैं लोग. Nice रे. अरे.
That's a huge pick to be able to get across to the side. They know exactly where something is.
Oh, something is something भाई.
And NRG will be kicking themselves.
बोला भाई निकाल सकते हैं भाई.
Position there post timeout.
And they barely had any equipment. They came through with lesser money, just came out of the timeout. Start with a 5 versus 3, ends up being a 2 versus 1. But unfortunately, NRG just didn't quite have eyes on where something was. So 2 players looking
Crazy निकला भाई.
No ability to trade something fast enough to once again dragging that crosshair over, transferring onto the secondary, cleaning up the 1 versus 2. And these are the moments that will just set PRX aside ahead of the others. And far ahead of NRG so far on this map.
Put a dent in the economy.
Let's go.
Only a half buy for NRG, who now have a follow-up gun round with some ults to work with. Out comes the C's there in combination with the orbital. I think that's just going to kill one player outright. Ethan following up super nicely. And again, it's a 2-man advantage for NRG.
So this time, you're hoping the NRG will be able to navigate this 5v3 a little bit cleaner, but
Crazy
something still alive as well. 2 of the biggest fraggers so that we've seen in this particular map, particularly Divide. So the opportunity is still there. You can start seeing some clean rounds.
Jump spot, curveball to follow up. Everything going the way of NRG until something steps into the limelight, which is a very similar story to what we saw in that last round. Paper X volleyed off. Too much fire.
2v4.
And they're going to pivot across the sand.
They burn some defensive utility away from NRG, but they themselves on the PRX side is still left wanting here. It's something going to cause a little bit of noise, might cause a little bit more. You start to see Forsaken take the spike away, so it might end over towards B, but for the time being, something wanting to sell this one. Won't sell it for very long because of Neural Theft. This NRG themselves will start to make their way onto the opposite side of the map. Still going to get past this trip.
Forsaken still with the trip nicely. This is a winnable 2-on-3 for Paper X. Ethan in a great position in a crossfire with Scuba over on Heaven's side. Ethan very low, but Scuba playing off him nicely. Out comes
but close.
It's not even needed. Scuba getting it done himself, and NRG capitalizing on a 2-man advantage that they weren't quite able to in the round previous.
Still a dangerous amount of players end up going down there for NRG, which goes to say, you know, even with 3 for Paper X, still very highly capable. 5 versus 3 and 2 will survive for NRG, but they get the round importantly.
Yeah. Let's see what we're going to get here. NRG have got a lot of work to be doing, and you can see that the money's starting to get a little bit battered and bruised for Paper X. Couple of rifles to mix on in here. Orbital and Seekers at the ready as well.
Rolling Thunder 1 away. It's a big round for ultimates for PRX, but not much else at the moment.
Paper X creeping their way in towards A main, joined up by Forsaken here. We'll see how many ults they're going to throw at this round. Try to make their lives a little bit easier. You can see that NRG are well and truly ready for the flood. Even the B players are playing retake, leaning in spawn side.
Doors open, Kiko on the Jing first. A lot of pressure coming through from Rogues, and looks like PRX still want to challenge, but they're just challenging into their own deaths. At least Envy is going to make his way over towards the site and get this plant. You'd imagine if he goes for it in a timely manner, but currently 1 versus 4, NRG will be able to pick up another round.
You can see the elbow. One off the Rolling Thunder. Peppered away through those smokes on spawn side, and Saturate doesn't quite connect. That gives him an opportunity onto Ethan, but the crouch peak is a little bit faster. That is 4 alive for NRG. And 11-7, honestly, is not that crazy of a scoreline to overturn here for an NRG who is confidently finding their way into advantageous situations round on round on round. Last 3 rounds in a row, they've been up in numbers quite substantially.
Yeah, could have been a dangerous round as well. I mean, we saw the trap set up over towards ropes, but an opportunity for PRX if they were able to make their way into sight. Well, they do nibble on that hook that was put out there, wanting to really challenge for ropes as we get into the timeout here for PRX. Seeing what ways they can just buckle up for these last 2 rounds that they need to finish up map 1.
Feels like they're in very good form right now. Even the rounds where they're behind in numbers, they're keeping things kind of on a knife's edge. The individual players looking very sharp. I mean, that's a given when you get Paper X. But still need to close here against the NRG that can be quite troublesome once they get on a little bit of a roll, especially with this kind of comp. I feel like Keiko is in quite good form on the Phoenix. If he starts chaining the run-it-backs together, that's going to be a little bit of a difficult prospect.
So it's about breaking that early chain of rounds that PRX have, and you see what happened in what we'll call the second quarter here, but the second half or that first half where NRG start to get it together. That time might just happen again now. 2 in a row here. Economy is starting to look a little bit safer. PRX were the ones that actually had a slightly broken economy, but those ultimates I talked about in that last round are still available now.
Absolutely. That's what I got my eyes on as well, and they're already prepping themselves for a BXQ. Mata looking to disrupt. What an excellent guiding light, though. And NRG are just bumping into each other. Curveball, as well as the Prowlers, just trying to zone Paper X away. So a little bit of a standstill in the mid-round here as Paper X look to pivot back to 8.
So a lot of util being thrown back and forth, plenty of flashes, and Mata will be the one that ends up falling there. As Forsaken will keep things busy over on the B side of things, including the Seekers. Wants to really sell this one, but slowly Scuba's making his way over. Brock's sniffing something through here as well. Not too sure where the direction is, but will just cover drop for the time being. Rolling Thunder clears the sight. Scuba's first dodge away from the ult, but running to the hands of Divide.
Yeah, he felt like he had a timing there. Brock spamming away as Paper X have done a really good job this round. Kiko, though, applying some pressure from the flank could start to cause some problems and throw a spanner in the works for Paper X.
It could have been really dangerous if something was still alive here, but now A main control being taken away. NRG working their way up, still have Forsaken to clear on the top side as well.
अरे यार अरे यार क्या कर रहे हैं ये 1v1 हो रहा है अरे यार
Forsaken again, the player that was unknown for the time being, and Forsaken will run the clock down. He's going to start making some moves away, but as the spike starts to get diffused here, he's almost looking to just stick this one, but that's going to be half so far. Time is running out. Forsaken's just going to run down the clock.
W.
Close, but the 12 is still found regardless.
Every single one of these rounds, even if it's like a 3-on-5, every XVX is so incredibly close. Felt like Scuba definitely had a decent time. He dodged the Rolling Thunder so nicely, peeking through the sky smokes. I'm surprised he doesn't even get one there. And that is courtesy of Divide just being able to hold every angle, playing patiently exactly when it's needed. 22 kills for Divide. He's got a lot of help from the rest of the boys. I mean, whenever Jing is on the raise, that's who my eyes are on. But
खत्म है भाई 13-7 13-7
When Divide's killing everybody,
जल्दी खत्म हो रहा है लेस साथ किया ना लोगों ने इसीलिए
still get in there. Speaking of which, Mata would like one of those pieces on his side of things. Operator on the defensive side.
Yeah, it's a similar kind of story here.
Oh, left go. W.
Util combo onto Ethan. Not much he could have done there. And that's an opening pick for a Paper X who have a little bit of control towards A main. Kiko once again has to overturn this round in the favor of NRG, pushing Forsaken off the line straight into the open arms of Mata.
Mata's in there. Kiko's in a little bit deeper as well. Burns his ultimate, the runner back nice and early, but guess what? PRX are gone. Nobody's home. On the other side of the map now is where we got to play.
Mata scaled in. Orbital won't get Scuba if he's going to play in that little corner there. He's dodged it nicely. This has to be hard cleared here by Paper X.
Yeah, Scuba's in a great spot. Do they see him? They do, but they don't quite get the kill just yet. Jing, though, wants to send out the rocket. He'll find Scuba. Still, though, players looking down for PRX and NRG. 3 versus 1. Jing has a lot of work to do here, and this is looking like it should be a good round for NRG.
13-8 बोला था 13-8
flank on top side, but he won't be given any reward for his patience. It's one off the paint shells with the satchel to work with here, and this is very winnable. Both Brock and Mata are a little bit worse for wear. If anything, it looks like he's saving.
Economy's not good. Look at the money. 200 in the bank for Jing. Which the players
I would have expected him to go for it. I'm not gonna lie. It's Jing.
He does have a good round leading. You know, it's 12-7, but
that's very sensible for Jing.
Sensible and Jing, something we'll have to get used to. Or maybe not. We'll see how the future rounds go. NRG claw one back.
Double lockdown for Paper X. 4 more needed to push us through into overtime. Definitely doable for NRG. Mata's having a tough time getting into the game.
ये लोग हंसते रहते हैं इनको कोई टेंशन वैसन है ही नहीं भाई.
A lot of the time, and he's constantly getting pushed away.
Yeah.
I think this tower side play has been very successful for Paper X. Either they're catching the waylay,
मारते फिर
with just
हंसते रहते हैं
utility.
भाई.
I'm surprised that honestly NRG was able to recover from that. It was courtesy of a great hold from Scuba. Pixel perfect positioning. Doesn't get caught by the orbital. That's what you want to be seeing from your anchoring Cypher on defensive fracture.
Talk about arcade. I mean, that's where NRG want to put the pressure again. It's Mata once again on that line, but Tree is where PRX will start moving out from. That Prowler didn't get to see much, so good information for Ethan.
As he execute Over towards
Oi, 1 HP.
towards Canteen. I'm surprised he's even alive. Brock has found Envy in the meantime. This is just not going
बस एक को मार दे जिंग.
Kiko was undiscovered. Nice reaction onto Devi, honestly, and Brock has got him back. This is just going nowhere fast for Paper X.
Yeah, Jing had no HP to work with there. Now Forsaken has to do a lot, and he can't just.
अरे एक को मारना था सिर्फ.
So he's here to just maybe get a couple of shots in there.
He just wants one gun.
Classic.
He's jiggling in the corner. Mollied out of position. Nicely done for NRG. A great anti-eco to give them their 9th.
9th.
Chipping away at it.
13 ना.
Go.
Save rounds है ना ये.
String of an hours. PRX desperate to find this last map. Will take the final timeout. It does seem like it just keeps slipping away from them.
Yeah. Yeah, all 4 timeouts used in regulation, giving NRG the respect.
Jinx हो गया भाई.
These two teams relatively familiar with each other, even if it's been a little while since they last played.
Time out.
Goes to show that NRG not out of it despite how.
पेपर एक्स का टाइम आउट है. एलेक्स बोल रहा है खत्म करो भाई. न्यूज़ स्टार्ट करो और उसको भी जल्दी खत्म करो. 11 बजे से पहले खत्म चाहिए मेरे को. वैसा बोल रहा है एलेक्स. ये लोग सुन ही नहीं रहे. इनका अलग ही चल रहा है. नहीं मैं ये करूँगा वो करूँगा. अरे कैसे करेगा मेरे भाई? ऐसा नहीं होता.
I guess onus is on Paper X to close out this opening map of Fracture. It is their map pick. Left in the veto by NRG. Will have known that Paper X will be liable to be picking that, especially with how good. That will be the timeout elapsing. Let's see what Paper X have drawn up here.
अभी बोल रहा है एलेक्स खत्म करो. ए पे रश करो. डिस कंट्रोल लो. घुसो मारो खत्म करो. यही होने वाला. ए पे ही प्लान होने वाला. लिख के ले लो आप. भले बी फेक कर रहे हैं वो लोग.
Last time we saw the lockdown, Devi used it quite aggressively on B side, just from the tunnel.
Again, pressure on the bottom side of the map for NRG, and conversely for Paper X, very much just trying to make some noise over towards Arcade. Cypher Cam dealt with, and Forsaken going to make his way into unders.
Marta patiently waiting for Devi as well, who has reminded Devi.
बोलो डिस कंट्रोल बोला ना मैं. रीड है भाई मेरे को पता है क्या करने का.
Going on towards A halls.
डिस कंट्रोल आ चुका है.
So get dangerous for PRX.
मेन कंट्रोल लेना है सिर्फ. जंपिक लेना है सिर्फ. नाइस. डिस पुश.
Has to think about saturating that one potentially, but he has to exit regardless and throwing a shot out there, but still low HP. Nightfall coming.
थोड़ा बीटीओ रखा है. कोई बात नहीं.
Now the fellas of NRG on this defense overall has well been dropped into smoke.
Something in the meantime, the players in Sand are starting to get in the mix.
W बचा लिया.
Stepping through the smoke, checked nicely there by Forsaken. Even if something goes down, and this will be down, just trying to zone.
WBRX, let's go.
He doesn't even have any chance in hell at closing out this round, and he'll have to respect it.
Yeah, minimum. He's going to have to wait this one out. And then he's got to clear absolutely everything. Turret in Sand, alarm bot in Hall. Obviously, Kiko doesn't have to worry about that part. But he does have to worry about walking to the high low and being Forsaken.
और ये जीत गए PRX. Let's go.
Three of them will swing at the same time. No chance for Kiko and Paper X.
Easy, boy.
Yeah, nicely done. I mean, credit to NRG.
Right. Thank you. Easy. Thank you. Last. इतना भी मेरे को रीड कर. अरे आईचीएल का थैंक यू बोल रहा. अरे कोई बात नहीं. ना था भाई. डिस कंट्रोल लो. पुश करो. खत्म. बोला भाई एलेक्स भाई ने को मैंने ही बोला था ऐसा करने का. समझ रहे. एलेक्स भाई को अपन नहीं बोला भाई तू ऐसा कर. उसको बोल तू ऐसा करने को. तभी जाके होगा.
A potential
wasn't that guy,
despite the deficit that NRG were at one point in the map.
I knew it.
Speak
you
up,
got
Bucket.
me again.
Come on, man.
Got me again. Sneaky audio man. Let's talk a little bit about this matchup from Paper X's side of things. Smooth sailing bright and early. You're up 6-1, 6-2, and then all of a sudden NRG came back. Can we talk about that first half? What did you see early on from NRG? Was it simply winning one round? How did they draw their opponent break?
I think it was attack timeout. Like, NRG is known to have really good leadership, not only in the IGL slot, but also in the coaching booth as well. And I think since they took that attack timeout, they actually made the adaptations that were needed to be able to deal with Paper X. They were able to slow the game down a lot. So I think that helped them out a lot.
That was part of it. I mean, we're sort of talking about the fact that the 2 first rounds that NRG got was playing it slowly, punishing the aggression coming through from PRX, players wanting to take positioning, and then just playing the player advantage after that.
And as we take a look at some of the highlights, I think the big round, it was Kiko who already had 3, looking for a 4th and a 1v1, but he was bested. Paper X goes on to win the economy and win the rest of the game. As we take a look back at some of the key frags early, what do you see?
I mean, this is a key round for sure. Yeah, Divide, this clutch definitely changed the trajectory of this game, especially because we talked about NRG having slow starts to both of these halves, and with how close this game was already, you know, a 13-10, I believe it was. That pistol definitely could have made the difference for NRG to get them going a little bit quicker on the defense.
I mean, it's a lot of pistol and then into 2 more rounds for PRX. The fact that they got both their bonuses on both halves is kind of insane. That is really what contributes to
Don't
the
worry,
deficit that NRG found themselves at.
क्या ही जीता भाई PRX, मजा आ गया.
11-5 lead, I remember at one stage, so
W
really tough to come back from.
Yeah, I think
जल्दी से लाइक करो गाइस. और अभी गिफ्ट का ऑप्शन भी आ चुका है, तो गिफ्ट पे कर सकते हो, जैसे कि
but I think that the scoreline isn't really a good representation of just how good of a crack NRG gave this map.
कैंचो फ्री में कर सकते हो, आप फ्री में कर सकते हो. 100 रुपए का फ्री का रिडीम कर सकते हो रूबी, और आप गिफ्ट कर सकते हो मेरे को, ताकि आपको ऐसा प्यारा सा मैसेज दिखेगा. कैंचो का सकाय, लेट्स गो. गिफ्ट का ऑप्शन आ चुका है सुपर जेट के बाजू में. ये जाओ जल्दी से अनलॉक करो, अनलॉक करो. पेपर एक्स का दूसरा मैप है लोटस. उसके बाद अपन करेंगे किक पे लाइव. तो जल्दी से जाओ, किक पे भी फॉलो कर दो, और जिसने अभी तक लाइक शेयर सब्सक्राइब नहीं हुआ जल्दी से लाइक शेयर सब्सक्राइब करो. अपन को स्ट्रीमर है और अपन को स्ट्रीमिंग करने वाले हैं, तो मेक श्योर जाओ जल्दी से फॉलो करो, लाइक करो, शेयर करो, सब्सक्राइब करो. किक पे भी आ जाओ, ताकि किक पे भी अभी अपन जब लाइव जाएंगे तब आपको नोटिफिकेशन आ जाए. फॉलो मी ऑन इंस्टा, लिंक इन डिस्क्रिप्शन, इन बायो, लिंक इन bio. All links are in bio. Join Discord, Geek, and enjoy the EWC, one of the best esports World Cup.
All putting up some big numbers. Which one of those 3 do you have eyes on? Final question before the break.
Yeah, I mean, Brock again. He's the guy that's going to be bringing the Odin out on the Vice here, but I need to see a step up from Mara because I think he underperformed on that fracture. This needs to be a better map from him.
Final thoughts.
5 minutes के बाद
start. Ever grace our stage again tonight?
Yeah. No, tonight? No, tonight, no.
Tomorrow?
Yeah, for sure. At some point in this event. Yeah,
Saturday?
for sure. Yeah, Saturday.
And Sunday?
Sunday? Monday?
Not Monday.
Not Monday.
Not
Monday.
Monday.
We'll be back after this. There's no games on Monday. Mark it down.
Not Monday.
At time.
At time.
It was like 10 minutes last time.
9 minutes and 30 seconds. Best of luck.
मेरे विषय में कोई आके बोल रहा है हेलो. मैं चेक कर रहा हूँ मेरे विषय में कौन आकर बैठा है जो मेरे को हेलो बोल रहा.
Play is in our DNA.
लाइक करो चैट, लाइक करो. फिर अपन किक पे जा रहे हैं. ये भी PRX जीत रहा है, उसके बाद अपन जा रहे हैं किक पे.
Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Champion, champion. EWC Paris. Lekro. Latest and greatest anime on Crunchyroll. ये कौन सा OBS बोर्ड है? बहुत महंगा था बस 35,000 का आता है ये. ऑफिसर कैमरा एंड वेब. ओह ये स्पॉन्सर है OBS बोर्ड of the EWC. पैसा कुछ भी कर रहा हूँ मैं. कुछ भी कर रहा हूँ मैं. कुछ भी कर रहा हूँ. शर्म आ रही है. उनको मैं फैन ऑन कर देता हूँ यार, वरना मैं इसी में सो जाऊंगा बे. और मेरे को सोना नहीं है, मेरे पे लगते रहना है.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Kidia.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This
नीचे जाए ना,
Titan Evo.
इतना ठंडा लग रहा है मेरे को.
Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
बहुत लंबा है चला बे. क्यों ना हम यही पहन ले तो 2 मिनट.
Really huge in
Hey,
France.
अभी भी 2 मिनट.
People like already saw some events we did, so I'm pretty happy to be here. We missed out on Champs Paris last year. It's good for us to have an international event that we can play in front of our crowd, you know. I don't know if it's stress,
You know,
but it's like it's a good.
this is
pressure that
very
we have.
important
We,
for
of
me.
course, want to
Or
represent
you
the
say
country of
this is
our
my
also, like,
first
I grew up in
ever
Paris,
costume.
like,
This
it's a
is
special
a
city for me,
EWC,
so there is a lot of
and I am the
stories
official
extremely
costumer
excited to
of
wait for this
EWC
opportunity,
Paris
obviously, to get out of
2026,
groups first, but
and I'm very
that's,
happy.
like, even
Thank you
extra
for
motivation for
having
us
me.
to meet them all.
Yeah.
It's our organization home country, home city, you know, so that's one of the biggest.
I'm very
plus for sure.
grateful. This is the my first opportunity ever I met, and I got very lucky. So I'm very happy, guys.
To play
You know.
and share the stage with some of the fans too. I think that will be cool for everyone, one of us and stuff. And for me, it will be especially. Like, I am playing the.
Especially, I have the dream to go Paris with future upcoming tournaments and VALORANT tournaments and EWC events. I would like to join the.
And as I say,
You know,
like, yeah, I'm grateful for everything. You know,
EWC.
like, I'm trying to stay humble, like, work
I
hard,
love
improve
to
what I want
traveling
do every day.
in
Our group is definitely the strongest.
outside India,
I feel
and
like it's also
I'm
probably the
very
most exciting to watch. We have a lot of
excited
fans
for
here
that.
and stuff, so again will be
ऐसा ही मेरे को
fun
इंटरव्यू
and
देने का है,
just
एक
for
बार
the
तो मैं
sport
देगा,
in
वो भी
person to French fans, especially when I'm
10
watching on
लाख लोगों
different
के
esports and
सामने
stuff. The crowd
जी,
is usually like really good. Game by game, we have
जो
first
देख रहे
place and
होंगे,
then we'll see like
जो मेरे
who
को
will win.
पहचान नहीं
It
रहेंगे,
will
उनके
just
सामने
be
मैं
fun to
दूंगा,
see it.
I
और
wish
फिर
it
वो
would
आके
have been
बोलेंगे
like with
बिग
the
फैन,
crowds.
बिग फैन,
Unfortunately,
ऋषि
the
भाई
first game
बिग
there's no
फैन.
crowds, but I wish there was a crowd because there's gonna be Vitality fans against KC fans. It would have been so good, but it's fine.
और
Still, it's gonna
फैंस
be an
इतने
amazing
घूम
match.
घूम के आएंगे भाई, ऋषि भाई एक ऑटोग्राफ, एक सेल्फी, ऋषि भाई, ऋषि भाई, ऐसे ऐसे करेंगे, मैनिफेस्ट करते रहेंगे. Manifest is the very 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 important things in our life, है ना. मैनिफेस्ट करते रहेंगे, क्या पता कल
Welcome
उठ के अपने
back
को मिल
as
जाए.
the war wages on here in Group B. We see an early start for Paper Rex, but now it's time for NRG to get their map pick. We welcome Avril and Pilsky back on the show. Pilsky, I want to start with you. You just saw Energy fall, but bring it close.
Yeah.
How can you blow out Paper X on this map, Lotus? Is there a way to do such thing?
No chance.
पेपर एक्स जीतेगा भाई.
I expect all three of the maps to be close. I got to be honest, and I have faith NRG can turn this series around. I think that we should be in for a 3-mapper. I will
पेपर
say
एक्स जीत रहा है.
though, Paper X are one of the teams that has had some of the best streaks on Lotus. They've kind of invented the double duelist vice on this map that a lot of people copied, so they know their way around this map.
Do you think we'll see the double duelist on both sides of the ball tonight?
Not for this map. I think this is going to be another slow look coming through from NRG. They typically like to play the Vice and double controller in this map as well. So this is not going to be double duelist from them. They will have that one raise. So it's going to be a much faster look, I think, from Paper X compared to what NRG will show.
What are you excited about going into this one?
What am I excited about? I'm honestly
A 2-0.
I'm always excited for Paper X. I'm just always excited to see Paper X play. I'm excited for Jing to have a little bit better of a map on the race, to be honest, because I think it was just kind of a role player on Fracture in that last map. I don't think he really was necessarily tasked with doing too much. And honestly, just for this matchup, like this is a bloody barn burner of a matchup between Paper X and NRG every time we see it.
Just excited for this match in general, this group in general.
Yes,
we got the
you heard
two
from
French
Vitality
teams
saying this is the group of death without a
100%.
doubt. Vitality may be on match point right now. I can only see like 22% of the left side of the screen, and I saw an 11 about 15 seconds ago. So I'm thinking they're in the final 2 rounds potentially here for Vitality. Would that be an upset at all, or an expected result with a 2-0?
I think it's the expected result. I think Vitality is kind of one of the better teams in EMEA at the moment. Carmine Core is a decent team. They kind of be on struggle street. They did pretty well to be able to qualify for this event. There's a lot of EMEA representatives, thankfully, for Heretics coming through from winning the last year's EWC VALORANT. So that really helps the region get a couple more of the boys over here.
And then after seeing what you have so far, it's just been one game. But are these your 2 teams to make it out of the group? Or do you think it's the winner of this and the winner of that match?
Oh, man. Vitality, Paper X on paper might end up being the 2 teams. But I think NRG have a good shot in it. Honestly, this is the group of death because all 4 teams have a decent run of maybe having a look at getting into the top 2.
Yeah.
But whatever 2 teams don't make it out here, they understand, like, this was an extremely tough group to win in.
Honestly, like, this group has 3 teams that could win this whole event in it.
Sure.
Honestly,
Right.
I think Vitality, NRG, or Paper X could all win EWC, to be honest.
That's pretty amazing. And we're going to see all of these matches. If you're just joining us, we are in group stages. To win, you really just need to win 2 matches. You advance to our top 8 in the playoff bracket. You lose 2, you're done. You don't want to start your tournament off with a slow start, and NRG wants to at least take this to a game number 3. Lotus is just a few moments away, and I'm sure we're going to be getting into this game. Agent selection, if you could prioritize 2, what are the most impactful agents you can bring onto this map? Starting with you, Pilsky.
I'm just going to say the double duelist from Paper X, honestly.
Which duelist in
अपनी सीट को सही कर दो.
Something
लंबा जाएगा ये
I don't
मैच.
think you're going to see them running Phoenix. And this is just kind of their quintessential comp. This is what they play all the time. As you called it, Kev, the stylistic difference between these 2 teams is the double controller. And
Something ने लिया है भाई.
of a comp here.
जेट लिया है GG.
And we coming through with the fade.
ये मैप जा रहा है 13-5 पे.
So this time that's going to be a bit of a swap up from the Paper X side, but otherwise double duelist from Paper X as expected. Just the 1 duelist coming through from NRG.
Paper X जीत रहा है.
I actually like the fade better as a solo in it, to be honest. I think it gives you a little bit more flexibility in the sky. Of course, you're kind of going to be lacking flashes a little bit in the comp, and yeah, that's how I feel about the initiator. Yeah, no one's distracting me right now. It's
I think
fine.
Fade has been a little bit more common. Out of all the Lotus games I've seen over time, different metas, Fade has been quite at home on this particular map.
It is kind of the vintage shortlist on this map. The Sky is kind of the off pick.
Like karo,
I think,
chat, like
mixing
karo.
flashes in. And I think in particular, Paper X is probably the kind of team that wants to play the Sky a little bit more. They do like to play faster. Even back in the day, they loved playing the Sky on this map. I remember screwing them on this map and just getting bombarded by guiding lights and things like that. But I think the Fade, on the balance of probabilities for most teams, is probably a better inclusion. And I think I like the fact that they're playing it here, particularly into the Vice Viper, where you're going to be kind of denied a lot of info and you're going to have to be put through your paces, working the map a little bit more.
Well, let's kick this one off. Lotus map 2, obviously lots of pressure over towards B as expected.
Pistol round कौन
NRG
निकलता
on the
है?
attacking side of things, something waiting on the other side. Plenty of teammates.
Oh, there are 8 people in front B right now. Prowler and Paranoia going forward. Marta straight
Oh.
into the disgusting right click, but Jing able to at least trade back the raise. So no smokes now for the defense, and NRG will slow this one down.
That was a crazy shot. I mean, I think a lot of the times you probably don't make that one. You just sort of die in that moment, but not here, not today. Marta, like I said in the pre-show for this map, he needs to step up here, and he has, at least for that opening pick. But what do we want to get over here with something versus 2, Kiko?
कोई बात नहीं, कोई बात नहीं.
Taking, well, he already had a little bit of damage taken from a little
हो
bit
सकता
earlier
है,
on.
हो सकता है.
NRG going back for second helpings. This is a bait setup for the player behind the double stack, as something is just diving and dancing around the mound right now, trying to tap down some of these players with the ghost. Starting to run out of ammo here and dealt with by Kiko.
Teen
But
log
can Envy be the
are
savior
ready,
of this round here for Paper X?
Yeah, he's hearing a lot of stuff right now. He's got one backstab kill, catches Kiko out with his hands on the smokes, but it's Brock and Scuba with the door open, able to get those trades. Just Divide left alone now in the 1v3. Low
Nahi
XP
yaar.
for Brock and also Scuba, so fairly winnable. We've seen Divide already get a clutch on that previous round, a map of Fracture rather.
You cannot lose another 1v3 pistol to Divide. He's just going to be living rent-free in your head as NRG. 2 of these players are one tap to the Sheriff. Spike going down courtesy of Ethan, yet Arkrose is back up as Divide. Not sure if that's something you might want to place to try to find some information here. Ethan, first up to bat, does try to pepper down Divide, but he's been allowed to cross into the site, completely surrounded. You can see Brock wrapping around through Waterfall side is probably not something you'd be expecting. Arkrose has been invested onto the site. Divide creeping forward, but surely should get caught on the cross here by Brock. Not quite.
No.
He's still in it for now. First tap on the spike. Arkrose already used. Positioning pretty open here. Double peek from NRG would be strong. Time running out is a problem, and a double peek will in fact come through Ethan for that kill. No clutch this time. Marta happy with that opening.
Yeah, perfection there for NRG, just giving Divide absolutely nothing. I mean, his respect has been earned well and truly by that 1v3 he put together in the second half. Pistol of Fracture. Explosive start to this.
Marta ने कुछ भी
Not
मार
going to be
दिया.
happy with that one. But look, NRG, they win themselves a pistol, and we said they needed to start these halves a little bit quicker, and that's a good way to do it here.
Kind of bad for something there, as he saw a lot of heads, couldn't quite connect those shots over towards Mound, and
नहीं जाना
probably
पड़ेगा.
would have liked to have gotten one more kill. And just as sorry he found it at Kiko. Rubble side, all 5 up for NRG. And PRX here to match as well, just about 4 members. The first kill onto Forsaken. Okay, Marta once again, first blood, 2 rounds in a row.
Yeah, dealt with over on Rubble side, picking in with the Horde, similar to what you saw from Ethan in that last round, but none of these classics are having any impact. NRG doing a really good job just pushing this anti-eco away. Divide with a Sheriff in hand, rotating in through spawn side, wants to try to trim down the numbers.
Oh my god, you cannot be doing
Crazy
that.
bad.
Okay, that's a problem. Especially if he gets another one here, but disgusting shots so far, and something in there as well. They just turned this one around.
Good pick from Brock or something. That's a very good timing.
Oh boy.
That's ridiculous with the Bandit. Paper X are committing daylight robbery.
क्या clutch किया भाई साहब?
Complete an eco win in what? That was a 2-on-5.
Yep.
That was a 2-on-5, Kev.
I cannot believe that.
भाई साहब.
Oh, the stars lined up. Couldn't have had a more perfect situation.
इतने लाइक्स है सबसे बताएं गाइस दूसरी बात पे W हो जाए.
Players who have no idea that he's there. I mean, he was about to get one freebie, and the second freebie was like, yeah, thank you, yes, I will.
क्या पिक निकाले देखो गाइस एक बार फिर से.
I feel bad for reacting because we're right in front of the players. I'm sure they probably
Mate, we are the only audience they've got.
ये दो पिक और ये पिक्स भाई साहब.
Lost myself with dividing those
Crazy.
in a row.
I almost fell to my knees. I'm not gonna lie. Regardless, though, Forcebyte does come in here for NRG. Prowler going forward, and Paper X are very much fighting for this mount control.
Two casters falling to their knees in the EWC arena right now. The only audience that these two teams have got themselves. A nice TP in. Oh, Envy, you should have hit that one. That was almost free. 5 versus 4. He'll want that kill back. And Jing might just be able to get that kill back. Sees players, sees a spike on the floor, and Jing, okay, looking for number 3.
Oh!
PRX styling on him.
Looking to continue pushing.
Nice.
Jing is now on for the ace. Showstopper earned. And Kiko, who opened up this round so nicely with
nice.
crouch jiggle into B.
मेरे को अपना वाला मरा
much
भाई.
work to do. Spike dropped outside of Mount. NRG trying to throw a little bit of a Hail Mary force buy into round number 3 after a shocking eco defeat. Or anti-eco defeat, rather. But I just don't know if there's anything that Kiko can really get done here. Paper X with a gorgeous shutdown. And this is what we were talking about. We wanted to see a little bit more from Jing on the raise.
We also said sensible Jing. He's not just running knee-deep in to try and get the ace.
Left.
Respecting the fact that still early days here, I want to secure the economy, not do anything too silly.
Yeah.
Kiko just wants to save the rifle, and the hunt is on for what it's worth. So maybe Jing will, in fact, get the ace.
We'll see if he's able to do that. Making a lot of noise coming over here towards Heavenside. He's the player in the position to do it. Kiko, this is just such a favorable angle for the Omen, though. There's no way you check this as Jing.
Head, okay. Kiko probably dies anyway, but Jing would have loved to have been the one getting that kill.
Paranoia out, but Forsaken jumps straight on top of him. 2-1 for Paper X. Another great start to a half here. Money will be broken for NRG.
Yeah.
I'm sure they will have had a sigh of relief after winning the pistol, but this is unfortunately going to be an emotional roller coaster for them.
Look at this again. The opening 3 coming on through. Mata just couldn't quite land it. And Jing ends up getting 4 off the back of this. Pretty gross, but more so than that.
That was a gorgeous arc rose from Divide, by the way. Blinds 2 players after they make contact with Jing and sets him up so beautifully.
Team play, perfect. And instantly shutting down the pistol even more so. Okay, getting into a nice hot territory here. Something judge in hand. Plenty of NRG players in front. All on pistol, so let's see where the cleanup happens.
Aggressive dash on in. Something very much just kicking his feet, running around with the judge, trying to get a bit of an anti-eco on. Envy inside of the site has a dark cover for safety. He knows that NRG are kind of halted up in tree for the time being, and the attackers once again will slow this one down. Not much to work with. Just classics and abandoned on Scuba.
Low HP on Martyr as well. Paper X, happy to chill. See what energy are going to do here. Share covering over towards Mound. B is mostly open, but Devi will be checking that one in terms of his own contact.
A deep sheer wall over towards C Mount, as well as a one-way. Paper X, even if they don't have anyone invested over on that side of the map, are quite happy to just lean towards B and A until it gets tripped here. Wall goes back up for NRG.
And through the wall is going to be Forsaken, spamming his way in. And whereas you find one, you shall find more. You know, with all the classics in the eco, that all of NRG are just going to be waiting around the corner. Forsaken goes all them up. One away from the ultimate. And a nice clean round.
Yeah, Paper X, excellent position now, taking no economic damage on this defensive side. Going to start running away with things. NRG once again going to have to take the hard road here. And just gun round by gun round, work their way into this attacking half of Lotus. This is their map pick, though.
And the real disappointing thing is, you know, you would have liked to have seen NRG get off to a bit of a rolling start. Pistol, anti-eco. Maybe you lose the round 3. Maybe you don't. I've always seen PRX on Fracture. Multiple rounds in a row to start things out with post-pistol and see what happens over the B side again for NRG.
Front B cleared out. They want to try to sandwich Mount, but Paper X are already playing around that towards front B. Prowler does confirm that the raise is over towards the door side. Rocket pulled out, not judged well enough by Forsaken, who goes down, and something pushed away. In goes Jing with his own rocket. Ethan, but denied outright. Ethan doubling up nicely. And this is looking
दिखा था उसको डबल सेटल करने का जरूरत ही नहीं था भाई.
Could have been at least one kill coming on through, a little something more for PRX to work with.
मेरे को पता था ये लोग B कंट्रोल लेंगे अभी. वही
To
होगा.
get themselves onto site, still something to deal with here as the pink shells will just push them off. haven't even had a chance to talk about the fact that something is playing on the operator here, and at some stage with
मेरे को राउंड 7 से पता लग गया था कि भाई बी कंट्रोल लेंगे ये
how
लोग.
badly does PRX want this retake with the op?
Think you just want to min-max the money. It's only early days. A lot more legs left in this half. And RG's money hasn't built up too heavily just yet, but they're looking pretty good, honestly. Spikes down. Scuba on the off angle. Might have a good timing here onto something, and if he could take the operator away, that's going to make this one a little bit more expensive for PaperX, honestly.
Yeah, I don't think something really wants to walk too far forward, though. Wants to hide away a little bit deeper on site if possible. So two teams will handshake this one away, I believe, as you're not even really playing for exits here for your PRX. You just want to hold on to what guns you hand. I say that, but
anti.
will meet.
That trade actually gives 2 ults over to NRG. Both Brock and Ethan were one off. Brock goes down, gets him the Steel Garden. Ethan earns himself the Nightfall and will unfortunately fall to the spike at the end of that round. Not ideal, but still good enough from NRG, who now go into yet another gun round, knowing that they put a pretty big dent in PaperX's economy, and they've got great ults to work with.
It's a showstopper trade that goes in the favor of Mata and not quite in the favor of Jingers. Ethan will be able to get 3 kills in that particular round. Really put the pain.
डबल सेजल नहीं करने का था जिनको. अगर वो डबल सेजल नहीं करता तो वो राउंड निकल जाता भाई पूरा. पूरा निकल जाता.
Yeah, over on front B, that has been a pretty big point of contention here. You're going to have to have a Prowler and a Paranoid to push something off the line here. Rubble has been kind of soft cleared by PaperX, who will play the Vice over with a deep wall on A. Something on the line here. The Fade is over towards main, so they don't actually have a Prowler to push him away. They're trying to throw out a dark cover. A Prowler will set him up on the line, courtesy of Envy, and NRG just going to respect it.
Heading over towards their side of things.
A planting here.
Sheer wall being played in as well.
एक का गेम है.
As it's a big group up for PRX over towards Mound. Still yet to see where Energy want to really seriously start to make some moves.
Yeah, just playing retake A here. They still have the sheer wall, so they're quite happy to lean towards C and the front B info line. Door gets tickled by NRG. Does that give PaperX a little bit of pause for thought where their setup is concerned? 45 seconds, and the attackers are not really budging an inch. Kicking off the B split now. No scope misses from hit by the
भाई क्या मारा भाई. Something ने भाई crazy मारा.
Of where the site plant is going to take place. The rest of PRX coming through the door. And a big TP as well. Forsaken gonna have the off-angle potential here. Now he doesn't actually commit to the TP. Ethan onto Forsaken as he gets taken down from that door location. And it's been difficult for PRX to buy themselves into the retake so far.
Yeah, Devi needs to get involved in this round over from Heaven's side. Only marked by Ethan. Pico continues to jiggle here.
W.
Gonna find a pick onto Scuba. And they're taking a long time to get back into the site, but PaperX have at least got some trades on in.
ट्रेड लेना पड़ेगा ट्रेड. अरे नहीं.
Victory and we do for Mata. Big shots in. Ray's going well. Celebratory paint shells. We lock in. 3-3 now. Finding some real success on to B where hey PRX have also been wanting to place more of their own resources on that side of the map. Something trying really hard to find value on this operator. And the no scope just is.
ये जो मारा भाई crazy मारा.
It's just a bit of an awkward exchange at the end of the day, unfortunately. And Brock, even though he does go down, I think you're happy with the 1-for-1 onto something, especially because you've already been able to dump the Steel Garden. Wrap around from Mata was perfection. PaperX, it just felt like they had too many different angles to deal with running back into that B side on the post plant.
If this ends up being a timeout here, but not getting into the next round too quickly yet. NRG not feeling too rough from that second round so far has been the one to talk about, with the eco win coming through from PRX really setting the table.
एनर्जी का मैप है गाइस, एनर्जी का मैप है, लेकिन फिर भी PRX अच्छा खेल रही है.
On our way back on the future rounds and not going to let this one go as far into a deficit or deficit at all compared to where Fracture was.
I think they're doing quite well for themselves, working their way through this attacking side despite a massive slip-up in round 2. Honestly, they've just picked themselves back up by their bootstraps, and it's only courtesy of the eco being one that PaperX can even continue to buy here on the defense.
We can't afford an operator for something. That'll be one thing gone off the table. Brock Odin is back in play. A lot of util being exchanged here. Forsaken tucked away. has to get, unfortunately, revealed the fact that he shoots the haunt, but Jing's the one that actually gets the kill through the smoke. Martyred down.
Great opener for Paper X, who dominate that mound control. Paper X going to be put through, oh sorry, NRG going to be put through their paces. They don't have any more Prowlers to deal with any of these aggressive plays for Paper X. Onto something, does at least equalize the numbers, and Scuba ready for the follow-up peek from Jing there.
It's a crazy read, Ethan. Understanding that something or somebody will be behind that box and rewarded. But now look at this, Forsaken nearly had the secondary, Ethan a little bit too sharp. Paper X, Envy still in play though, 2 versus 2, Nightfall ready to go, and he wants to rip that one through, no issues. Brock now behind that same box, and he's going to take it down by Divine.
Oh boy, crazy comeback.
PRX is 4th.
Yeah, good recovery from Paper X there.
W.
And RG not quite able to keep the streak of rounds going there. See Mount fight. Well navigated by Paper X. Had a lot of cheeky positions. You saw Forsaken up close towards that dark cover. Good turnaround for Ethan and Scuba when they were down in a 4-on-5. They were
ये वाला अगर पहले इथर्न को मारता ना हो जाता.
The round would have been done outright, but the rest of Paper X
जीत गए लेकिन जीत गए. अच्छा काफी.
It's just a very back and forth game of Lotus here.
Close margins as well. Obviously went down to a 2v2. Nightfall doing some work there, and Nightfall nearly ready to give. But Scuba is something who doesn't get anything with the blades. Very unfortunate there.
Not ideal. Envy pushed off by the Viper wall. Well aware that he does have Odin in hand, and I don't think NRG are scared of it. Maybe they should be. Nice off angle. Pain Shells and the Paranoia not really connecting too much, but at least making Envy uncomfortable enough for NRG to claim the site.
Trying to do some damage on a Brock or even get a kill, but not quite there as Marta converts onto Forsaken. 2 left alive. Now look, we've seen PRX win a 2v5 before, but Divine Jing gonna have to do a little bit more than that. It's only Divine left, 1v4 ultimate in hand, but what can he really do here? We know he can certainly get some shots in, but look at the money situation.
Yeah. NRG being very disciplined here. Both teams a little bit lower on the cash, so they want to maximize the guns and not give Divine any chances of completing this clutch, let alone taking more guns here.
Does Divine
doesn't
have the money to play with?
Fall back into spawn side.
Time नहीं है लेकिन.
Hold on to the Vandal, but consequently, NRG, who are also quite light on the cash, will get through this round with 4 guns surviving. It's a very nice clap back to even things up 4 apiece.
Early shut down against Something's Blade Storm. Everyone winning their ones. Well handled. 4 versus 2 there, making sure the clutch is not going to be possible. So once again, we find ourselves all evened up 4-4 on Lotus. By the only gun in the hand. See what the rest of the economy looks like for Paper X after this.
Too much for Envy to do there. Especially after something goes down right at the start of the round.
Oh, that is not the economy look you want to see for PRX.
Yeah.
Quite a bit better for NRG. No blades for something, obviously, and a TP that could have been a death and will end up still being a death for Forsaken.
Yeah, I mean, he wanted to go for the progression play with the Haunt to try to scan somebody going across to Rebel. It is a Paper X classic to throw out those dark covers and try to dive into them with the Omen or the Raze. In this case, though, as mentioned before, NRG very, very familiar with Paper X and all of their antics and quite happy to play around them.
Jing desperate to find that gun there, dropped by Forsaken. And the hand-me-down will not be passed over.
This is going to be a very, very good half for NRG, especially after they get E-Code round 2. Like, they're going to go up 5-4 with massive economy. A lot of ults coming off online here towards the tail end of the half. I'm very impressed that they've been able to actually put themselves in a winning position on this attack side of Lotus, given how this started.
I mean, the same situation on Fracture would have led PRX. They're about to find the 5-4 here, especially with that kill to Envy, and still 1 gun left in the hands of Divine, and at the end of this one, he has to start asking the question again.
Potentially so. Not much for something to do there. NRG starting to really condition this.
Time out
been kind of battling down the door in this part of the map. A couple of rounds in the row here. Seen Paper X with a very, very quick opening towards a that has been pretty unsuccessful 2 rounds in a row. Something's Blade Storm, and then you saw that cheeky little play trying to go for the Haunt scan. Have to maybe try to rethink the approach, maybe. Especially with the Steel Garden, move the Vice over to play retake A. It's definitely a viable option.
ये भी सेव कर रहा है, ये राउंड भी सेव किया, पिछला राउंड भी सेव किया, 2 राउंड से सेव ही कर रहे हैं.
That'd be an okay time for a timeout for PRX as well. as they
Economic
will
की तो
recover
वैसे
some
भी
of their
लगी
economy
पड़ी
for
है
that next round. And a couple of ultimates to play in there. Showstopper I'm looking at.
बड़ा
Both of Vices looking at Steel Garden here. Contact found, divide.
ईथन बड़ा ऐसा बोल रहा हूँ
How much of a chase?
फ्लॉलेस तो नहीं होने दिया
They've got really great money, so
यही तो
honestly,
चाहिए
they can throw
फ्लॉलेस
as
नहीं
many
होना
guns
चाहिए
at this as they want to. But, as it stands,
कोई
they
बात
want to
नहीं
go
कोई
through
बात
all of the effort and the trouble of digging for Divide out of a fully set up C site. And NRG claimed the lead here, 5-4. Only a couple of rounds left to play, and NRG have got plenty of money. They've got plenty of ults to play with. Really, the onus is back on Paper X to try to conjure a little bit more magic.
वो उसको मार देता वाइपर को तो हो जाता भाई
Yeah, a couple of opportunities there. Something.
वाइपर को
like you said,
मारना
not
था
much to
सिर्फ
do, but maybe a cheeky headshot would have landed in a kill. So no timeout, but PRX still, again, really needs something out of this. Their economy is in the dumps and something back on the up. Half armors across the board for everybody. Can't even quite afford everything now. Has something, would like a shot here. Dash ready to go, but NRG do not bite on the hook.
Saken peppering down at least one player outside of A.
Prediction
there.
लगा
So a
guys
little
क्या
worse for
स्कोर
him, but the
होगा
regen shield will help him come back up to a little bit more of a healthy status.
कौन जीत रहा है
NRG
मैं
looking to pick up the place towards pace
ये मैप
towards
कौन
C
जीत रहा
here
है
with the Nightfall.
Haven't seen much out of C for NRG so far, so this time they're going to really commit into it. Shea will slow things down. With the Nightfall in play, PRX fully respecting something is ready once again. Paranoia will be pushing players off slightly. But just no one in the sightlines. He will reveal the operator once
दो
more.
वाइस काल
Garden's getting traded, waiting
एक
for the
फिर
Razor
काल
to kick this one off in combination with the
एक
Paranoia.
वाइपर
In
काल
goes the Viper's Pit from NRG. It's a pretty deep one to try to zone waterfall
चार
away
तो
and make
यूज
things
हुई है ये
difficult
राउंड
for
में
Paper X.
Here we go, Showstopper.
रेस काल
Doesn't seem harder. Despite being flashed out,
पांच चलते यूज हुई है
trade, so there is still a 4 versus 4 against something. He wanted that operator kill for so long, gets it onto Kiko. Opportunity now, Envy onto Brock. 2 left, Scuba and Ethan to hold on, and they can't do it. Scuba needs to do a lot of work here.
Let's go.
Got his number. We're back to
W.
evens, 5-5.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised Paper X was able to put that retake
यही
together.
तो चाहिए भाई
Showstopper had 0 impact on the retake there.
पांच चलते हुई है एक राउंड को निकालने के लिए
NRG. I understand they were really trying to dig their heels into waterfall.
दो
and give
enemies की
themselves an avenue to play towards
तीन
top, but
अपनी
unfortunately, it just
PRX
ends
की
up being a big smoke to obscure the fact that Paper
वाइस
X
काल
was like.
नहीं तीन एनर्जी की
Might have flashed here as well, makes it easy for Divide to be able to get the trade.
Good stuff inside of the pit from something. It's not easy to
तीन
retake
एनर्जी
into
की
a
यूज
pit
हुई
with an
थी
operator, I'll tell you that.
Like I said earlier, PRX needed to make that one work, and okay, let's just get this one underway because Jing already wants to take some early control, playing off that smoke.
It's a classic set play from Paper X, going fishing for a pick outside
ये
of C,
pick
but
निकाल सकता
unfortunately
है
not able to get it. Scuba
समथिंग निकाल
looking
सकता है
outside
भाई
of A here, has Defiant something to contend
Oh.
with. Not sure if something caught a whiff of it. Indeed, you see the ping come out, but with the wall going up for Scuba, he's going to be able to skulk away. as
We're
NRG starts to
timing,
work out
boy.
control.
Okay, here, reclearing rather, and for a second doesn't TP out in time.
क्यों करना है इसको
PRX
टीपी
dropping
क्यों
the
करना
members
है
over towards C, now the long rotation
टीपी
has to
टीपी खेल
happen.
रहे
Jing
इधर
late to the party, unfortunately. Oh, this Vice Util stuck on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah. Paper X are so far out of position here. Have to take a long way back on into it. That is ridiculous from Jing. Waits till the last minute and Mata not respecting the boom pot.
Yeah, if he shoots the boom bot, unfortunately, he just dies to Jing's swing there. So lose-lose scenario.
By
and
crazy man.
perfectly played by Jing. Makes the retake a little bit easier now. 4 versus 4, no ultimates though. On either side, Prowler in first. CT clear so far. And
कर
Scuba,
सकते
like I said,
4v4
on for the long flank. Wait for that activation, but he needs to get in position. Something
Nice.
big shot onto Ethan. Divide. Gets a
अरे
couple block as well. Okay. 1 versus 1. Does he have the shot? Oh, Scuba's got to come in. Door's closing.
Oh!
Door is closing, brother. No, he's just got to give that one up, I'm afraid. He's gone. Can't even leave the site. That door timing's wild.
Perfectly played there by Scuba. Just tapping the door. Divide.
डोर क्लोज हो गया था भाई डिफ्यूज कर सकता था
Never
वो
quite gets the peak that he was looking for. And NRG, nice open plant for them. I think Scuba was so far away, I was getting a little bit concerned he wouldn't have a chance to get involved in the round, but plays it perfectly in the 1v1. Forsaken, fortunately,
The
out
skill's
on an
crazy.
island there. I mean, yeah, that was fantastic from Jing. Honestly, Paper Rex, it's crazy that they keep making some of these rounds so competitive because they were so far behind positionally after they lost Forsaken there. NRG was basically given a free C site.
ये जितना पड़ेगा PRX को.
Here we go, once again, making similar plays here, but this time it's Marta going in on the 1 HP, he survives. Takes down
4
seconds.
seconds.
Big
भाई
trades happening
कैसे
still
पड़
on
रहा
now,
है?
3 versus 4.
भाई ये समझ में नहीं आ रहा.
But Kika will find Divide regardless. Now something has to find this next shot. Dash is about to fade away, and 3 members from NRG is too many for him to handle.
Not much for Envy to do there. Well traded by NRG. What a resurgence to get 7 rounds on the attacking side, given the fact that they get eco'd after the pistol. Really, really nicely worked. Can see why they picked Lotus into this series. And
Time out. Time out.
really good for them, man. They're going on to defense now. They're playing Senti.
वहाँ तो आ जाता है
I'd
इनका.
imagine that they're going to be quite pleased with themselves.
Alex गुस्सा हो जाता है. ये क्या कर रहे हो तुम?
Things as well. Those last 2 rounds, winning these controls.
Easy round hard है, throw कर रहे.
And something, he had a couple of the op kills, but not really dominating the map or controlling the spaces he would have wanted to. Like you said, the big recovery from that second round is really the story for NRG. And we already saw their ability to recover on Fracture.
Like करो chat, like
Unfortunately,
करो.
deficit ended up being a little bit too big for them, despite the fact that it took a couple extra timeouts from the PRX side to even dig in for that 13th round here on Lotus. Finished that first half with the lead, feeling a lot better about their chances. Feeling like we can definitely go to a map 3.
Map 3
So
yeah.
Paper X here, another pretty close half. More than serviceable, swapping back over onto this attacking side. But they have had a change of Enit. I think that does kind of help them in some regard. The fade over the sky will help them, as I mentioned before, kind of work the map. It's why it's a very, very popular choice of initiator on Lotus in particular, on a lot of 3-lane maps, because you can just solve any question mark that you need to by throwing a Prowler. You need to take B main, throw a Prowler. You need to take C mount, throw a Prowler. Clear rubble, throw a Prowler at it. Use the Haunt on cooldown. The Sky will allow you to be a little bit more explosive, you know, which is how often, I mean, Paper X do like to play. And I think a lot of teams like to play that mimic this kind of Raze Jet burst comp, because the Guiding Light just gives you more burst potential. You go from contacting, making no noise at all, to Guiding Light, Satchel Dash straight into the site. It's very much faster than a Fade will actually offer you.
Sounds a lot more like PRX's traditional playstyle as well. Double duelist, explode on with some flashes coming through from your Sky.
I mean, the problem is, though, that as you kind of mentioned before, they're playing into a slower comp from NRG that has a lot more stall. And
comeback है भाई.
You're fighting into
PRX का
a
comeback
Vice
है.
that's going to give you some problems on the dive, less problems than if you were running something like a Neon. But even, you know, Viper Omen, going to be troublesome regardless, though. We're going to have fisticuffs here over A Rubble right off the bat.
We'll see how PRX manages this situation. 4 members for NRG on their side, and one scan already out onto Martyrs. That location has been revealed. The wall's going to slow things down somewhat, and Martyrs is taking util damage from all angles. So is Brock.
Paper X not liking the way that A is feeling right now. They've taken a little bit of a
Bucket
chunk
से
out
जाओ,
of Brock and
bucket से
Marta, as
जाओ.
mentioned, so I feel like they kind of win
और
that
वापिस
exchange
से
in
आ जाओ.
some regard. Marta taking a little bit of a risk, looking for information, punished by something to give Paper X the opener.
And Paper X slowed down, walked back a little bit, then re-entered. Now NRG are interested once more again, so the wall to play off. Door tagged as well. Brock, reminder, one of the low HP members.
All of NRG are here though. Paper X ready for the
What?
swing. Paranoia is excellent to make them very uncomfortable. Paranoia back in response for Paper X. Very much fighting for control of Rubble here. This will definitely decide the pistol round. Scuba with 2 into a 1v1. Can Divide clutch yet another pistol for Paper X. Swing in from Scuba is beautiful, and a 3K to give NRG yet another great start to a half.
काफी close
Big
था ये.
celebration from NRG as well from their side of the stage. Second pistol picked up in this map, and
दो के
question
दो
now,
pistol
will
round
they
हारे
can
अपन.
actually convert that into a string of wins. That second round eco from the first half. still
Like करो
in
chat,
the
like
back of
करो.
everyone's mind here. Obviously, massive trades back and forth over towards Rubble. The re-entry
Crazy
from
मार
PRX
दिया
as well.
अबे.
But a 1v1. Scuba
कैसे चिल्ला रहा है?
takes away from Divine, who's been so sharp today in the series. And Scuba showing, okay, I'm still good.
Paper X with a couple of upgraded pistols here on the eco. Divide can't do much against an outlaw on an angle like that. Up inside of the progression dark cover here. Paper X wait for the door to close before they make their next move.
Yeah, Marta's already basically cleared over towards Mound, relieves pressure away. NRG starting to rotate. Now the opening coming through. That is going to be Paranoia. Dodged out. Kiko would like to hit some of these shots, get some damage in there. Forsaken on 1 HP. And now they're just waiting for Kiko to see if that can be a kill. Ethan looking over towards the left, but doesn't quite manage to get a shot into play. Jing cleans up. Scuba gets Jing down and over towards the drop. Just back and forth. 2 versus 3 now. Still plenty of damage, even if PRX lose around. But will they lose around?
Player standing.
They probably will.
Yeah, brute flank from Brock and Scuba. It's coming in tandem. I mean, the Lemmings made it into the site. And they had teeth, man. Actually took a couple of guns away from NRG. They were in pretty good positions to just shut that down outright, especially with the easy opening peak over on Mount side. But well, Paper X do a good job keeping it interesting. Put themselves in very annoying positions. I mean, you can see them kind of tucked in under drop here. That's not easy for Ethan to clear.
Yeah, frustrating death for Ethan on that one. The rest of the players in a good position to finish things out. No shenanigans from Forsaken or anybody else. It's the last couple of plays alive for PRX. This is
तेरा 5 बोला था मैं लेकिन तेरा 5 हो रहा
Very
है
close on the C's laid there. Almost had multiple players caught on the side of NRG. They dodge it nicely up behind their Viper wall, and now an immediate pivot back towards Mount for Paper X. But that's where I'm having a look at this Vice wall. Going to be a little bit harder to break through that.
So Boombot Prowler Claire coming through from NRG. Make sure no one was there on rubble. That allows now Kiko to move over.
I saw they've got the Paranoia in the right position here, but Brock's only got a Spectre and a lot of work to do. There's the burst into the site that I was talking about, the TP up on top. Not necessarily ideal for Forsaken, and these are some awkward duels being taken. A lot of players here for NRG, but Paper X finally break through.
Okay, Ethan Amada. Okay, they're really getting some good damage in. There's something on basically 1 HP here. Just a big flank. PRX weren't ready for it. And now something is just going to end up potentially saving this one. He's just... Well, he's a 1 versus 2, but the HP situation is rough. He's going to go for a potential long flank. Still got just barely enough time.
I mean, that could seriously work out. I don't know how tucked behind the box Marta is. Ethan's ready for it, though. Very much clued on. And that's a 10th round for NRG. Bonus converted. They are running away with Lotus right now.
Yeah, this is looking fantastic for NRG. As honestly, before the flank from Marta and Co came on through onto door, it was looking PRX's way for quite some time.
But that's where you look at NRG, not only the Vice tech with the wall, but also just how annoying they were being for Paper X to kind of isolate and hunt down inside of the site is exactly what allows for that door open to be so impactful on the flank. If Paper X had made it safely into the site like 5 seconds sooner, that's probably their round.
Well, PRX facing the pressure now, will be taking a timeout. They are quite in the hole in terms of the round deficit so far. And a 1v2, that's something really would have taken a lot for him to win that one. And heads up play by Ethan to consider the fact that he might be getting long flanked. And as these rounds go by, it's looking more and more comfortable for NRG, and the likelihood of us going to a map 3 is starting to look really real.
Expect nothing less from this series. Paper X have very much dug themselves a hole here, though. Coming out of this timeout will be on a half buy on this attacking side, where it feels like they're getting shot down more often than not by NRG, who are playing an excellent game here. Very well-rounded performance from pretty much everyone in the server as well. Like, no one is really lagging behind.
From both teams, really. No one's, as you say, really running super far ahead like Devi was on Fracture. Odin out for Brock this time around. Something feeling himself on the Marshall. Seen him do some magic on that before, but here we go. Omen versus Open first and foremost. Does that Prowler actually get a bit of a sightline? Maybe.
Nah, Forsaken tried to dodge it, and Kiko saw his cape going inside of the dark cover. Unfortunate. Disgusting off angle here from Brock. This is what we know him for.
And that Prowler certainly will be able to see Devi revealing the Odin through that wall as well. Bit of a clear coming through. The rubble side from MV.
Marta. Outlaw out yet again, looking to farm himself up a showstopper. He's halfway to it. Little taps on in will make a big difference in getting a rocket going a little earlier on. Something over on the other side of the map. Sees the sheer wall. Dash active.
You can tell that shot put the fear into PRX as well. Okay. Tap the wall.
I have the spike.
Trigger the orb as well. Just wait this one out, slow things down. 40 seconds left to play through, end on C. Playing pretty far back is going to be Scuba and Rock.
Yeah, quite happy to let Paper X come to them. Only Sheriffs and Marshals in the mix here as the Paint Shells tries to clear out Pillar side. They will be able to at least make it up onto the site and maybe even get a plant here, but how much more success can you really conjure as Paper X?
Well, they got to go for that plant sooner rather than later. Big damage! Brock finds his mark onto something inside the smoke. No problem. Scuba on the Divide as well. Now Jing, yeah, just see if we can get a kill here or two. Help the economy.
Nice tap. Also building himself up a showstopper. One off now, courtesy of those two Sheriff shots, but NRG will complete the retake nonetheless.
11 found. Remember that 11-5 that we saw on Fracture the other way around? Well, PRX on the 5 end of things. NRG was able to make a little bit of a comeback. PRX, after that tack timeout, we'll need to think about where this gun round's gonna go.
Going into their attack timeout, there definitely would have been more so chatting about the adaptation and heading into this gun round. So let's see what they've prepped up here. The half buy is one thing. Plans may have changed, especially when you're considering the orb control. You're now one off two pretty big ults here for Paper X.
Yeah.
It's up to NRG to kind of deny those orbs.
Operator in hand. Something. Really keen for it. Kiko a little bit more. Good spot on the Forsaken. Knows his tricks. Knows where he's going to end up being with that TP.
Just a flick one tap. Devastating to lose your smokes on the attacking side 5 seconds into the round. Just a disgusting shot from Kiko. And anything that you discuss on Paper X is very quickly getting much more difficult for you.
Yeah, it's going to have to end up being relying on the Cloudburst smokes or relying on that Nightfall now. His Divide is under pressure. Oh, he's lucky to survive that scenario. In fact, he was looking for that kill.
I'm surprised he almost got Mana there. Honestly, had no business doing anything at that point. 3-on-5 here for Paper X. Off angle from Scuba is looking pretty dirty.
This round is
a dumpster
fire. Hate to say it, but kind of in the bin at the moment. As Scuba just drops something from behind his neck.
Yeah.
I mean, what you can do here now? 2 versus 5. You don't feel good about giving up the round. It's about to be 12 for NRG. PRX kind of in the bin at the moment. This was terrible for them.
Yep. Only thinking about Breeze at this point. All picked up by Envy. 30 seconds on the clock. I feel like I'm watching the Masters Grand Final all over again, like a stop map for Paper X. Oh no, we're so back. We're so done. Hopefully on Breeze we're so back.
We just speed ran Fracture straight into Lotus from that Grand Final. Really, we skipped the other 3 maps in the middle. Time this one out. PRX. It sucks to be in a position where you got to save on this round to give the 12 over to NRG.
Especially after the attack timeout. Brock entering with the Odin. A little bit of a jiggle for Ethan there. They're well aware of where Envy is, and he won't make it away with the Operator, so something will be a little bit more empty-handed. And Paper X, they've got all of the ults, but none of the money up against map point here for NRG.
That round went from bad to worse. It just starts, like you said, you lose Forsaken like 5 seconds in, smoke's gone, something trying to make something happen over on towards B and just gets dropped from behind, no chance to recover there. And they're basically on 5 ults.
I mean, that's the kind of round that NRG does though. I remember that America's like lower final, I think it was, against MIBR, where every round just feels hopeless. You get spammed.
Okay.
In goes that showstopper for Jing.
Let's see if we can find some hope. Jing really looking for it, just gonna have to throw that rocket out. Lots of ultimates being played in, and something again just doesn't really add anything as Ethan drops him almost immediately. Brock on the other side of that door, spamming on through. Jing made his way onto site, but they're just losing members. They're just continually losing more. NRG are gonna make this one look easy. 2 left, down to 1. Forsaken versus the world. And despite the rocket going sideways, NRG is the world. Forsaken can't even run. 13-5. NRG clap back.
13 for
Really, really nice recovery from NRG.
Oh
I feel like they were definitely competitive.
Crazy prediction, boy.
But rough starts to both of the halves. I think they very much showed their quality here on Lotus. Both halves definitely look like the better team. And Paper X, a little bit sheepish, unfortunately, showing some of that map-to-map inconsistency that we just saw over at Masters London.
A second half, they were gone. I don't think they won a single round there, right? And multiple opportunities where they're trying to find anything to work with. Operator not getting anything done for
Abhi
something,
break
sadly.
आएगा. 15 minute.
Second to last round, like I said, was just heartbreaking watching them have to save.
Yeah.
Giving the 12 over. You hate to see that. Howdy doody.
Hi, Bucket. You want to use mine?
Hand signs. Sign language.
Yeah. I'm just enjoying this, honestly.
Hey, Game Worker, bro.
There we go. Hey, bro.
My producer's like, you're live. Just talk. I was trying. We're going to go to some highlights. Let's take a look at some of the best moments from this game, shall we, gentlemen? Because you told me you cannot blow out Paper X on Lotus.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
I just witnessed a blowout.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm a fraud.
Yeah, let's take a look at why my guys were able to step up for the great USA. Pistols galore. The raises out of the gates. You love to see the satchel fights. The team shots were able to go in NRG's direction.
mean,
this was a crazy round, though.
This was like the best round, but after this, it just gets bad for PRX. You start out so strong, insane divide plus something moments into this Jing 4K that nearly ended an ace.
This is where the Paper X highlights end.
That's what I'm saying. After this, it's all NRG highlights.
We got judges coming out, headshots galore. Who had the biggest impact as this game swung back in favor of NRG?
Literally everyone. Like they might have had like 1 or 2 kills between them. It was a very well-rounded performance for NRG. Honestly, I felt like everyone had their moments. Everyone had a fair degree of impact. And like I said, like NRG, when they're this well drilled on their defense in particular, they make your life a nightmare. We saw it in that second to last round for Paper X, where you're just losing 1 or 2 players before you've even kind of made it through the opening parts of the map.
I was quite impressed with Ethan, honestly. I mean, we saw some really smart plays there, able to just sniff out members, not losing to random flanks. 2 versus 1 against something, just understanding, okay, big flank is going to be there, finding him behind the box as well. Ethan just had eyes all over the map.
Is Fade a happy way to play if you're an NRG fan?
Is Fade a happy way to play?
Yeah, you bring her out every map?
Yeah, well, not every map. You know, she's good on some maps. She's you'll play other things on other maps. But Fade, I mean, they're pretty good on the Fade. Ethan is a very flexible player. He can kind of play any initiator that you really need to be playing. And I think, honestly, I was surprised that Fade came out for Paper X, and it doesn't seem to have gone particularly well for them, particularly on that attacking side. Like, I understand why they went for that, especially against double controller Vice. Like, they really want to work the map a little bit more. They want to have more kind of answers to just simplify the map control. But I felt like they probably just needed to burst more, and I would have probably liked to see a Sky.
Which, you know, like I said, maybe a stylistic difference there and a mismatch in terms of what they would normally do. Double duel Sky, a bit more bursting, explosivity with the flashes and your 2 duelists getting into the mix.
Especially playing into a Viper. Like, just flash to the Viper wall, bro. Yeah.
The Viper causing problems. We'll see if the controllers continue to crush. 13-5 is a nice score. Can we do it again, or are we going to go to ultra overtime? We're already overtime here on the set, but I'm happy to stay here all day with you two gentlemen. I don't think we're going to breaks. We're just hanging out for a minute. Avril, how are you feeling?
I mean, we're going to full 3 maps in the BO3 between PRX and NRG. This is what we wanted. We might be staying extra. The fans might be watching a little bit extra here, but this is the game that people were waiting for, and it's delivering. We're going to all 3.
Absolutely, and I didn't even write down our 3rd map because you were so confident in PRX. So talk to me about how this map was decided through the bans and protects, the veto process, and who should have the edge statistically coming in.
I feel like it's an up and down map for Paper X, but if they're kind of clicking today, then they should be reasonably confident on it. Like I said, both of these teams can kind of play all 3 maps in the veto. As far as I'm concerned, I'm just hoping for a 3rd map Gigabanger.
Yeah, I'd like to see, you know, obviously I think the Jet's definitely coming back for something, back on the Operator. Found like kind of mid-success on Lotus, so getting the opportunity for him to take over the map would be pretty big for PRX.
Solid stuff all around. Both teams taking 1 map. We've got a 3rd map potentially loading up. And as you can see, the players are not on the stage. So we're going to go to a short break. When we come back, the players will be in their seats and we'll be jumping right into the action. Stay tuned. It's EWC.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We really appreciate about this event because it's very huge event and we can compete with really great opponent in the world. We will do our best, but one of our main roster player cannot be here because of some surgery he had. So I'm not sure we can be really good. We will do our best.
我觉得不是很坏吧，但还没有达到我们理想的成绩。圣地亚哥的话，其实就是输掉了嘛。然后伦敦的话，其实我们本来有非常大的信心去拿下冠军的，但最后可惜就是自己没有把握住嘛，没有达到最好吧，但也还可以接受。我觉得当时是奥特曼来到之后，在磨合，我们在适应教练的风格吧。教练组的分工其实也比较不明确，就大家团队里面都比较混乱。 感觉最后还是差一点吧，尤其是打勒维坦，就是第3张图的时候，指挥的时候我没有扛住，我觉得可能会有点难，但我相信我们可以做到。
very happy that we managed to qualify to EWC because it's a very big step for us. We don't really care about the enemies we're playing against. There's PaperX who were top 2 in Masters and also Vitality top 4. Of course, they're insane teams, but if we manage to get out of this group, then we have a high chance winning the whole tournament.
He's got a teammate.
It was 2v5. It was Narrate and Lewan. They were alive. I see them both in insane positions, and I thought we could actually win this round. And then they got kill after kill after kill. Then it's 1v1, and my heartbeat is like 180, and I cannot do anything about it. He won it, and then I'm relieved. Going into playoffs is like my biggest dream I did back then in KCX, so it was very insane. There was 30k people just rooting for us, playing against Koi. It was the best moment of my life. No matter how good is the specs of the headset, you're still gonna hear if it's a big crowd. So they're gonna give us other momentum for sure. During stage 1, we had like, it was the worst split of my career, and I think for everyone in my team, and it was just super sad that we hard worked the whole year just to win something and we cannot. It was a good learning lesson for all of us, and it showed actually in EWC how well we learned from it. I think we had some issues with like our momentum, I would say. We're getting overconfident, we're doing so many mistakes, and then once we do these mistakes, we get low confidence. And then it turns from up to high, and then it's very hard to play like this. It was my rookie split as an IGL, so this was for sure a part of it because I did so many mistakes, but I learned from it. That's the most important, and yeah, I'm looking forward for EWC. I think Zeech worked a lot in our mental aspect more than in-game because we were all super sad. We went in a really bad rough times, and he worked into this, like he tried to make us stay alive again. In-game stuff is not as important as the connection between the players. The team has to be loving each other so they can be able to perform. If we manage to get out of this group, as I said, we're gonna for sure win the tournament. We might be the underdogs, but we're here to prove we're not.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup. It's Chris Puckett here on your screen, and we are about to jump into the final fight of the night. PaperX taking on NRG, and as these two predicted, we're going to a Game 3. Last map, though, much more of a convincing win than expected at 100 Thieves. I want to start with you, Avril. What do you see from the boys from Americas?
Yeah, NRG, the recovery after that brutal second round as well, losing the anti-eco. And we saw what happened on Fracture, where you just get this PRX string of a massive amount of rounds, 11-5, they had the lead. Opposite thing happens on Lotus. It's 11-5 the other way around, and NRG not only recovered, kept that spree going, massive punishes on the PaperX side. And unfortunately for a player like Forsaken on PRX as well, he went like 0-9 in terms of first kills, first death. He died first like 9 times.
Some of the TVs are pretty ludicrous, I'm not going to lie. But I'm impressed by NRG. Not only the kind of resilience to be able to come back from losing that opening map. They got ecoed in the second round, as I kind of mentioned, but they also blew out PaperX on a map that they know their way around very well.
Yeah.
I saw a request in the chat to see your back. Would you mind showcasing the dog? It's got flowers with it.
Yeah.
Who are we giving flowers to at the end of
for?
this fight? I was going to say something if he plays like he does in game number 1. On the other side, I'm eyeing Kiko. Let's go back to when you were popping off. I want to see a little bit more
You picked the only
aggression.
non-American player on the team. You picked the Brit.
Well, everyone loves a Brit. Have you met Big Time yet? This kid's amazing.
I've seen way too much of Big Time.
I would hang out with him every day, bunk beds and everything.
No, that's what I literally do. I live with him for the last 2 years.
In bunk beds?
It's, sometimes in bunk beds. Hey.
Interesting.
Yeah, you got to grind.
I mean, we're on the hustle.
Big Time's one of the only people I know that can fit in a bunk bed, so.
That's true.
As a grown adult.
Was he on the top bunk or the bottom bunk?
Yeah,
you feel safe with him on top. Yeah, you're
I
good.
see.
You're good.
Yeah. Sure.
We take a look here at that man, though. I would not feel comfortable with Mata above me. If you're looking at the agents, what are we locking in? Gentlemen, I am going to exit. Take it away. This is the decider. Who is going to jump to the top of the group, NRG or PaperX?
I'll tell you what, Pilsky, the Harbor map comes on through for Breeze and NRG. I think one of the only teams that still really are keen to play this KO in there. Most teams I'm seeing are not really that down for it anymore. Double Enets coming on through for NRG versus the double duelist look of PaperX.
That's a pretty popular comp in Pacific, honestly. Both T1 and RRQ had been running this during the regular Pacific season, so I think that this is going to be a comp that PaperX are very familiar with. I know it says RRQ down there, but this is the third map between Paper X and NRG, and stylistically, this is going to be double Enit versus double Duelist, the Something Jet and Forsaken Neon that they have been running a lot on this map. It's a map they've been very up and down of, but their last streak of maps, you look at them cutting their teeth on the very best teams in the world, and you can feel some degree of confidence here for Paper X that they can close out this series. On the other side of things, NRG playing a lot of very strong teams over in Americas, but they haven't had as many international reps in the last 3 months on Breeze specifically.
Yeah, but overall, I mean, still looking at the things here, like, Breeze has been a reasonable good map for both of these teams. Breeze was, unfortunately, one of the maps that NRG dropped allowed in the qualifier coming into this one. As we also remember the PRX side of things, Breeze was a map that they did beat Liv on in the grand final for London. However, bit of rough waters on that, actually. Not a very clear-cut victory for them. We'll see if they can make this one a lot more clear-cut now. Again, don't mind the fact that it says RRQ on the top. That is, in fact, Paper X defensive side first, NRG attacking. Kick it off over towards Shops.
Is it the third and decider map here, opening up the group? Winner will go on to take Vitality, I believe, in a qualification game for the playoffs. Loser will play Carmine Core in the elimination. NRG creeping their way in towards A main. Viper Wall goes up, dash on in, and they've been given an open A site here. Divide trying to spam one down before the plant goes down, but NRG with the forward high tide will take all control here, including Yellow.
Massive coverage. It's going to be Divide hiding behind the high tide and seeing a couple of shots come through on the opposite end as well. The rest of NRG, rather, Paper X finally arrive.
Kiko up close and personal here. Not too much utility left over. Just the pistols here for NRG as Paper X start to make their moves.
Envy took a little bit of damage early on. Hiding away is going to be Kiko, and he's completely shuts down 2 members of PRX. As soon as they spot in, 4 versus 3 now, Brock. All the way in the back, Forsaken doesn't even get to move, and Jing, nothing in response either. Falling apart as Paper X, NRG, another pistol, 3 pistols in a row going their way.
Yeah, really nicely worked there from NRG, just keeping things simple. Creep up in towards A main, throw up the Viper Wall, Sova Dart, and the dash on in, and when they recognize that it's a retake setup for Paper X, they choose to even take a step forward. That is a big strength of the Harbor in combination with the Viper. Originally, we used to see this over on Icebox, where you're kind of segmenting the walls. But the Harbor gives you a little bit more flexibility in terms of where you actually want to control in terms of the site. So being able to kind of further extend that control gave Paper X a few more troubles on the retake going forward.
All right, Knife will probably get info on 2 players. Forsaken and Something is potentially got the sniper out, actually.
Yeah, 2 marshals. I mean, this is pretty common on Breeze, but Paper X in particular here do have a couple of upgrades to try to keep this one interesting.
Okay, Kiko there as well. Moving up through mid, walking into Something. He's been waiting for this opportunity.
Yep.
Buying up as well, given that what was the pistol going towards the NRG side of things? A very slow round. Look at the trappers well on the door side of things. Jing and Envy dodging out from the Viper molly as well. This could be very interesting. Should get checked though. 2 players there. Envy is the only one that actually gets somebody from the Paper X side of things.
Yeah, both of the marshals here. Divide on the rotation over. Something not really able to do too much as the Viper Wall goes up. Takes a chunk out of Kiko.
Unfortunate.
But look, not much to be done here as the wall gets dropped on Paper X, and Divide not even able to take one more with him. Only Mother to go down here for NRG, and a pretty nice anti-eco.
Yeah, but Paper X would have liked to see a little bit more coming through from the marshals. No one really biting over towards mid. The trap setup. Now the mid doors only delivering the 1 kill. That's after the fact that they dodged out from that molly as well. Once more, Ethan, the rest of NRG, defusing that situation, and Device body shot on Kiko, not landing a kill either.
Fair bit invested in that round for Paper X. He's going to hamstring the opening gun round a little bit. A couple of sets of light armor. Full buy up for NRG, who were kind of cutting corners there. Initial contact going the way of either one of these teams. Forsaken well aware there's a couple of players over towards B main. That's the 2nd time that Kiko has picked Forsaken on the jump spot, and this is a landslide for NRG.
Yeah, Forsaken's first deaths just keep going up, unfortunately, as the light armor gets a little bit lighter now, not in a good way for Paper X. 5 versus 2. You know, a map and a half ago, I would have said maybe still winnable for Paper X. Divide can certainly do it, but now the way this is going, looking like 3 in a row for NRG.
Yeah, they are all over this. just keeping things pretty simple here, using the double init just to be able to take control of the mains and springboard into these quicker executes. PaperX having a really tough time dealing with it.
So those first deaths, man. No trades either. Heavy investment on that second round. Double marshals being brought in. Doesn't allow every single member on your team to have a full buy on this round 3 rifle. Now you have to walk out, tail tucked between your legs for PaperX. They even hold on to a couple of rifles here.
It's the best possible start for NRG, honestly. Like, the cash is already like 2+K on all of these players. They're about to win the bonus round, up 3-0 on the attacking side of Breeze. This is going to be a bit of a nightmare to navigate for PaperX.
Similar to what we saw in Fracture, but the opposite side around, right? I mean, we just saw the fact that you get those 5 in a row, bonus converted as well after PaperX wins the pistol. They got both the pistols on Fracture now. 3 pistols in a row. Haven't seen anything come through from PRX. As the timeout coming through super early.
See what they want to kind of construct around these 2 rifles that have been kept through from the opening gun round. Might be some marshals or sheriffs to be invested in. Maybe throw a shotty in the mix, especially if they want to contest a main or something like that. Up to PaperX to kind of pick themselves up. This has been a false start here on Breeze so far. NRG are looking pretty locked in, really running through with all of the momentum they garnered from stomping PaperX on Lotus, and Breeze looks like it's heading in much the same direction.
I mean, it really did say it earlier on, but it kind of feels like we're speed running the London finals in a way where get a very resounding win on Fracture that this time around actually kind of gets a lot more competitive, and then slowly but surely throughout the rest of the series, and this time just in a BO3, losing momentum from PRX. Confidence seems down as well. Some of those magic moments you get out of Fracture, you're just not getting anymore.
PRX जीतेगी या नहीं जीतेगी?
Let's see what they come up with here. Got a lot of work to do. I think the objective starts to move.
Alex गुस्सा कर रहा है.
Start on the attacking side from
Alex ने बोल रहा है क्या कर रहे हो? उल्लू भी नहीं हो पा
the money to how many can we kind of chip in early on here? You got to kind of adjust your expectations. Forsaken really going to go for a Guardian here. Down to $400. Indeed, he is investing quite a lot in this round. He feels like PaperX have a good chance to win it.
2 players with just the pistols out there as well, including something who's super far away from the Blade Storm. And PRX getting nice and active early on. A couple players wanting to move a little bit deeper into the mid. As NRG, full respect, they want to be prepared for the potential PRX doing something here.
Yeah, something very much saving for an operator heading in towards the next round. Ethan jiggling for the mid push. And he, it's courtesy really of this deep wall from PaperX. Makes NRG a little bit nervous that they will be taking some space over there. And sometimes they even just throw down that wall and then just play towards the mains. In this case, NRG really doing their due diligence, working their way through the map. Up elbow, drone goes into middle.
Drone sees nothing. Smoke ends up being pretty useful there for PRX just to hide inside the cove. They don't see anything on the opposite end either. Time is running out. NRG have barely made moves. It's confusing PaperX a little bit.
I think they're making the right call here, though. Just dropping off Scooper in middle for the late lurk. He's able to play in front of this Viper wall, so it's not really troubling NRG too much as they group back up towards this A site. Similar to the pistol, it's just going to be Devi retake. The rest of PaperX have cleared all of B, but the Execute's going to get in a little bit faster.
Full flash, and Devi isn't able to get anything. Forsaken once again, first death. Very unfortunate. Brock will convert onto that lone player, Devi, who can't respond at all.
Yeah. Something with naught but a classic. Oh, there you go. He's picked up the Vandal. Wants to try to make this one a little bit more interesting. 2 players cripplingly low on the side of NRG.
3 players off-site here as well. They do get smoked off. Gives a little bit of opportunity for PRX, who with their guns available, 2, 1 being picked up by something. It's playable, but it's not anymore. They're just leaving, aren't they?
Yeah, they got to save. You really got to min-max your money when NRG has this much cash. Like, you've got to be able to guarantee yourself as many gun rounds as you can get access to, because there's no breaking the attacking side economy anymore. Forsaken looking for some damage here at the end. Oh, sorry, G. Some damage here at the end of the round. Stand out by the KO knife. I do imagine he's probably just going to go down to the spike. Doesn't feel the need to force the issue. He's trying to keep NRG interested so that maybe one of them died to the spike. But as it stands, NRG really just passing the test with flying colors. 5 alive heading into round 5. They're going to have like 7K on each of these players, something like that. It's going to be a ridiculous amount of cash for the attackers.
And they played that round so slowly as well that PRX, like I sort of mentioned, they got really confused towards the end. Didn't really know where to go. Leaving Devi just to anchor A alone, and we've seen what happens with that, and just couldn't even trade 1 for 1 there. Leaves Marta, I believe, on 5 HP.
I think this changes plans for Paper X as well. I was pretty sure that something was saving for an operator, but as he picks up a Vandal to save into the next round, instead it's going to be rifle-centric game fate for Paper X.
Oh, okay, hang on.
Opener with the utility here. Keiko gets sent in, then wrapped back into middle here for NRG. Not going particularly well so far. They've really tried to cause a little bit of a reaction and a rotation in the early round for Paper X, but they still end up a man down.
Haven't seen PRX get in the first blood in some time now over the course of these rounds. Kiko trying to dive on in on A and being punished for it. Devi onto Brock as well. Okay, numbers starting to look really comfortable for Paper X. Will still be a plant coming on through, but a 2 versus 4 now. No ultimates in play. Plenty of money though, so NRG happy to get it done.
Scuba on the front foot. Nice placement of the Viper Orb here. Ethan could set him up with a nicely timed flash to try to start to even up the numbers. Scuba going for a little bit of a play here. Something well and truly ready for it. Just down to Ethan. Trying to do some damage to the economy of Paper X. Fragment. Got to keep something at arm's length. Forsaken's made it up onto the side. Forsaken just, just pushing straight into the fragment. Paper X getting themselves their first gun round here. One of many that'll be needed.
You're welcome.
Until Ethan wasn't ready for that. Something pushing into the fragment. Leaves with 6 HP. One of the few times now that we're really starting to see Paper X getting that first blood, converting onto secondary kill, getting really heavy numbers in their favor. Starting to bite their way back into this map a little bit.
Be a long road back in, but that round was fantastic, really. NRG trying to go for one of these set plays where they set up the jet for success in the early round with a little bit of the double unit utility and have a wrap into middle in the mid round to catch some of those rotations.
Well, you want to see the op come through for something. That will now be the case. Back over towards mid. Has to be a little bit concerned about the dart.
Same for Keiko, though, and he's holding this line nicely. Paper X punished in the opening kills department yet again, and NRG with a man advantage.
Really expensive there, unfortunately, for PRX. Jing now playing off of Forsaken together. Hey, main's good. Null command is going to cause a little bit of issues here. Jing really would like a kill. He's got one, but instantly Kiko responds with more flashes. Decent, but Kiko doesn't care. That's going to be A taken care of. 4 versus 2 again. Once again, you have to look at the money side. Devi and Envy, how much do they want this?
They're locked out of it, really. The high tide only just went down. Envy's going to give it a little bit of a sniff, but Devi is just sitting in nest. I don't think he's interested in this 2-on-4 at all.
Just got around for Paper X. It's already gone the wrong way now. Not a bad shot from Envy.
Really just going for damage, though. I don't think he's particularly interested. Dart on in to keep NRG at arm's length. And nicely done. Yeah,
actually, not bad.
That's what he was going for the whole time. Really, really well worked. Heads-up play from Envy. He'll be able to hand that to something in the next round. And with 2 guns saved over, Paper X will be able to put together another buy here.
Small play by Kiko at the start of that one. Now dueling something and then converting a little bit later on as well.
Wouldn't be surprised to see NRG go for this quick mid to A yet again here. They do have some good ults to be doing it. You see often Keiko has been wielding the operator in the last round or so, but he can rip the Bladestone here, pick up the pace. He can get the Hunter's Fury on through with the dart up over the top. Something that could go quite well for NRG. They did just condition the mid to A though with the pick on mid doors and the null command. So we'll see what they want to go going for here. It does seem like they are going to choose to go to the other side of things. Back to B.
B's open. Nobody home. Late Storm, you called it. Will be popped this round as well for Kiko. And yep, full retake on B, I'm afraid, for Paper X. Something might catch a little bit of a whiff of a player. Oh, it doesn't quite land the shot, though. That would have been a hard one to land for sure. Kiko on the other side will just completely rip away Envy. 5v4.
Yeah, awkward exchange. Tried to go for the drone. Envy under a little bit too much pressure there. Drone from Brock does spot out that the flank will be coming through from Paper X as he meets up with the rest of the team on site. And NRG have flipped the map. They are in defense spawn. It's going to be a very difficult retake for Paper X.
Paper X now going to execute like they're the attacking side instead. At least their smokes are still online. Brock has a decent line and a decent shot onto Devi, and numbers are now looking sad. And something is just going to peel off in a 1v1. Marta, nice, okay.
Nice.
Things slightly better for them. Maybe just playing for the exits now.
Yeah, 100%.
ये भी सेव
hold on to these
करेंगे.
3 rifles, but at some point you've got to stop saving and start getting some rounds. Jing covers that smoke push from Scuba well, but that's where the good news really ends. 6-1 for NRG.
तीसरा सेव है ये. Just
a
say.
brutal start to this map for the Pacific fans.
Yeah. NRG can just close out the one more round. They get the 7, and I think for PRX,
वॉशरूम जाके आया guys.
recovering up to 4 would be pretty good for them at this stage. Because this kind of deficit is rough to make a comeback from. They are still going to have the weapons to play through, but I hear you, man. At some stage, you gotta stop saving. And I think this next round coming up might just be that one. Another timeout coming on through. Plenty to talk about for Paper Rex to recover in this half.
Yeah, second timeout for them. And just as many rounds here on Breeze have not had an answer for what NRG's been throwing at them so far. This has been a very well-constructed attacking side of Breeze. The double Enid Harbor is something that can be really difficult to play around, especially when the other team is so well organized. The attacking side op has been having some pretty serious impact. Like Keiko has been finding opening picks like it's nothing on the Jet, causing a big problem for Paper X thus far. Needs Forsaken to start to turn things around here. He hasn't had any impact on the Neon.
Yeah.
It's usually a pretty good agent, pretty good map for him.
It's been a rough couple of maps. Like I said, that first death stat line is a bit haunting. When you look at a guy like Forsaken, you certainly expect more. And a massive turnaround for everyone on NRG. I mean, Marta had a rough go of Fracture, but now that's feels like such a long time ago. For NRG, winning this the way they are is pretty shocking for Paper Rex and a shocking day for Pacific in general if they can't pull through.
Deep ball on mid here once again for Paper X. One way thrown into A main, very much trying to play disruptive, and there you go, wall dropped on Kiko, and something gets the opener. Marta replying with the operator, picked up from the Jet though. He is pretty good at wielding this gun himself.
Yep, I've seen him on the Jet before. Familiar territory, the op for Marta. Reckoning available here as NRG will play this one quietly. Let's take a look at Elbow. How much does PRX want to move up?
And NV knows he's kind of just in the Goldilocks spot. Not too hot, not too cold. He's just sitting tight. Ready to disrupt this pivot to B if necessary. Something on the other side of things has still got this A main info line with the operator. And Ethan got to spot that out. Well aware that the Jet is sitting right there. Drone goes into middle here for NRG. Courtesy of that wall being put up by Devi, it's drawing out a lot of utility, but NRG just kind of simplifying things back towards A main.
Well, they got info that something is there based on the knife coming through from Ethan. How do they want to defuse the scenario? They have still util to play through. Box got Recon in there as well. Okay, there it is. Just play the ultimate. That'll be enough, more than enough to push off our Jet from the line, but Devi will still clean Ethan up. Something wanted more of that Blade Storm. Smarter and Brock. The operator changes hands once again. High Tide coming on in. 3 versus 2. 17 seconds left to play through 2v1. MV, he's not been spotted just yet. Might have brilliant timing here, but needs to be able to get through undetected. And he can't do so. NRG again. Big celebration from their side of the stage. Collecting that 2v1 victory, extending their lead even further.
Yeah, nicely worked there for NRG. Finally, when Paper X are able to find an opener, immediate reply from Marta. And NRG just able to simplify a lot of these rounds and use the double Enid to the best of its abilities. The KO knife spotting out where the operator is, and then they just place in the utility right where it's needed. They got to put themselves into a winnable post plant.
7-1, massive difference in rounds, and PRX have already burned through their timeouts as well. All alone now. They got to figure this one out. Back over towards mid. Something and Devi playing together. That is big information. Ethan, they're looking for him. They want him. Devi's got it. Secondary as well. Onto Scuba. Not too bad. Undersphere was used in that exchange as well. Kiko onto Devi for the exchange. 3 versus 4 now as Rifle will be recovered by Kiko.
Yeah, drone out onto the middle line. Fury ripped by Envy, looking to try to further extend the numbers, but dodged out nicely there by NRG. The rest of Paper X all swinging into middle. Kiko and Brock hitting the deck. It's all on Marta. Spike in hand. Gonna throw out a cove towards B to try to draw attention away from Paper X. Jing cutting the map in half.
Jing onto Marta. Yeah, he sees him, but he doesn't land the shots. Marta cleans him up. Well, at least they know where Marta is now. That's the good news. 30 HP as well. Something up next. Doesn't get the opportunity to make the shot happen, and this is unbelievable. Marta is still able to get 2.
He's in the Matrix. He just pre-fired that so perfectly onto Forsaken. Avoided something with the perfect High Tide.
Yep.
I mean, if he had a little bit more HP, I thought he would have put together a 1v4 there.
Starting to look dangerous, that's for sure. I mean, he had low HP, but just the ability to get past the early 2 players and get those kills.
I mean, we're past dangerous for Paper Rex. They're getting cooked here.
Considering that was a 4v1, that's still rough for Paper Rex, dropping 2 members in that 4v1.
Yeah. Makes their money quite breakable here. Couple ults to work with, though. Overdrive and the Pit ready to go here for Paper Rex. It's a slow round. Again. I mean, 2-1-2 here for NRG. Deep wall across middle. Kiko on the line.
Should be an easy one, but I don't think Forsaken's got a bite. Something has been playing through mid multiple times now, using that Viper's wall to tuck himself in, and I lied about Forsaken. He does want to do something here, or perhaps that's actually just Kiko pushing in himself. In either case, another first death for Forsaken doesn't help Paper X yet.
Something's pretty deep in middle, though. Could be a great position to be leveraging in towards the mid to late round, but with that deep wall again, I mean, you just continue using the initiator utility. Something able to actually dash out nicely. Updraft dash with the Cloudburst keeps himself alive.
Might have pulled that through a little early. Didn't even see the drone yet, just kind of preempted the drone. Assumed the drone was going to spot him, but in the case, the drone did its job. As the rest of NRG grouped together, ready to finish on B. It's going to be essentially playing for a retake here. Envy already back in terms of his positioning on site.
Yeah, he pushed back into the site. Dart just came back up off cooldown, but at the end of the day, it's a Sova by himself against an entirety of a B execute, and they're really kind of narrowing down the options. They know he's front side sight, flash flying on through, and he only goes 1-for-1. TP towards the backside of the site. Paranoia out from Jing, but they're more than ready for it.
I saw the lineup there for Envy, but unfortunately just couldn't land the second kill. Would have been pretty insane. 4 versus 2, Pit down. At Paper X's chances dwindling here as something sees just a little bit of a shoulder of a player. And that shoulder converts into a Brock kill. Divide will be good for 1, but not good enough to do anything else.
Kiko's all over it. Another 3K. Having a blinder of a game on the Jet. Fantastic attacking side here for NRG. Really putting Paper X under the pump. If they want any chance of picking up Breeze here, they need probably both of the next 2 rounds, let's be honest.
They'll need that. They'll need to win the pistol anti-eco in the second half. I mean, the fact that Emmy gets 1 here, look at the possible lineup. Nearly had the secondary, but just couldn't quite get the head of Brock.
There's just too much to do, though. Like, you're playing as a Sova against a full execute.
Yeah. Look at the double outlaw into the operator here as well. Just trying to clean up these low HP Sheriff players coming through PRX, but Forsaken overdriving his way through to victory. That'll make things hurt a little bit for NRG, who, okay, numbers actually going the way of Paper X here, and they've recovered at least 1 outlaw.
Brock still on the line here. If the wall gets dropped, something would have gone down, but he's able to slip back through onto that nice off angle. Drone through towards elbow, confirming that NRG are still kind of hanging around in spawn side. Paper X will definitely want to be slowing this round down, not giving away this man advantage. With a minute on the clock, though, NRG need to get a bit of a wriggle on.
The other thing is, like, if you abandon this position, start giving away the guns, something Divide looking for those pickups. Oh, and Brock eats a shot. That is gross. 10 HP left.
Yeah, something sliding out onto the line. 1 Sheriff shots, all that's needed to catch him on the cross, and down goes the spike. Ethan now trying to pick up the pieces, and something completes the thrifty for Paper X. That is a classic from them.
अभी एनर्जी राउंड जीतेगा, उसके बाद पिस्तौल राउंड भी एनर्जी जीतेगा, उसके बाद उसका भी राउंड एनर्जी जीतेगा, फिर बोनस राउंड भी एनर्जी जीतेगा, फिर मैच खत्म है.
So Sheriff's in charge of this town. Forsaken overdriving through, delivering a couple of nice early kills, starting to give some weapons over, putting Brock on 10 HP, and no numbers at all for NRG to play. That is a put together round for Paper X to start this campaign of a potential comeback back in again, but really shot now. By the way, something did steal away that operator, but it's pushed off the line.
Drone at least spotting out where the op is playing. In goes the harbor roll, as well as the null command, but something still picks 1 on the cross straight through the Viper wall. That is illegal. Divide out, waiting for further aggression, and he's going to find it as well. Nice multi-frag on in. Ethan trading 1 back. The high tide zoning Paper X away for now.
Ethan looking for more with this null command, but Marta's the one that will actually find this kill. There's not a lot of members left to play through. Just 1, just Ethan. Taps the spike. Reels in the last 3 members. Forsaken is the one that bites, but Jing is the one that actually gets to chew up the last player. And now suddenly 2 rounds in a row, Paper X building back the confidence, building back the economy, building up the potential of a comeback.
Big whiff of the Hong tie at the end of things there. For Envy, that's the
Damn,
SEA power right there. So we head into halftime. He's going to need all of the energy possible. No pun intended. That's a really nice hold from Paper X, though. Something, despite 2 ults being thrown at him, and a Viper Wall still finds a pick, and Devi, who has only had a couple of little moments so far in this game of Breeze. That's a very key multi-frag. Like I said, Paper X needed both of those rounds towards the end of the half.
Yep.
And now it's at least doable, but I think NRG are still going to be feeling confident here.
Paper X still in it to win it. We need to see those magical moments. Saw the kind of insane rounds, insane kills that Devi got in the first 2 maps. Clutches he had on Fracture. Insane share of shots he had. Top of A on Lotus as well. And now late in the day, what an incredible eco they win. With only a couple rounds left to play through. Forsaken showing up when it counts as well.
Yeah.
Overdrive and play to sort of deliver that one over. But otherwise, NRG in full control of this map and in the position to win the entire series.
A little bit of momentum in towards the tail end of that last half, though, for Paper X. They need to really embody that. They'd love a pistol here. Start to close the gap in towards this second half. Start kicking things off on the attacking side. This is where, particularly playing into the comp that NRG is piloting here on Breeze, you're really going to be put through your paces. Harbor, KO, very disruptive comp. It's going to be coves, you know, one-ways, things like that. The Storm Surge to try to deny that kind of A main space. The KO knife really directing the flow of traffic and gathering information. Ethan is a bit of a master on this agent.
He's thinking deep. Man, the screen there, leading the charge for NRG. After a rough start in the series, game is in their hands, ball is in their court. Did say, though, for Paper X, they would like to finish the first half with at least 4. They got that, and now I think pistol basically required here.
Yeah, here on the B stream, we've already had 1 victory for Americas over Pacific. We are staring down the barrel of another. It's up to Paper X to change that narrative. Both teams kind of peppering shots down range in middle, and I'm surprised no one walks away dead from that.
Yeah,
so
a little bit.
Complete disengage, and Paper X pick up the pace into A.
Some damage done to players, Something and Marta, the ones that actually get shot there, and Brock. See if he can find somebody through that smoke. Not going to be the case, but everyone's basically arriving now. Just waiting for Scuba to come through from spawn as well. Something up first. He's half HP, but it's Envy and Jing onto Marta and Brock. Numbers good for Paper X. Spike plant to come on through. Now NRG. Let's see what else they can do. Nothing so far. 5 versus 2 now. Kiko doesn't even get Devi either.
Scuba. A little bit late to the party here. Never even got a chance to get involved. A flawless pistol for Paper X. Full momentum coming in from the end of that last half, and they are very much in this game of Breeze now.
Get that anti-eco in there. That's another round. 6 and 8 now starts to feel, if they get that round, a lot more doable. Then we're seeing the danger they can have on the bonus as well based on what Fracture is. Let's see if NRG has anything to say about it, though. This round, though, happy to just let it go economy-wise. Classics abroad. Something is potentially also making that save towards the op as well. Let's see what that looks like.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it is just pistols with the Outlaw Devi. Knows that NRG have taken that A main space courtesy of the KO knife from early. Kiko jiggling around. Scuba maybe found the side of Forsaken for a moment, but it's all down to Marta to see if he can fashion even 1 kill. Nicely timed Storm Surge, but that's where it ends. Another flawless back-to-back for Paper X as they win their 4th round in a row.
Kiko showing off his dance moves there as Paper X walks in. Double flawless as mentioned. Plenty of money in the bank. They could afford to really buy up here, given the amount of players on PRX that still had pistols for that round. Could be a very dangerous looking bonus coming on through in terms of economy.
See what NRG come up with. Gap has closed quite substantially. Cannot afford to let a team of Paper X's caliber back into a game. It's going to be the flash to set up the jet for the pick here early on in combination with a little bit of a shocky onto door. Paper X just pinging out the map. Triple swing to try to re-clear that mid space. And it seems like they want to group up back towards A. They're in two minds about what they want to be doing this round. I guess it's back to B here.
It's double rifle plus Guardian. Outlaw Bulldog, so somewhat reasonably competitive buy in terms of this bonus.
For sure.
A little bit of exploration coming through, mid under control for NRG. As NRG start to sniff the fact that it could be a B, and that's exactly what it looks like under pressure now. Scuba, he's paranoid out, but hiding behind a box. There's no contact just yet to be found. I mean, this is a scary moment for Scuba. The rest of the troops are still yet to arrive. Starting to come through from spawn now. As Mardik and Brock will be up. A couple of kills here looking good so far, and Brock is really delivering now. PRX not getting as much out of this push as they would have liked. But Divide into 1v1. Viper versus Viper. It's Phantom versus Outlaw, but Scuba's already tagged down. See if Divide can find that shot.
Scuba with the spike in hand here. Gonna kind of dance around.
30 seconds left.
PaperX are well aware that he was anchoring the side initially. He was spotted out early on. Wall going up for Scuba here. Divide. Sheriff in hand, creeping up on the line. Doesn't have a primary weapon to be using. 15 seconds on the clock, and Scuba is all over this tunnel flank.
Oh,
reading this one very well.
Is he? Yes! Managed to get back in there, timing extremely well, as mentioned. Thought for a second that he might have turned away at the wrong time, but Divide just had not even a single shot to say in that round. But like I said, a dangerous bonus coming in through that could be very competitive. Ends up at a 1 versus 1, so despite winning that one, very curious about the money situation for NRG.
Yeah, definitely a lot of guns taken away from them. But, able to at least deny that bonus.
Oh.
You have a judge on in here for Kiko. So just trying to scrap together a buy. Both teams starting to run out of money early on. As once again, you have a similar opening to the round here. Shock Dart in towards doors, got a lot of damage there to open things up. Something looking for a pick with the Outlaw over towards this B side of the map. And indeed, Scuba is low on armor.
Big shot. Scuba down. That is B almost open. Still player there in Brock. But just putting the pressure on numbers-wise to keep things interesting here as we go back over towards mid for PRX.
He'll be taking space on B. Causing a lot of problems. The judge is still here towards mid doors. That should be an easy opener for Kiko, who's under a little bit of pressure. Tentative now from Jing, pushed away by the fragment.
Paranoia. But Amada still gets Jing, and now Brock as well. Envy, you talked about him exploring over towards B. That might be the opening now to play on through. And NRG know it as well. Trying to cut off something here, and not going to get the time to get that cut off, actually.
NRG on the wraparound. Through elbow. Spike has not gone down yet for PaperX. Envy is on the push all the way through spawn. Something planting in a safe location here as Marta creeps up on him, caught by Kiko as well. Ethan is ready for this flank from Divide. Great read on this round from NRG. Envy last player surviving, and they know that he was deep on B. Cove onto the spike. Marta taps it, and they're giving him nothing. Nice opener here. 20 HP. Half has to come through. He's going to get a little bit of chip damage on Tomato, but it takes way too long to go through that cove here. Marta's off the spike. Going to start defusing it. Swing on through from Keiko. Gets it done for NRG. Double digits.
2 players there from PaperX. Really far away from helping something, unfortunately, as Envy. That is deep exploration all the way in enemy spawn, but doesn't quite have the HP or the time to do much more. And it starts out okay. We talk about the 1 kill from something onto Scuba, but beyond that, that mid door's causing issues for PaperX as they couldn't make their way through that at all.
The NRG very much on top of the rotations here, especially in a pretty complex round. PaperX with a little bit of a mixed bag buy here. Divide feeling like a hero with the hero Vandal.
I have the spike.
Very close towards a pit. If he ends up in a post plant, this could be problems for an NRG whose money is still very much shaky at this point.
Which means that maybe the low buy of PaperX can still find some value here. Forsaken on the shotgun Neon. He's on the wrong patch of that, but he's doing what he can.
Very dangerous buy for NRG to be dealing with here. PaperX with a lot of weapons that could do some serious damage. This Outlaw is the main crux of the issue, though, and this is a fantastic angle for Keiko.
See if PaperX are ready for that one. No, not quite. Oh my god. Doubling up. Exactly what you want to see out of the Outlaw player, and now PaperX left hurting. Didn't even fast lane, didn't even really do too much in terms of utility, or otherwise I guess Kiko just sees over the top of everything either way.
Yeah. I mean, it's just a dirty off angle over the top of the Viper wall. Not much really to be done. These are great positions for NRG. Like, they're really just out-positioning Paper Rex, preempting any kind of aggression. Spike dropped out in the open. Outlaw is still on the line if it's even needed. And something on double doors, cleaned up by Mata. A flawless round for NRG. And it's looking like back-to-back stomps to reverse sweep this series here.
And we're looking at an okay early half for Paper Rex, double flawless. Really closing the gap slightly, but after that third round bonus of the half, things start to go back the way of NRG massively. I lied about the fast lane, but in either case, doesn't really help Forsaken towards the end there. Finally, you get to see 5-4 rifles on Paper X.
See what they come up with here. Very much starting to run out of time. 2 players on light armor. It's a glass cannon vandal here for Divide. Quick moves into middle for Paper X. Backed up by a little bit of elbow control.
It's fully taken here. Drone to re-clear, potentially that gets removed, but the information gained. Now Jing on the line here. Brock trying to get flashed out, and something just takes him off the table. As we set the table now for A as well, it's going to be Scuba up first. Double poison orbs being played on in, but something has already made his way on site. He snuck away and finds an opportunity to just shut Kiko down. 5 versus 3 now. Seems like NRG are not quite ready for this one. Scuba has to drop off.
It's a bit of individual brilliance from something. Finds a really nice timing for those 2 openers. Open plant for Paper X, who are playing this from yellow side, and I think NRG are just forced to save.
I mean, they have the money for it, but the numbers don't look good. Mata's already on the other side of the map. Paper X clinging on to this map in the series so far. 7-11. NRG still, though, in control. 2 more rounds required. Still got 3 guns. Everyone's still got plenty of money. Plenty of ultimates coming online.
Darted to spawn side. I cannot believe Paper X are exiting here. They do not have much money. It's a big lineup for Ethan that takes 2 guns away from them. Scuba on the off angle now. Tested by Envy. They are losing all of these weapons. They cannot afford this at this point in the game.
Yeah, it's NRG that have plenty of money. Even if NRG die here, look at their bank. It's good. Paper X are like throwing their lives and their guns away for not a lot of gain.
I don't know why they exited spawn side there. I got to be honest. Maybe they were concerned about the flank towards A main, but the dart confirmed that NRG was playing on spawn there. So definitely not ideal, especially when you're trying to come back from such a deficit here on the attacking side. These are weapons that you very much need.
Ethan happy with that. Doubles up with the Bulldog and doesn't even care if he dies because 4 ultimates online. Money still amazing. Got a Blaze Storm up though from the side of NRG. And something got some magic to play with or what? Yes, sir, he does. Brock to respond. Don't even know if he gets a tag there. Doesn't look like it so far. Just completely whiffs on the Hunter's Fury. And on site we go now. What can Scuba do? He's alone at the moment, playing on the other side of the wall. Does he have the opportunity to burst on through? Jing just finds him. Might have revealed the barrel or something. And something has a freebie onto Brock. Goodbye, good night. 5v2. Give him 8 PRX.
That's 2 rounds in a row where something just multi-frags for Paper X and puts a round together. Kiko coming on the lurk, but that is a gorgeous little high-low for Paper X, who are very much on the warpath here. Still a lot of work to be done, though. You can see the
do they want to run after Ethan?
No.
Again?
Probably not.
Something wants it.
The money's a little bit better this time around.
Something's keen. PRX recovering. They got 4 ultimates now as well. Forsaken one away. They're about to have the full stack. The Christmas tree online. Early Christmas with something in PRX on that round. Even though it's only July.
Looks like a timeout here. I'd imagine that's from NRG. This is getting a little bit too close for comfort. See what they can come up with. Still with plenty of cash in the back pocket to be able to put a buy together. They've got a null command, I believe, for one of these retakes. Could definitely help them out quite a bit. But their biggest issue right now is this man. Something has been phenomenal at just self-sufficiently finding these openers for Paper X, and this is exactly the player that you need to start to get warmed up here. He's going to make a comeback on attack.
Look at the confidence. Well, he doesn't care. He's just going to run after Ethan. He needs the money as well in terms of not dying, but whatever. Run after him. Drop that rifle away from Ethan. He's beaten the timing for some of the U-tools as well, and we saw that 2 rounds ago. Getting that insane time versus Kiko, and it felt like on that last round, kind of a similar story. All these opening trades going the way of PRX. It's kind of night and day to the PRX we were seeing on the rest of this map for the majority of these rounds.
Yeah, very slow start for them, but very much working their way back into things now. Still more work to be done. This is where all eyes are on NRG post their timeout to make a nice little adjustment. A couple of times this series, they've already been in some rougher positions, and at least this time, they're front running before the timeout's needed. 2 very big ultimates here. Both Marta and Ethan have got the Reckoning and Null Command respectively. Could give PaperX a lot of problems here, but the pick could be fantastic to set up one of these post plants. Device been holding on to it for quite some time.
कल तो शाम का करेंगे 7:15 बजेगा कोई दिक्कत की बात नहीं.
Big shot Kiko makes his mark found. Shut down the big carrier PRX. That'll cause some problems.
Absolutely. Scuba on the line and has played in multiple situations here. Going to drop himself the snake bite. Both teams just trading out a little bit of utility, a bit of pressure on this B side. Destroy out a big rotation here for NRG, and Ethan on the other side of things playing very safely, not a toe out of line. Even if PaperX make their way into A, the KO Knife has scouted exactly where they're headed, and like I said before, there's some very big ults here for NRG with a man advantage to close this round after an excellent opening pick onto something.
It's going to be playing for a full retake now because you don't really see the rotation just through yet. Jing's going to rip his ultimate out, just a reposition on site itself.
Should be the pit going down here, and indeed it is. It's a pit for Brickside, though, not actually on the site. I think they very much understand that the Reckoning is going to be a problem here.
Null Command as well. I mean, you got both ultimates that can sort of defuse the Viper's Pit in due time, and they should both be used here as well. Hunter's Fury coming in. Envy shoving away NRG ever so slightly, and I don't think he actually got a tag there, unfortunately. Here it comes now. Reckoning push in. The entire squad right behind it. Jing goes down for second trays on the Brock, and Envy as well on the Scuba. It's looking fine for PaperX so far, but Ethan has something to say about it. 2 versus 2 now. Ethan low HP. Kiko, operator on this retake, doubling up as PRX together. Time is starting to run out now, and Envy with 4 this round will deliver the 9th for PaperX.
Yeah, that's very clever pit placement there from Devi, making all the difference. Both of the ults burn through for NRG there. Post timeout, still not able to walk away with the gun round, even after something gets picked early on. It's been a big difference maker in a couple of these gun rounds. They're still able to navigate their way into a 4-on-5 where NRG had all the information, numbers advantage, all the ults, post-tack timeout, and they still lose the follow-up gun round. That is rough.
5v4 as mentioned, but they gave up sight. Full retake. You'll say they've got ultimates for the retake, but they ended up not really getting rid of the pit at all, and Hunter's Fury from Envy as well to slow down that retake. And at the end of the day, 2v2 goes the way of PaperX, and NRG starting to feel the pressure of PaperX nipping at their heels now.
Yeah, this is another timeout here for NRG. 2 rounds in a row. This is very problematic indeed. I think whatever was said in the initial timeout hasn't really come to pass, and the coaching staff of NRG are really trying to hammer home the point. They need to close this game here. I mean, honestly, you're going into the upper bracket qualification match at the end of this group against Vitality, so your hard days are not behind you at the end of the day, but you definitely want to make your life easier by not going into the lowers here against KC on home turf.
Lack of an armor buy for NRG as their money situation has finally dwindled down. They still can't afford weapons. Notably, you do have that off on the Kiko and on the line early, but look at his HP already destroyed.
Yeah, great shock there from Envy to kick things off. Scuba very much on his lonesome. NRG set up heavily inside a middle. Have to wait for the mid to late round to try to go for a flood here. How much work can Scuba get done? If he does get a pick and cleanly is able to get away here, he can potentially drop a pit and buy some time. But PaperX diving into the site.
Yeah, high tide coming in. Good timing coming through Ramada as well. That'll buy time for Brock to arrive as well. And soon, maybe Kiko to follow through. Slow going PaperX is trying to make their way through the back left side. Still haven't found Scuba yet, by the way. Forsaken, though, gets Marta out of the way. And Scuba finally activates alongside Brock. Bring this one down to a 4 versus 3. Still no plant to be heard of at the moment. 50 seconds left to play through, and PRX, are they committed to this?
Yeah, for sure they are. This is a localized 3-on-3. Ethan's inside a middle. Envy gives them the advantage, at least on the B side for the time being. Kiko down to 50 HP right since day dot. Something's found Ethan inside a middle. Kiko trading one back. Scuba hiding inside of his poison orb here. He's trying to be a little bit cheeky.
30 seconds left.
And Kiko sliding through that dark cover. Paper X with 2 frags in quick succession to get themselves double digits. How many rounds in a row is this, Kev?
A lot. We're about to find on out. It was starting to look like a nightmare for Paper X before, but in the last 5 or so rounds, they have been waking up. Opportunities here abound as they just get both the last 2 plays and the 2v2s. I mean, this is like the magical number.
Yeah.
2v2. PRX winning those.
I mean,
handedly.
Pretty consistently, NRG are up in numbers, but then when we head into these awkward post-plant situations, Paper X are just making the right moves in the mid-round to be able to kind of outmaneuver NRG, who are now out of cash.
That's it. This is like the first time NRG are really out of cash for this side as well. They're making some moves now. Led by the flash coming through from Ethan in mid. Forsaken and Envy ready for anything. What they're really ready for is a free sight on a Scuba. I have to play retake here, buddy.
Yeah, not much to be done. They've been kind of hammering his sights more often than not. I think he's probably getting pretty sick of it at this point. Phantom in hand. As the drone goes forward for PRX, he's going to tuck himself into the site. Forsaken, very much hot on his heel.
Oh my god,
Comes
okay.
away with 2, but there's really not much left in this buy here for NRG, despite yet another man advantage.
It's about as well as you can do. Getting the double up there is pretty nice. And overdrive for Forsaken now to clean things up. Something on Kiko, 3 versus 3, but again, the money and also the guns all the way in PRX. That's not a bad shot from Ethan, though. You respect it. Now you're on for the retake for real. 3 versus 2. And he still has an ultimate to play through, but not positioned for it at the moment. Despite the lack of guns here, NRG moving together as a team, and Envy doesn't quite land the shot. Bit of a whiff here, Envy another opportunity, and Brock finds them, gets a double, and NRG, despite having like no money at all, they get 12.
Yeah, both of the rounds you expect them to be putting together, they're not quite able to do it, but apparently they don't need coach intervention. Retake complete, and that series point here for NRG. Paper X very much under the pump now. Need 2 in a row to push us through into OT, and that's where the comeback is just going to need to continue chugging along. Much better looking buy here for NRG heading into the last. The pit wasn't even needed. Good double up from Scuba. Just sliding into the pocket with the Phantom.
I mean, really does a lot. I mean, that shot was gross.
Yeah,
Ethan hitting that one is probably the round winner, but I think that wouldn't have mattered as much if Scuba didn't get that first 2. So the combination of their efforts.
Bro, the presence of mind to know that he's on the off angle up on top of Bricks. Quick one to start here for Paper X. Trying to be shut down by Ethan's KO knife, but Paper X going to push the issue into A.
Yep. Flashing on through. What can we find here? Mata on the Jing, but not really seeing much else from Ethan's POV. Doesn't matter, though, because it's still a 5v3. Mata's making good work of this defensive so far. My God, Mata. Making a triple here. Envy taken down as well. This might be the end. Paper X have got 1 left. 1 versus 5. Divide with all of the work to do. But NRG will not be undone here. You feel like the 13 is there. He's revealed. Divide with the secondary. And a 1v3 here. This has to be an ace clutch, buddy. It's not going to be anything less than that. NRG can taste the victory. But can they get this one cleanly here without Defy walking out?
He's trying to slip away. Putting the wall up and down to keep them interested. He's been able to pinch the spike, but Scuba trying to stay 1 step ahead of this pivot back over to the B site. Tucks himself nice and safely into elbow with 40 seconds on the clock.
Viper versus Viper. Might have just made a little bit of noise there. Scuba calls the troops into action. Here's the footsteps for sure by now. Plant has got to come on through, and the timing should be good. 1 XP goes down to 0, and NRG clean things up. Puckett saw it coming. He handed me the USA card, and that is indeed the victor today. Paper X falling, Pacific falling in general, and NRG move through.
Yeah, it's a sad day on the B stream for the Pacific teams. Both RRQ
Attack
and
elevate.
Paper X going down to NRG and 100 Thieves respectively. I mean, there's something in the water here in Paris for the teams from the Americas. They're doing pretty damn well for themselves.
PRX.
Something in the water, maybe the bad side as well, unfortunately, for both Paper X and RRQ. Paper X, fantastic start on the Fracture. Pretty okay to start things out with on Lotus as well. but lost momentum towards the end. Didn't have much momentum to start with on this final map of Breeze, and despite the small comeback towards the end, just couldn't close it.
Check, check. We're here? Yeah. All right. Gentlemen, let's talk a little bit about what we just witnessed, because you promised me 3 games. I was celebrating way early. I was making little flags.
All right. Alright, thank you so much for the watching guys. मेरी फर्स्ट वॉच पार्टी ऐसे ही अपन करते रहेंगे और अपन मिलते हैं नेक्स्ट कल की लाइव स्ट्रीम में, है ना? चलो बाय बाय गुड